Sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts. Hey. Ton papa, dis-moi où est ton papa? Sans même devoir lui parler, il sait ce qui ne va pas. Un sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Wednesday, folks. It's Wednesday. April 22nd, 2026, 11:14 a.m. Pacific time. It's 63 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, coming to you live from stolen Tongva land. We're live and alive, folks. And this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news before I blast off and let the people know that we're live and we are alive. And by personal news, for all the parasocialists out there, Folks, this is where I talk to you about everything that's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And as a chud-ass loser, you already know what's up. Not much is taking place in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Not much is taking place. And by that, I mean, as a chud-ass loser, what did I do last night? Absolutely nothing. Watched Beef. Went to sleep. Woke up early. And then I worked out, but then I couldn't work out because my upper back is a little tight. I played basketball one day. One freaking day. I played basketball for one freaking day. And a couple days later, my upper back is still tight. You know, I was doing upper back pull yesterday, and this morning I woke up and I'm like, what is that? I'm unk. It's unk territory. Okay? It's unk territory. I stretched a little bit. I tried to do some squatting today. I couldn't. I went back. I ordered myself a cappuccino, and I fell asleep. Again, that's right. I woke up early at 6 a.m., listened to the news, figured out what I needed to do for the day, went to work out for like a second, couldn't work out, couldn't complete the workout, came back home, passed the frick out. But it was good. I'm glad that I did that. Yeah, we got some good news regardless. Well, I'm a chud-ass loser. I'm old. I'm unk. There's some good news regardless happening in the world, and we're going to get into all of that. But since there isn't really much else to talk about as far as my personal news goes, long video, but might be a good watch. You are in it. Not in a negative way. The drama slop, the school shooter pipeline from Crimes New Roman. That sounds crazy. What the heck is this? This is a 2 hour and 60-minute video. That's wild. Not chop dunk, shredded dunk. Is your personal news just a humiliation ritual now? Yes. Cappuccino, then going back to sleep? No, I ordered a cappuccino. I fell asleep before I could even drink it. Philadelphia Inquirer did a story about your collab with Chris Rabb next week. One of his opponents, Sharif Street Jr., who is Muslim and takes Israel lobby money, is calling you an anti-Semite and a bigot law. Huh. Oh, man. Unbearable. You hate to see it. You hate to see the Ummah fight like this, but have you seen your Encyclopedia Dramatica page? You should check it out. I have no idea what that is, but I suspect, given the fact that this is the first thing you've ever said in this chat, I suspect this is some drama slop shit, and that you want me to go take a look at some drama slop so you can go back to your Discord server and be like, see, we got him. We got him to read like the exact same nonsense that we've been saying about this guy for like the last 7 years now. We got him so mad. Oh my God, he doesn't know about ED? No, I have no idea what that is. I think you guys forget I am a chud ass loser, but I also do have a life in some ways. Like there's a limit to how chuddy I am. Yeah, New York Times podcast came out. The rich don't play by the rules, so why should I? It's about stealing. It's about theft, and if it's appropriate or not, I'm sure people will be, normal about it. ED is like a Wikipedia entirely edited and run by and for incels. Oh my God. Leftist is apparently an insult nowadays, is it? Sorry, I'm late. My blast offs are here. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the blast offs. Those are wonderful. Did you cover the Uber drama? Here's a skit. No. Are you gonna address a Meep Meep by Starmer? No. Let's get it twisted. Let's blast off. Let's get it going. We have a lot going on in the world, so might as well get right into it. There's so much happening. Major W in Virginia. Major W in Virginia for the Democratic Party, where the Democratic Party actually is fighting back, and I am actually on board with that for once. VA redistricting W. Hogs are mad. FBI versus SPLC. Ceasefire extended by Trump. Talks canceled. Jeffrey Sachs on the death of Empire. Pragmata later, question mark. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Also, another Democrat died. Yes, another Democrat died. It's unsurprising it's the least surprising event that has taken place. He was like 80. Chiose, HasanAbi head Chiose was arrested, stopping a deed theft eviction that was taking place in his district. But he is now free. Yeah, free sex, Global Homo, Operation Global Homo, fully automated luxury gay space communism. March cooking your ass, dock his pay.
Who do you dislike the most? Well, I don't like. Wait, what? I don't dislike any of them. Can I? I don't dislike any of them.
Uh-oh. Choose
I don't
very
want to
well.
answer this.
Choose carefully. Choose carefully.
Skip. It's definitely Hasan.
That's crazy. That's actually crazy. This man, bro, pay is docked. The pay is docked. It's over. Okay, time to dock his pay. You already know. Fired. You're fired. You're fired. This is why Donald Trump fires people. Okay, this is why he does that. Cooking. What is this? Oh, Chuck for Queens. Oh my God, you guys are not subtle, dude. Okay, hold on. God, there's so much happening. There's a video called The City by Historia Civilis. A lot of people want me to watch this video. Okay, don't laugh, but do you think all the blue redistricting W gets any R's on board with nationwide gerrymandering ban? Tim Miller and Pac-Man got a convo about you today. Oh, God. I don't care, man. Okay? I don't care. It's like, this is worse than the DSA left-right battle because it's all right. You know what I mean? Like the DSA has a right wing within the DSA structure and a left wing within the DSA structure. They all have their, you know, they are constantly waging ideological warfare. This is the Democratic Party's left-right dynamic, which is so much worse. You used to react to everything anyone said about you, man. What the fuck? Brother, there is a limit. Like, this can't be the only thing I talk about, right? What happened to my goat? Your goat got tired. Okay? Your goat got tired. Your goat can't react to every single thing they say about him because it's, you know, it's just too much. It's too much. It's too much. Your Ethan debate was hilarious. Okay, thanks, man. I just peak content. Yeah, I know. It's content, man. I get it. It's content for you. But like, you know, sometimes we got to do adult stuff, right? Sometimes we got to do adult things and talk about the adult things that are happening in the world. Or I pick and choose what kind of conversations I want to react to about me. Because I you know, I want to see if there's anything like funny that I can draw out of it, or something informative that I can get out of it, right? Just to emphasize how old I think you are. I only just turned 23 2 weeks ago, and I'm closer to being 20 than 30. Oh my God. It's Lenin's birthday today. Happy birthday, Lenin. Happy birthday, Vladimir Lenin. Happy birthday. Happy day of birth. To the greatest of all time. One of the GOATs. One of the greatest to ever do it. Yeah. When will you dress up as Dominican Poppy? Halloween? What do you mean? I'm Dominican right now. Yeah, I mean, this is the most Dominican I've ever looked. This is a very Dominican shirt. I feel like this is Dominican, is it not? It's the birthday of Lenin, or so it's called. So I call him Lenin. Where are your skin tight pants? Oh, that's true. Trump is begging Iranian leaders not to execute 8 AI-generated women. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Wait, what? Breaking. The Islamic Republic is preparing to hang 8 women. Not a word from the international community or so-called human rights organizations. Wait. What? Isn't this from the Isn't this literally from the what do you call it? This is from that Israeli. This is from the Israeli thing. This is like an Israeli op that just like creates AI generated victims of Iran, They very openly were talking about it at some conference the other day. And Eyal Yacobi, of course, like the number one liar in Israel, Israel's greatest liar, which again, big list, right? And he still tops it. He immediately took the photo. He immediately took the photo and was like, these are the 8 women that like the Islamic Republic is planning to hang. And then Donald Trump, Truth Social, to the Iranian leaders who will soon be in negotiations with my representatives, I would greatly appreciate the release of these women. I am sure they will respect the fact that you did so. Please do them no harm. Would be a great start to our negotiations. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. And then, very good news. I've just been informed that the 8 women protesters who are going to be executed tonight in Iran will no longer be killed. 4 will be released immediately, and 4 will be sentenced to 1 month in prison. I very much appreciate that Iran and its leaders respected my request. Wow, what an incredible beacon of leniency Iran is. They went from we have to assassinate these people to we'll just give them a month in prison. You know? At this point, I don't even know, like, you think someone on the Iranian side is like, yeah, definitely. we will release these AI women from prison. I don't know. I don't know if it's like AI women that are supposed to be like real women that they somehow AI-ified or something. Not a single one of these people is facing execution for a crime, and several of them are not even incarcerated. What do you say? What do you fucking say, dude? Trump is inventing AI women that are in prison only to then release them from prison when in fact whoever like the real life equivalent of the AI women are not even in prison. That's awesome. That is the best. Like that right there is the best possible timeline we could be on, where our fucking boomer pedophile president is like inventing problems that he has solved in his mind. This is the disconnected controller you give to your younger brother to make him think he's actually playing. Now, the funniest version of this is whether or not the Iranians know he's just a fucking idiot and are just going, yes, Mr. President, of course. Or if there's someone on his team that is trying to keep him occupied so he doesn't fuck the bag up. Or if Trump is just making this shit up on his own. This is a very real question. Unfortunately, it's one that we must ask ourselves. What is the truth here? Are the Iranians aware that the president is a demented boomer and are choosing to lean into that to be like, oh yeah, we'll give you concessions on this definitely real thing? This definitely real thing that happened. Okay? This is literally like I'm pretty sure we could convince the president he nuked Tehran. Just give him like a big red button and have him press it and then just like show him an AI video of how like Tehran has been nuked, and he could just like tweet it out loud. 20% of the country would also believe it. And then we could just continue living our lives. We could just be like, all right, it's time to retreat. Right? It's time to retreat from the region. Who cares? Like they want to live in their own. They want to live in their own alternative reality anyway. We might as well just give them that alternative reality where they're like, you guys are winning all the elections. Good job, Grandpa. Like, you know? That's just... This is why Iran is owning us by making AI videos. You can only fight hallucinations with hallucinations. I know you're a coastal elite and a city slicker, but can we get a shout out for Earth Day and planting a tree in honor of Lenin today? I did. I already gave a shout out. You missed it. Yeah. They did to Trump's dad in his last years. They did that to Trump's dad. He had a fake desk and fake phone calls. Kind of sad. I think that's where we're at. Wall Street Journal on the U.S. ambassador. Yeah, it's really funny because Tom Barack is a really interesting figure because he is Mr. Say the quiet part out loud. And he is one of the more competent individuals in the Trump cabinet, at least he has a decent understanding of, things that are happening in the region. But Wall Street Journal got very mad because he went to Antalya, and as the ambassador to Turkey, he said he managed to counsel the Middle East against democracy, push cooperation with Hezbollah, mock the Lebanon ceasefire, call to include Iran in Lebanon talks, play down Turkey's Russian air defenses, and threaten Israel on Turkey's behalf. So I do think that maybe Wall Street Journal is just like surprised. Wait, Trump calling out Mamdani? Time for grown-ups to pull the plug on Mamdani's fiscal fantasies. Oh boy. Oh, the girls are fighting. Oh, the girlies are fighting. Majority raid? Oh, hell yeah. Majority report. Hope you had a good stream. It could take 6 months to fully clear the Strait of Hormuz of mines. Oh my God, there's so much happening. All right. I don't even know where to begin. So we started off with Trump's delusions here. I'm of two different minds here. On the one hand, I think it's definitely bad that the president is demented. Okay. If one more person says Cory Booker Michigan fist coverage, please, I'm going to Michigan fist myself. Okay. Yes, we watched it earlier. We watched it yesterday. He said, I want a Michigan fist. Okay. I got it, guys. We got it. All right. I'm going to Michigan fist you. I'm going to Michigan fist myself. Please stop. Listen. Then EDF sick the concussion gun on Wemby. That's crazy. After Wembayamau collapsed on top of the Israeli occupying forces' bravest soldier, Deni Avdija, San Antonio's Victor Wembanyama has been diagnosed with a concussion and will have further testing on Wednesday. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's unbelievable. Another geriatric Democrat died in office. Yeah, we'll talk about that and a lot more. It broke containment. Your op is now an APAC LibZio Chud politic meme. That's so funny. Big Yahoo put in the call. Big Yahoo shakes in his boots thinking about Wembayamau. But yeah. Chris Van Hollen gave an anti-endorsement to Haley Stevens. I saw that too. Giving somewhat of an Abdul endorsement here. As a Michigander, Booker can leave us alone. We don't need his performative peach opinion about what we should be doing. Yeah. All right. What is this? Is this you? That's fucked up. Okay. Zoran clowning on this influencer.
Can we get a little glimpse, a Side Talk exclusive glimpse at your City Bike stats?
Ooh. Okay, I gotta get my phone.
Do we have his phone?
Zane, could you pass me my personal phone?
Oh, he's like Kevin Gates. He's got two phones.
Well, Kevin Gates Kevin Gates said he restarted that car.
with his bare hands.
Then he said, "Kill my kids."
Yeah, he was like, strike
I don't want to get
strike him
I
down.
don't want to get into this.
So, folks, we're getting an exclusive look
Here we go.
at the mayor's city bike stats.
Let's see, what do we got?
Oh my gosh, folks, this guy's legit.
Sky bikes.
This guy is legit.
Sky bikes.
Look at these stats.
Come on. 444 hours.
Wow. Let me see.
Jay-Z album.
Jeez.
Come on.
Damn. We thought you were going to be in the hundreds.
Are you serious?
We thought you were going to be in the
Let me
hundreds.
see yours.
Mine are cool.
My man's buffering right now.
Mine are no mayoral stats, but I'm not a joke
Oh my
either.
God, you're a joker.
No, I'm not a joker, bro.
Joker.
We got people in double digits.
Look.
I don't claim to be the mayor of New York City, you know what I mean?
750 rides.
All right, folks.
My man's on a tricycle.
I'm on a tricycle. Can we get a little glimpse aside?
Yeah, he bikes. Did you see Julian Subway takes? I did. We're gonna get to the Virginia redistricting, which is actually really good. It's a really, really good story. Have you discussed Anne Hathaway reverting to Islam? Dude, this is now officially the hangout spot for millennials who unironically operate like 85-year-old boomers who get fucking brain dusted off of Facebook posts that are totally fake. Bro, she said inshallah one time and everyone's like, oh, she's actually a Muslim now. What the fuck? Wait, discussing film. A fan has gifted Anne Hathaway a copy of the Quran at the Devil Wears Prada 2 premiere after she said inshallah in a recent interview.
Quran for you because I saw the video where you said inshallah and I was anyway thinking to give you that and then
Hangout spot for millennials. Do you know where you are? It's true. This is, bro, white person says inshallah and all of a sudden man, what the hell? Oh, buddy. White men are being genocided by Anne Hathaway. Okay, fuck it. Let's just start out.
Really want to hopefully live for and enjoy a life. I want to have a long, healthy life. Inshallah, I hope so. I just really want to hopefully live for and enjoy a life. I want to have a long, healthy life. Inshallah,
Bro, this is all it took. Remember what I told you about the Ummah, okay? A lot of you are not Muslim. A lot of you don't know what the Muslim world operates like. I'm giving you the fucking cheat code. If you're a white person, if you're Christian, if you're famous, celebrity, or even half famous, you throw a little bone in the direction of Muslims, they will fucking die for you. That's all it is, okay? The Ummah loves a white Christian that turns around and throws a bone to Islam. Just like, oh, Islam mentioned. They will start fucking waving the green flags. Okay? That is not all. She changed her name to Inaya Hifawi. No, she didn't. I promise you, dude. Listen, here's the thing, okay? Muslims, especially in 2026, in like the last couple of decades, they haven't gotten a good rap, all right? It's always bad, negative PR, oftentimes deliberately concocted in an effort to justify killing Muslims, right? So I think there's a real soft spot for any white Christian that goes, hey, I'm going to throw a bone. Like, that's just what it is. She took the Shahada at my mosque, bro, is real. Sure. You hear one Westerner say inshallah and everyone goes, oh my God, this is the greatest. She has reverted. You're just mad because you're getting Islam mogged. I don't care at all. But I'm happy that we got more white people saying inshallah. White people saying inshallah is a good thing. Yes, she has received the light of Allah. She is now reverted to Islam, mashallah, to Anne Hathaway on her journey. You know, she's gonna wear the hijab. She's getting gifted a Quran. It's great. Recession indicator. Yeah, Muslims are kind and loving and accepting. That's what you mean. And we are responsible for making people lose their way if we are harsh. All that considered, that's why we are kind to ones who want to walk the path of God. No, but what I'm talking about also is like, maybe we're a little too excited sometimes. And that's the reason why, you know, that's the reason why a lot of the ummah got duped for Andrew Tate, who never really reverted to Islam, you know. But I guess I can't really, you know, fault the people, but it is kind of desperate, I'll be honest. It's okay. Islam is the Brazil of religions. Yeah, come to Brazil. As a Muslim, I agree. It's sad that when they get too excited at the same time, it's annoying. See Andrew Tate, yeah, like the Anne Hathaway thing is fine, but you know, there's also some danger zones there in between when you got like the Tucker Carlsons of the world, right? And then people are just like, people get duped for the Andrew Tates or the Tucker Carlsons and whatnot. What are you gonna do? All right, whatever. Damn, that's crazy. I wish there was a way to rewind that and hear that take again. Oh, chatter. Thank you for asking. There is. All you need to do is subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. That's right. PBS is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. As long as you subscribe and you're watching on a desktop, you can actually rewind the stream. That's one of the many amenities afforded to the subscribers on the Piker Broadcasting Service. Okay? No one ever said that. No, a chatter did say that. But even if they didn't, who cares? Your voluntary contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime are the only ways that you can support the show. Piker Broadcasting Service. For you, the people, by you, the people. Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. All right. Our first story of today is in the beautiful state of Virginia. That's right. Virginia is in the news. It's on the map. Before we talk about Virginia, though, let's talk about the state of Texas. Now, if you recall, Donald Trump, a while back, wanted to desperately create an opportunity for more Republican seats. He wanted to redistrict in the red state of Texas. And Democrats did the unthinkable. For the first time ever, when Donald Trump forced a redistricting to happen in Texas so he could secure a couple seats in the state of Texas, Democrats did the unthinkable and fought back and decided, two can play that game. If you redistrict in the state of Texas and gerrymander and get a couple additional red seats, then we'll do the exact same thing in California. We'll do the exact same thing in Virginia. Because here's the reality. While redistricting takes place all around the country, more often than not, it's been favored by red states. And it turns out, there's a lot more room for redistricting in blue states and even in purple states that could go blue. So it's not even a two can play that game style situation. It's you should have never deployed this option. You should have never frustrated the Democrats into actually taking action, because that shit is never going to be good for you. Okay? It's unbelievable. I think the reason why Donald Trump did this initially, okay, I think the reason why Donald Trump did this initially, and this is a day where we're blue no matter who. I mean, I'm finding myself, you know, in line with the likes of Trouble Man 90, who spends most of his time shitting on me, right? We will talk about the double standard in the media as well, for sure. But once again, I'm telling you right now, the reason why Trump did this, initially is because he thought Democrats are pussies and they won't actually respond in kind. And for the longest time, there were Democrats who did not want to respond in kind. So, hey, a very, very reluctant W that I will offer to gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom here, because he immediately was like, oh, bet. Oh, you're going to redistrict Texas? Bet. Here's fucking unlimited blue districts from the state of California. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, you want to redistrict? We'll fucking redistrict too, bitch. Oh, you get 4 seats? How about 10? How about 20? How about unlimited fucking seats? How about we delete Republican districts altogether and turn them into blue districts permanently? Okay? So yeah, he did do that shit. And I said at the time that it was a good thing. And I will, I will say once again, this is still a good thing. Okay? Turns out when Democrats actually fight back, there is a wonderful opportunity to make changes. Okay? And remember, the only reason why Donald Trump, California's going to turn red. Oh, dude. Sure, bud. Sure, bud. Okay. That was a good one. Thank you. No, you're right. Cali's turning red any day now. Dude, California used to be red, okay? Not anymore. In any case, I need you to understand one thing, okay? Donald Trump did this because he thought there is no way in hell that these pussy Democrats will actually fight back. And it turns out, if you go meat for meat, whether it be the fucking Ayatollah and the IRGC or the American version of the woke Ayatollah, the Democratic Party's got more meat. He didn't realize that the Democratic Party had more meat. Okay, he went band for band. He went district for district. Turns out Democrats got a lot more schmeat than you would have actually imagined. Turns out in many of these fucking states, in many of these blue goddamn states, there are reforms. There were reforms that were implemented to even combat Republican redistricting initiatives, which is precisely the reason why they had independent commissions in a lot of these blue districts, which is precisely the reason why a lot of these blue states had not specifically rigged it so that Democrats maxed out on all of the Republican seats they could put in Congress. Turns out, Republicans, on the other hand, had done it all around the fucking country and therefore don't really have the same opportunity. Yeah, turns out Democrats were growers, not showers. Bruh. Okay? But once they went down there and once they got to work, okay, once they started rubbing the pole, oh my Lord, dude, a lot of meat out there. Here's one of the examples. We're going to obviously talk about Virginia. Virginia had a referendum, okay? Very different than a normal election. Referendum is not a partisan issue, right? In most circumstances, which is precisely the reason why the Virginia redistricting referendum, it was 51-49 split. The referendum was for redistricting in the state of Virginia, and now Democrats are going to secure additional seats in the House. Okay, this is just for one term before the next time, before the next like independent censure, the independent censor. What the fuck am I saying? Census. Oh my God. The census takes place. At that point, they'll go back to the independent commission. But for the time being, since the next census, Democrats are going to be securing a bunch of seats in Virginia.
Overnight, a win for Democrats in Virginia that could help them take control of the House in November's midterm elections. Joe Bryan is on Capitol Hill with the details. Good morning, Jay.
George, good morning to you. And this was a major victory for Democrats ahead of those critical November midterms. After a bitterly fought referendum, Virginia voters approving new congressional maps that could help Democrats pick up as many as 4 safe Democratic seats. This is in direct response to a firestorm of redistricting that was really ignited by President Trump over the summer when he demanded that Texas Republicans redraw their maps for safe Republican seats, other states like Missouri and North Carolina following suit. But after this win in Virginia and other Democratic-controlled states like California redrawing their maps, Democrats now appear poised to cancel out some of those redistricting gains made by Republicans, George.
And, Jay, we have the third House resignation in a week, this time a Democrat.
Yeah, Democratic Sheila Sherfless McCormick, the third member of the House to resign in less than a week. She resigned just minutes before the House Ethics Committee was set to meet and decide her punishment after it found her guilty of violating 25 different House ethics rules. She's also been indicted on federal charges, accused of embezzling $5 million of pandemic-era FEMA funds. She's pleaded not guilty to those charges. She denies any wrongdoing. And in a statement announcing her resignation, she accused the House Ethics Committee of playing political games. George.
Jay O'Brien, thanks.
Our message to Florida Republicans is F around and find out. If they go down the road of a DeSantis dummy-mander, the Florida Republicans are going to find themselves in the same situation as Texas Republicans, who are on the run right now. And under no circumstances are Texas Republicans picking up 5 seats. They'll be fortunate if they get 2 or 3. While in California, we are going to get all 5. The Republicans are dummy-mandering their way into the minority before a single vote is cast because they started this war, and we're going to finish it.
We have some breaking news tonight as CNN can now project that Virginia voters have approved a Democratic plan to dramatically redraw the state's congressional map. 92% of the results are in, with just over 51% voting yes on the ballot measure. Now, if this map is enacted, it means Democrats could win 10 out of the state's 11 congressional districts.
Guys, I missed the sexual panther. I heard his voice and I nutted. I heard his voice from the other side of the hall and I nutted, okay? But I'm not going to replay it because I feel like it's going to, his aura is too powerful. When he says dummy mander, I was like, oh, ah. I had to rush over here. We're currently only up 1-2. Estimated redistricting shift so far from John Cooper: Texas +5 Republicans, California +5 Democrats, Utah +1 Democrat, Missouri +1 Republican, North Carolina +1 Republican, Ohio +1 to +2 Republican, Virginia +4D. Net roughly 1-2 Democrat seats nationally. Oh, don't worry. That's all it takes, baby. You're on the big TV. What's wrong with you, dog? All right, well. Please check out VA State Senator Louise Lucas. She's the only politician I've seen who might be able to keep the woke Commander Kyle Kalinske if you keep messaging better than Jeffries. Okay. Dude, you guys. You know there are like, once we add on state senators as well and like state reps in general, like we're talking about thousands of candidates, okay? Thousands around the country. Like I can't, I don't know what you want me to do. I can't get to all of them, okay? I know I said I want to let 1,000 Zorons bloom, but like it's pretty, you know, there are thousands of people. I can't go through all of them and like, you know, lend as much support as possible. I'm one guy. You guys forget. I'm literally one guy. I need to see that Michigan fist video again. Michigan fist. I'm going to Michigan fist myself. Okay. This is the life you chose, liberal Rogan. That's not even the case. Like, Joe Rogan doesn't do any of this shit. This is a totally separate thing. Why not just group them together and do them in batches? Oh my God. Oh my God. Backseat production is my favorite part of the HasanAbi broadcast. Okay. There's always so many wonderful ideas that come from this community. Thank you so much, chatter. That seems like a great idea. Surely I can't think of a single way that would fall apart. Yeah, let's just go after hundreds of candidates from all around the country and do like a voterama style situation, and just get them on a round table. It's fine. It'll be easy. The point is, I don't have the brain processing capacity to like do the necessary groundwork to figure out the background of all these people, okay? Didn't you already do that in New York? Yeah, but that's the DSA slate. That's entirely different. That's an organization that I trust, an organization that I work with, an org whose candidates I trust, okay? Whose candidates I have knowledge over. Very different circumstance than like random chatters bringing up their like state senators and shit. Anyway, no disrespect to any of these people, okay? I'm working on my own pace. I'll try to get to it. You understand you did this to yourself by having 95% of your stream guests be candidates? I know. I fucked up. That's why we have Jeffrey Sachs coming on today, okay? In a couple hours, we will have the GOAT, Jeffrey Sachs, who is not a candidate, who's a professor, okay? We'll be talking to Jeffrey Sachs. And then tomorrow we'll be talking to Your Rage. We're going to have Jeffrey Sachs do chadvice. We're going to have Your Rage come on to talk about the Strait of Hormuz and what it means to, like, what it has done to America's force projection capabilities around the globe, that they cannot forcibly militarily reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which was open before Donald Trump fucked it. Okay? And Your Rage has a lot of thoughts on this, obviously, so... Dye your hair bleach blonde to support Kyle? Sure. All right, let's get back to it. Dems win Virginia redistricting battle. What does this mean for the midterms?
Which would boost the party at large in the fight for control of Congress. Harrington is here to join us. And Harry, obviously, there were a lot of questions of how this would go tonight. Tell us what we're seeing in these numbers so far.
Yeah, I would just say, look, the yes side won. Yes, they are probably going to end up lower than the percentage that Kamala Harris won in terms of the margin. But you know what? A win is a win is a win. And this means a lot for Virginia. And I will just note, just look at this. They are basically going to gerrymander this state rotten. They are basically going to lock Republicans out of power in a state where Donald Trump got 46% of the vote back in 2024. House seats Republicans in Virginia.
If you want to understand how ridiculous like redistricting is in places like Wisconsin, for example, famously, I've talked about it quite a bit, but for Democrats to actually win majority in like to win majority representation of the state of Wisconsin, they need like almost 70% of the vote. Okay. Like, it's a little bit like, for those of you who don't understand how redistricting works, how gerrymandering works, it's a little bit like the Electoral College, where like Democrats need to outperform the Republicans, not by 1%, but usually the way the Electoral College works, they have to outperform the Republicans by like 5 to almost 10%, not 10%, but like 5 to 7%. In order to actually win the Electoral College. So it's kind of like that, okay? You know, they're trying to slice up the districts in a way that puts a majority. Bro, you have no idea what you're talking about. Get off the platform. All right, today we're going to do something different. We're going to let Pockets 2, following since 2026, 420, explain to us the concept of redistricting and I'm just giving him the table now. Go ahead. Pockets 2, don't chat GPT it. Just explain to us, redistricting, gerrymandering, why I'm wrong about the way that I've described it thus far. Okay, you've taken too long. Kind of feels like you didn't know what the fuck you were talking about, and you were just chirping for no reason. All right, let's continue.
Are only going to really end up with 9%. That is quite the imbalance that's going on here, right? Of course, this is part of a larger national picture as well in terms of redistricting. And this, to me, is what is so interesting, right? We've had all this redistricting, right? It started in Texas. Then it was California. We've done Ohio. We've done North Carolina. We've done Utah. But heading into tonight, pre-Virginia results, the net gain from this mid-decade redistricting was really 0 seats, neither side gaining. But now is where we are right now with the Virginia measure passing. Democrats jump out ahead.
Isn't this only a temporary thing, the redistrict? Yes, it is. It's until the next census where it snaps back into a independent redistricting council.
They're the ones leading in mid-decade redistricting, leading right now by 4 seats on the strength of that yes vote, however thin that margin actually is.
So, Harry, I mean, obviously, Senator Warren was just talking about 6 months from now, the midterm elections. What could this mean for the fight for who controls Congress here?
Yeah, I mean, if you know anything about the House of Representatives, and you're down in Washington, D.C., so you know a heck of a lot more than I do, I would just say this. The power right now, it's so tight, right? Every vote is so tight in the U.S. House of Representatives. So you just take a look here, and this gives you the math of why this vote was so important. If you talk about the margin of the GOP majority in the House post the 2024 election, it was 2 seats, 2 seats. That's how many seats they could lose on a vote before losing the majority. Now, all of a sudden, we're talking about Democrats gaining 1, 2, 3, 4 seats, 4 seats in Virginia. The simple math here is 4 is greater than 2. Without Democrats needing to pick up any more seats, this would eliminate the Republican majority and instill a Democratic majority because the margins are so tight. This vote in Virginia means so very much, and that's why all that money was spent on it. My goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Holy Toledo! And they did the damn thing. And they won by a narrow margin. That's just how democracy works. Okay? Sorry. You snooze, you fucking lose, dude. I know this is annoying, but I've been an advocate for fighting fire with fire for a very long time. So it would be awfully hypocritical of me to criticize the Democrats now when they are finally behaving like Republicans and playing politics like Republicans and not just doing policy like Republicans. Okay. Glad that this is finally taking place. They need to do more of this. Sometimes you have to fight back with the same methods that your enemy is using, especially if your enemy is trying to undermine democracy. Sometimes you have to fight back in a similar vein to preserve democracy, to preserve the democratic process. This is it. Okay? Is there a but coming? No buts. No buts whatsoever. I mean, I know that Democrats will probably use this as an opportunity to fucking farm as many like AIPAC Democrats as possible, put them in the fucking caucus. But yeah, no, this is good. This is objectively a good thing. This is something that they should have done. That's a gerrymander shift only. That doesn't account for the electorate opinion shifting D in competitive races, right? No, it does not. I don't think it does.
Ton of money. Harry, thank you for doing that math for us.
I know, it's very hard, very hard.
This is why we keep you around.
That's right.
Harry Ensign, thank you for that. For more on this, my political sources are here tonight. Jermichael, what's your assessment of what's happening?
I mean, look, I'm not happy about it.
Look at this dildo. Oh my God, is that Neera Tanden? Oh my God.
Holy Toledo.
Dude, what the fuck is this panel?
What we're seeing is a gradual destruction of incentives in our country. So what happens when you create an atmosphere and an environment where compromise no longer exists? Yeah, maybe this is good for Democrats today, but is it good for the long run? Probably.
Dude, CNN, what is the panel? Caitlin, what are you doing? Put someone else on that goddamn panel. Okay, I guess Neera Tanden will be the defender of the Democrats here, even though she sucks. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Or they're like, oh, what a sad day for the democratic process. Bitch, fuck you, okay? The fuck do you mean what a sad day for the democratic process? Sorry, talk to the fucking Republicans for once. It is one of the most annoying things, like when Democrats finally do like a fraction of what the Republicans have been doing, and everyone's like, whoa, 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 you're not supposed to do that. Them's not the rules. You're supposed to fucking eat shit and die every fucking election. What do you mean? Why are you not rolling over and taking it up the fucking ass? How dare you? It's literally Harlem Globetrotters versus the fucking Washington Generals, man. Every fucking time. Every time they're like, whoa, what are you doing? You're not supposed to dunk. You're not allowed to take 3-point shots. What are you doing? You're supposed to lose every time. It's unbelievable. The one time Democrats do the right thing, all of these like liberal panelists, like liberal adjacent panelists, the reasonable Republicans, the reasonable Republican strategists immediately are like, whoa, what a sad day for democracy. I'm sorry. Trump is your guy. You can't say that. You can't be defending Trump on a daily basis and then fucking turn around and be like, well, I can't believe the Democrats are doing this. I mean, I get why. Okay? I get why they're saying this, because the expectation is, yeah, Democrats are supposed to be controlled opposition. Democrats are supposed to just eat it every day of the week. Sorry, sucks to fucking suck. It's so ridiculous, and it's hilarious to see this. Look. Washington Post editorial board was fine with the Republicans gerrymandering in Texas, but when Democrats responded in Virginia, it's a power grab that plunges America deeper in the gerrymandering abyss. The Texas gerrymander freak out. What's happening in the Lone Star State is not a threat to democracy. Virginia plunges America deeper in the gerrymandering abyss. Hold on. It's unbelievable, dude. It's unfucking believable. But I hope this gives more confidence to the Democrats to do stuff like this, okay? I hope it gives more confidence to Democrats. Incredible double standard by the media. The one time Democrats actually fight back. More of this, please. Take this country back from the hands of fascists. Let corporate media stooges scream in agony. Who cares? We got our own dog to dunk now, and the libs are mad. Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. It's bullshit, okay? I've been talking about how bullshit this is for the longest time, okay? Sucks to suck, dude. Maybe this is a dumb question, but what is even the moral argument against Dems redistricting? Like, there isn't a fair way to district there. It will always be arbitrary. No, redistricting is cheating. Okay. It straight up is cheating. But the problem is Democrats for the longest time, knowing full well that they have the votes in all of these fucking states for the most part, with the exception of some states where they have like done gerrymandering, have actively tried to fight against gerrymandering. As a matter of fact, there's a reason why there's a lot more blue seats that are readily available in blue states. That is because to even have a normal Democratic proportional representation in said blue states, they had to literally set up independent commissions against the Republicans constantly fucking cheating. Okay? Now, of course, there's a wonderful opportunity here for the Democrats to keep farming more seats because most of those fucking blue states are even blue to begin with because they were able to set up independent commissions against the wishes of the Republicans who wanted to fucking gerrymander it into oblivion. Red states, on the other hand, unbelievably red because they've already been gerrymandered. Okay? So yeah, play the same game that Republicans are playing, okay? This is a great. I hope it inspires Democrats to fight back even harder. When are you going to thank this woman for fighting back against the Republicans, Hasan? Louise Lucas, I have the utmost respect for Senator Kaine and Senator Warner, but we don't need coaching on redistricting coming back from a cuck chair in the corner. How about you all stay focused on the fashion in the White House and let us handle redistricting in Virginia 10-1. You truly aren't your normal grandma. I keep telling him, don't let the gray hair fool you. She said, cuck chair. That was in January. She posted her victory lap today. Thank you, McDonald's, for hiring those facing federal job losses. Every family deserves to earn a living, and that's why we raised our minimum wage in Virginia to $15 an hour. Yeah. Her header is her with boxing gloves on. You see? Revealed. Virginia wine moms release counter plan for the Trump arch.
These elections, if we lose these elections, the House, and in this case the House, and just it's going to be a disaster.
And shut your bitch ass up.
Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. I'm rocking my pants, putting suckers in fear, making the tears rain down like a monsoon. Listen to the bass go boom, explosion, overpowering.
Oh, that's dope. I mean, that's fire. You owe me an apology, Madge. Oh, now you read the tweet? This is who I was trying to send you, you dingus? Okay, bro, calm down. All right. Yeah, belt to ass, dude. Belt to fucking ass. Respect. 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 That's all I gotta say. Belt to fucking ass. This is how you gotta fucking play. I'm glad that for the first time ever, Democrats are not apologizing for doing the same shit Republicans have been doing so aggressively. Okay? Look. Even when I was close to the feet, I rose to my feet. L. Louise Lucas.
Still Snoop Dogg and D.I. Guess who's back? Still doing that.
Anyway, it's great. He's great. Yeah, she got L's in her name so she could be handing them out like hotcakes. Anyway, it's great. It's great. Let's once we're done with the analysis, we'll get to the fun part, which is hogwatch, because Republicans are fucking losing their minds. They're like, how could you have done this? Okay? Because it genuinely feels to me like they got so comfortable consistently not playing by the rules and having the Democrats just go, oh, I can't do anything about it. Never mind. Just like throw up their hands in defeat and just sit idly by. Okay?
Probably not. For 4 years, there was an argument from my friends on the other side about democracy falling in darkness. Well, how in the hell is this preserving democracy? And look, I'm not saying that one side over the other doesn't gerrymander. Hell, they all gerrymander. It's just not a good thing at all. The American people don't benefit from this. And as someone who resides in Virginia, where you have, 40+% of the state that voted for for the current president, rather, leaving only one Republican congressional seat seems to be in force of democracy and protecting the Constitution and the preservation of these great ideals. I would think not.
Well, I mean, what do you say to that? Because that was a question we asked a lot of Democrats once they launched their own redistricting efforts after we saw what happened in Texas. But a lot of them argued to us was, well, if the Republicans are doing it, we're also going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the real problem here is that Republicans launched a mid-decade redistricting project in Texas. Virginia came up with its results, but Florida is likely to redistrict in the next couple of days. In fact, they held off for the vote, I think, for political reasons, but they are likely to redistrict. So at the end of the day, I think Democrats and Republicans will roughly match out to be equal. We don't know what Florida will do. I think maybe they'll be concerned that redistricting could end up, they could end up losing some of those seats because there could be such a great wave. But I think the truth is that Democrats have supported.
Do you see her post about the poll on you? I know. After chirping non-fucking stop, she once again finds herself aligned with the Republicans, which is really funny. You realize the average unfavorable opinion here is Republican, right? You were weeks away from working in the White House, but this seems okay too. Don't feel too bad. I was the White House domestic policy advisor, job of my dream, and worked at the White House for about 4 years. Clearly, you don't pay much attention. They literally, she was supposed to be appointed and couldn't be appointed because she tweets too much. So, that is kind of the future that she designed for herself. Don't understand why she's still seething. I mean, I kind of do understand, but whatever. This is a day of unity, I guess, across the board.
A nationwide ban on partisan gerrymandering. Republicans have opposed that. This was a part of legislation.
Hello, Hasan. You have blind spots. Hello, Hasan. You have blind spots. So the person who replied, I can't see. Chat is too fast. All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it, dude. It's struggle session time, okay? I love when liberals do Maoist struggle sessions, okay? Skip to 2340 if you just want key takeaways. Chatter, do you feel like this is a productive use of your time, our time, what we're doing a little quick self-plug here? I love you, Chatter. Thank you for trying to make me a better person, okay? And everybody else in the chat, don't dunk on this person doing self-promo, okay? Even though, probably not the best the way to go about it. But just like, what the fuck are we doing, man? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we fucking doing? You're so nice. Yeah, I mean, you should be nicer to our allies here, okay? Even if they're fucking annoying, which they are.
And they tried to pass in the last cycle. Republicans have opposed that. I believe that we should have a nationwide ban on partisan gerrymandering. The real thing that set this all off was Donald Trump called into Texas and asked them, not by anyone voting, but just asked the legislature to change. And in California and Virginia, at least they asked the voters to weigh in. This is very different than what happened in Texas. Voters have said they would like to move forward on this because they recognize the stakes with Trump ending accountability through gerrymandering mid-decade.
Scott, what's your take?
Virginia literally had the fairest maps in the nation. They had a 6-5 map, 6 Democrats, 5 Republicans. In terms of proportional representation, they had the fairest map in the nation that was drawn, by the way, by an independent commission that the voters asked for just a few years ago. Now they will have the least fair maps in the nation. And I'm not surprised that the yes vote won. They had all the money and all the lies. And sometimes in politics, when you got those two things, you can put something over the line. Even something as egregious as this whole thing has driven Spamberger's approval ratings down into the toilet. She lied to the people of Virginia. They had to write a ballot question that was a joke. They drew maps that were a joke. Now you're going to have huge chunks of rural Virginia represented by 5 or 6 Democrats who all live in Northern Virginia within about 15 miles of each other. It's a complete joke. Everybody knows it. And there's a reason that all these national Democrats and all their money came into Virginia because, they don't really care about the people of Virginia.
Oh, dude, what? That's crazy. Oh, I can't believe they're undermining the principle of democracy here. Bitch, you're a Republican. Shut the fuck up. Shut your bitch ass up. You're the reason why this is happening. Suck my dick. Suck my fucking dick, Scott.
Just care about power.
I mean if we could just put that new map back, Nero, I want you to respond to that, but if we could just put that new map back up, I mean, that's...
Republicans about to be like, well, with this new information that's come out about Scott Jennings, Hasan Piker is actually being very homophobic, very biphobic, very queerphobic, telling a queer man, Scott Jennings, who was recently outed on the timeline, to suck his penis. How dare you, sir? How dare you? This is a recently outed man. And you are out here saying, suck your penis to him. RNC is about to come out and be like, well, Democrat spokesperson, chairman of the Democratic Liberal Party, the Liberal Democrat Capitalist Party, Hasan Chairman Piker, tells a recently outed bisexual man to suck his penis. What won't the Democrats do? A bridge too far.
Back up that you can see, obviously, what the proposed districts that were on this ballot
Yeah, blind spots exposed.
I mean, here's the thing. Unlike in Texas and other states, in Texas and Florida, they are not putting this up to the voters, right? Republicans.
Key takeaways. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Shut up. Stop posting your fucking crit, okay? Stop. Stop. Key takeaway. 1, accountability for bad faith politicians. Cover blind spots for public servants who are at capacity. 2, connect with local political commentators for overseas aid and cover transparency and disclosure after completed projects. 3, interpret commentary as feedback to refine theories and ground them into lived reality, prioritizing realistic accessibility during analysis. 4, minimize antagonization of opposing party to give their news outlet less fuel to agitate pro-regime citizens into harming others. Dude, when will you understand? Okay, you're adding training weights onto someone who is the closest to you ideologically. Who asked? Shut up! I know you think you have a brilliant assessment here. Do you think you're the first person? God damn. Oh my God. Shut up.
I don't know. They have a lot of money in their coffers. As far as I can see, they aren't.
You think you're the first person to come in here and be like, I actually know exactly how you could do your job a lot better than you, even though you've been doing it for 10 fucking years and getting constantly ass blasted by both the liberals and their adjacent, like, independent, supposedly quote unquote independent outlets, and also the entirety of the Republican Party, all the way to the fucking neo-Nazis. But guess what? I got you, King. I know you didn't ask for this, but I got you. You actually suck. And I got a way for you to not suck. Here, do it my way. How about you do it your way? Okay? You do it your way, and when you do it your way and you build this fucking momentum, this grassroots momentum, I'll come to you. I'll say, listen, King, thank you so much for showing me the right way to do things. You minimize antagonism towards the fucking opposition party. Like, imagine thinking this is good criticism when you're basically saying, I'm pissing off the Republicans into being transphobic or into being anti-black. How fucking delusional is this criticism? What are you doing? A party that has anchored its entire fucking core principles around murdering, jailing black and brown people. You think they're being antagonized by someone like myself into doing that further? What are you, fucking stupid? The fuck? What the fuck are you saying? Think.
See, has a lot more money than Democrats.
Who spent
a
more?
lot of them?
But you know what the difference is?
They may not have spent more because you know you're going to lose. Because the actual issue is, here's what motivated people in Virginia. The fact is that because Donald Trump decided
Guy, I'm imagining number 4 is minimize antagonization of opposing party to give news outlets less fuel to agitate pro-regime citizens into harming others. I'm thinking of a guy who did a hate crime in like Missouri or something, and they only did it because they saw me on Fox News. Because they saw a clip on Fox News. They were like, I wasn't going to do this hate crime before, but now I'm going to do it. I was woke until I watched this Fox News broadcast, and now I'm agitated, and I'm going to go do a hate crime. Like, you think that's how this works? Is that's what's going on? That's what you think? Criticism of the ideology of empire must be balanced with infrastructural empowerment of people, not just pro-human, but human-centered. What does that fucking mean? Bullet points that literally are just bullet points through AI slop that unironically is just being like, hey, why don't you be a liberal? Okay, why don't you be a liberal who's nice to Republicans? This is how we win.
do a mid-decade redistrict in Texas. People believed that in order to level the playing field, you needed to ensure that Virginia acted.
But you know what the difference is?
Ridiculous is
what's
the one thing just to say no.
With Texas,
neither one of you said a word about Texas.
Well, that's not true. I actually talked a lot about Texas,
where was Scott
and I wasn't happy about that. But let me just say this: the difference is Democrats have a number of seats still in the state of Texas. Now we can disagree on whether this made sense morally, ethically. That's a fair point. But in Virginia, you're eliminating all but one.
They took 5
seats but one. That's basic math. How is that at all fair? How's that fair?
You didn't give Texans
How's
a right
that fair?
to vote. You didn't put it up to a ballot proposition.
The question is, but how is it fair in Virginia?
The legislature,
Republicans with one. Would you be okay if we left Democrats with one congressional seat?
You know what I would be okay with? I would be okay with a ban on partisan gerrymandering across the country. And I wish you guys had supported that.
When the president, so clearly wanted this to happen in Texas, that it did set off this kind of arms race.
Of course it is.
Why do these people want to talk about fair? Because, again, meat for meat. Democrats went meat for the first time in a long time. All of a sudden, there's more meat. Life is a game of inches, okay? Turns out Democrats got a couple more inches on the Republicans, and all of a sudden everyone's like, whoa, you're not supposed to do that. You're not allowed. The fuck? We get to do that. We get to violate all the fucking rules, and then we turn around and we cry to the referee after we beat the fuck out of the referee. Fuck you. That's what I say. That's what I say to the Republicans, okay? Fair is fair. What do you mean fair? When have you fought fair, bitch? Shut the fuck up.
And that's my initial point. This is not good for the country. Like, I'm a conservative. Hell yes, I want my side to do well. I strongly believe in my principles, and I presume Near here cares a lot about her side, and she wants to see Democrats do well. But how in the hell is this good for democracy when both sides believe there is no interest in incentivizing on anything? We don't have to compromise. We don't have to figure it out. We don't have to work things out, because you know what? We'll have one red state, one blue state. There will be no purple states. There will be no party in the middle. How does that move things forward when you look at the things that this country is currently struggling with? on the economic front, the education front, healthcare. You have China, our greatest adversary, that are moving leaps and bounds ahead, and we can't even govern ourselves appropriately. This should make any person in this country happy about where we are.
You know,
Appalling.
I agree. I just think the way to have dealt with this is to have a ban on gerrymandering in any of these states. Mid-decade redistricting is really something has really happened very rarely. North Carolina did a few years ago, but we should really most people are used to decennial. Most states are used to it, like doing it every decade. We should do it, and we should actually abandon all this. And I wish Republicans had joined the Democrats.
Scott, if you were a member of Congress, would you vote to ban gerrymandering?
Well, I actually am rather protective.
What's up? What's up, Scott? Great question. Great question. I don't know. I mean, maybe. It depends.
Of the states making these decisions.
That's a no.
I don't really have a problem with states making decisions about this.
Do you see the guy who outed Scott on the timeline was also saying Cenk is paid by Russia and funneled part of that money to kickstart your career? True. Yes. He had gay sex with Scott Jennings, and also Vladimir Putin gave Cenk, Uncle Chunk Weigert, $17 billion that Uncle Chunk Weigert gave me directly, so I could purchase a fucking PlayStation 4 camera. I needed that Russian money.
What I have a problem with in this case, look, Texas did what they did. They had a right to do it. Virginia did what they did. What I have a problem with in Virginia is you had a fair map, and you also had an independent commission draw it, and you also had the new governor, tell the people of Virginia during her campaign she wasn't going to do it. So this whole thing was built on lies, and the ballot question, if you read it, was a total joke. You showed the map of the districts. They're a complete joke. And so I think what they've done is they basically disenfranchised 90%.
Scott seems like he hates referendum, which is a referendum is the purest expression of the democratic process, Scott. Kind of feels like you're crying to the referee after the fact, huh? Doesn't feel too good, does it? Doesn't feel too good, does it now? Doesn't feel too good, does it now? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. The question, Scott, was, would you be in favor of banning redistricting across the board, Scott? It wasn't, in Virginia, they didn't abide by the democratic process. Fuck you, Scott. Thank you to the Democratic Party for at least giving me one day of pleasure watching these Republican fascist dipshits cry about how undemocratic this process is. Oh, it's so good. Look. First time the Democrats actually fight back, Republicans are on the back foot. You see how quickly they change their language? I've been literally saying this non-fucking stop. I've been saying this for the utilization of rhetoric, okay? I've been saying this for legislative engineering, all of this stuff. The moment that Democrats actually start fighting fire with fire, Republicans turn into fucking libtards. Democrats have been getting punched in the fucking face nonstop for decades. The one time that they punch back, look, they start cry bullying. That's it. Let them fucking cry.
It's against democracy to argue that you're against the vote.
Don't you find their tears to be delicious? I do.
I'm a Republican voter in Virginia. I would never do this to Democrats. I don't agree with Democrats on a whole lot of issues.
So you disagree
There's
with
no
it?
way I would do this.
You
How is
disagree
this
with it
so
on a moral front, and you just on a principle front.
Of course.
But politically, I mean, if you're Mike Johnson tonight and you're looking at this, how does that make you feel about November?
I mean, look, you'd be pretty pissed off, but I'll tell you this. Other Republican states are going to do the same thing. And Democrats should not be surprised if there's one congressional district or if there's 0 congressional districts, because that is where we are now.
Day 54 of the war should have been a day.
Anyway, before we get to the Iran war briefing side of things, there's still so much more I want to talk about because, again, delicious tears. Who has Tim Pool crying on the timeline? Because Tim Pool, Virginia is the last bastion for the deep state. It's their counteroffensive. They need to eliminate all opposition voices and consolidate power in order to stage the next political assault on the U.S. Dude, remember, I need you to remember something, okay? They did January 6th. Like, look, I think it was funny, okay? You know my opinion on January 6th. But, like, if you care about, like, the democratic process or whatever, okay, you cannot be defending January 6th and then turning around and fucking complaining about shit like this, okay? Just never forget the very same people, including, I mean, Tim Pool, that literally got paid by Russia anyway through Tenet Media. That's a totally separate story. But just like, remember, these are the same fucking people. What? January 6th was not funny. The left treating it as a joke is why Trump is back in the White House. Buddy, what leftist is the reason why Donald Trump is not in prison for doing January 6th? While it was objectively a funny incident, I will never not laugh at fucking HVAC business owners literally crawling up the steps of the rotunda, okay, to walk in, to think that they could just like undermine the democratic process because they were able to tackle this like symbolic vote certification process while they demand to murder Mike Pence, okay? What fucking leftist is the reason why Donald Trump is not behind bars? I'm a very fair guy. Okay, I'm a very pragmatic guy, perhaps too pragmatic. Some of the people on the to my left get mad at me for this. But the idea that like it's the left that is the reason why Trump is not behind bars is fucking idiotic, okay? I've said this before. Throw his bitch ass in prison. Okay? Throw his bitch ass in prison. Yeah, I said that too. I said the same shit. I said, hey, look, Brazil did the right thing. It wasn't my fault. The idea of January 6th is not funny. The execution of January 6th was and is hilarious. Yes, you will never convince me that people who flew from all around the country, just like the fattest Treatlerites you've ever seen, the fattest small business Hitlerites in the entire country gathered in the Capitol to walk through the halls of Congress, and they thought that like intercepting this symbolic process, this vote certification process, would somehow magically overturn the motherfucking results of the past Democratic election. It just doesn't work that way. And not only did we not punish the Republican Party for doing this, none of the motherfuckers that did January 6th even got an ounce of punishment either. Charlie Kirk was bussing fools. Turning Point USA. Charlie Kirk was bussing motherfuckers to the Capitol, man. What are we talking about? If you don't take it seriously as a Democratic Party, you can't expect me to not laugh at it, okay? Yeah, they did Hogchella, and you're out here expecting me not to laugh. It was objectively funny. Charlie Kirk was at January 6th. Oh my God. Not only was he at January 6th, he bussed people, okay? Nick Fuentes too. They all did. Those losers had a 1:4 KD ratio and all they managed was to put a feet on a desk. Yeah. Yeah. Not only that, but also, they had no real no mechanism for success, okay? They had nothing going on. They got fucking jailed, the people that participated in it. Some of them got jailed. Donald Trump won the election again, and then he released them. And then half of the motherfuckers are back in jail because they're either attempting to do suicide by cop or just have a tendency to secure child sexual abuse material, it seems. Half of them are fucking pedophiles, dude. How is that possible? How do you have a movement where so many of them are straight up pedophiles? How is that possible? How is that possible? It's unbelievable. It is truly unbelievable that you got a movement comprised almost entirely of small business treatlerites that happen to have unbelievable amounts of child sexual abuse material in their fucking hard drives. How is that possible? These are just like the biggest villains of all time. They're just so gross, so evil. And we have to act as though they're normal. We have to act as though they're not fucking freaks. Democrats tell me like, oh, we want a strong Republican Party. No, I want no Republican Party, okay? Maybe a symbolic one. That's my argument, okay? So, of course, on this glorious day when the Democrats are finally fighting back, okay, like they got something to lose. They're finally fucking fighting back and winning. Baseless claim? Oh, is it? Is that a baseless claim? Does that hurt your feelings to hear about how many of the January 6ers that got released from prison had to go back to prison because they were, taking their dicks out in the nearest fucking kindergarten? Does that hurt your feelings to hear? Pedocon is a theory like gravity is a theory, okay? Pedocon is just reality. Sorry if that fucking hurts your fifis, I'd say suck my dick, but, I'm 34 years old. It's a couple decades too old for you, I think. Dumbass. Anyway. But yeah, here it is. Texas gerrymander freakout from the WAPO editorial board, obviously. It is not, the irony is not lost upon me that Trouble Man is dunking on the right-wing outlet Washington Post, comprised entirely of fucking right-wingers. Jeff Bezos purchased it to do this kind of propaganda because he's a bald piece of shit himself. Sorry, boss man. It's just the truth. Okay? Obviously, Trouble Man, this guy, loves when that right-wing outlet is shitting on me. Doesn't realize that the Washington Post is a right-wing outlet, especially his editorial board. He's fine with that alignment when it's actually dunking to his left, but all of a sudden, obviously, when it's dunking on the Democrats, we're united. Unlike Trouble Man, I'm consistent, okay? I want to fucking fight the Republicans. I want to fight fascism in this country. If the Democrats, if the liberals are going to be doing that, I'm going to support them. All right? That's it. That's it. That's the point. Now let's keep watching these fucking Republicans cry delicious tears. Anyway, I'm going to break myself and post social media ban to note something that I might write if I wasn't leaving or on a trip tonight. If you want to solve gerrymandering as a solvable problem, there are several options. Liberals would prefer some. Commissions that account for communities of interest. Conservatives will prefer others, say strict compactness requirements, but each side's skepticism of the other's preferred option is mostly unjustified. Commissions haven't mistreated the GOP in the way it believes. Nationwide commission-drawn maps perform as one would expect based on computer sims. With commissions nationwide, the maps might well lean more GOP than today. The GOP's misperception here is partly based on the lopsided seat count in California, but single-member districts don't yield proportional maps. In California, where 80% of people live in D geographies, a fair map will yield 80% Dem seats. That's what the Sims say too. The GOP's concern that communities of interest are just a backdoor way to justify gerrymandering Democratic seats isn't unfounded. This strikes me as an area that's ripe for compromise if anyone ever wanted. Still, so far it hasn't yielded unfair results. There have been commission-drawn maps where Ds aren't happy with the result, like Colorado or Arizona. On any given map, someone's going to get the marginal district. But if you judge this process in the aggregate, it works out fine and fair. A compactness/boundary standard wouldn't be nearly as bad as progressives seem to believe either. It wouldn't hurt Democrats or the number of minority-majority districts to the extent they believe. Dem fears were understandable in the Obama era, but it's not 2012 anymore. Dems win in the burbs while doing worse in both city and countryside. As a result, compact districts yield a competitive and relatively balanced map nationwide. More pure gold from Tim Pool.
Pritzker's, of course, talking out his rear end, trying
to. Texas rep calls for arrested Democrats who fled possible bribery charges. Oh, this is when the Texas Republicans were rigging their state 8 months ago, when Tim Pool was calling for the arrest of the Democrats who were trying to stop that process from taking place. Disagree not while Republicans are actively trying to revise our history. What? This isn't Nate Silver. This is Nate Cohn. This is the other Nate. This is the New York Times Needle Nate. Okay? He's the upshot guy. Here again, there's a lot of interstate variation. In states like Texas, compact districts will yield many seats for the Democrats. In Illinois or Wisconsin, it's great for the GOP. Nationwide, it would be fine. As the nation's suburbs become more diverse, compact districts do less and less to pack non-white voters into overwhelmingly non-white seats. Nowadays, compact maps yield many minority opportunity districts without any deliberate effort to create them. Details are interesting and I guess not wrong, says Aaron Frischner. But Republicans aren't against the ban because of the particulars. They simply think they're entitled to power regardless of the popular will. This is also why they stole the Supreme Court seat and tried to steal a presidential election. Exactly. Because Republicans are fucking fascist, okay? I've said Republicans are fascist throughout my entire career, but now they're like fully leaning into the fascism. They're like openly demonstrating the power that they have, no matter how undemocratic it is. Okay, as a matter of fact, they like that it's undemocratic. They see that as a flex. I understand why journalists want to show nonpartisan objectivity by drawing parallels between the parties and finding space in the middle, but the parties simply differ here. The reason the parties disagree on a gerrymandering ban is also why they disagree on the Electoral College. There are 10,000 examples of this from prominent voices on the right today. They aren't saying, let's reform the system. They're just outraged that their own tactics were used against them. Look at this from one of the most followed conservative Virginia accounts. It's insane. I'll take 4 to 6 GOP. By the way, one of the most followed Republican Virginia accounts, of course, Lolly. I'll take 4 to 6 GOP pickups in Texas, 1 GOP pickup in Missouri, and 2 to 3 GOP pickups in Ohio in exchange for losing 1 GOP seat in Maryland. The fact of the matter is, we hold all the cards here. There's absolutely nothing Democrats can bring to bear that matches our ability to gerrymander Republican-controlled states next year. Why would we not do this? And then openly states, no, I support gerrymandering when my side does it, and I oppose it when Democrats do it because Democrats are my enemy and I want them to lose everywhere. The Democratic Party masquerades as a legitimate political party while functioning as an illegitimate tool for foreigners, criminals, and their managerial handlers to sack and pillage this country at the expense of the American people. The appropriate number of Democratic seats at all levels of government is 0. The party itself should be banned, and at least half of its elected officials should be in prison. How refreshingly honest. Unbelievably funny, though, that like a prominent right-wing figure in the election Twitter on the Republican side is a fucking lolicon. You should be in prison. As a matter of fact, in the state of Texas, by Texas law, you would be in prison. What the fuck are you talking about? Your same party wants to beat you to death with hammers for your gross, perverse sexual fantasies. Fuck you mean? This is why it's so funny. It's funny to me that these guys are like, yeah, no, in a future neo-Nazi universe that I want to craft, I will be fine. They will let me jerk off to the fucking lolicon. No, they won't. Okay? Even in your wildest dystopian future that you have designed for yourself, you're still going to jail. Anyway, this is not just a phenomenon of Trumpism either, though he has obviously taken it to new depths. Adam Serwer makes the point in a depressing way. Exhibit A, Peter J. Hansen. It's really so egregious that Virginia's wealthiest residents are straight up trying to steal voting power from the state's rural and working class voters. From now on until eternity, Peter J. Hasan says, any Virginia Democrat who says, I support the working class or I support our farmers should be asked, then why did you support disenfranchising them? Adam Serwer says, you can't do that to rural voters. What are they, black people? That's the other side of the story. Because redistricting by Republicans has been wielded as a weapon to disenfranchise black voters in perpetuity. That is like the major point of this. Just like the filibuster was most commonly applied to undermine any kind of civil rights legislation, racist reactionary forces in this country have used every tool in the fucking tool belt to undermine black voters in the South. Okay? That's their purpose. That's what they've done. That's the whole point. She responded to a groyper crying. Red line politics. Yeah, the dream of Republican Virginia is dead. Red line politics is damn. Red line politics just had nothing to say. Just said, damn, I got cooked. Yeah, the L. Louis Lucas is cooking on the fucking timeline. Hopefully this take doesn't come off poorly, but the only reason that the neocon is wrong is because of their morals, not their tactics. Is them should fight just as dirty as the fascists do against them, treat them as an actual enemy. Yes, that's my point. That is what I've been demanding. That is what I want. I want these motherfuckers to cry, okay? What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Let's get serious. Are we actually fighting the fascist threat in this country? Or are we just like playing by the uneven rules that the fascists have designed that they keep utilizing against the Democrats over and over again? This is good. I will support it. Of course, when the Democrats do something good, I'm going to support them. Even if they're a fucking liberal, bourgeois, capitalist party. As long as they're not the controlled opposition party against the growth of fascism in this country. Yeah, of course I'm going to fucking support that. And it's good. Let their tears motivate you, okay? Let the opposition's fascist tears motivate you into doing more of this, please. In fairness, Nate Cohn's original post does lead with a, if you want to solve gerrymandering, but the thing is, Republicans don't. Almost none of them do. The details are interesting, but largely irrelevant because they don't want reform, they want control. Exactly. This is why I have often said this point like undermines the way that the Democrats approach politics in the United States of America undermine the severity of the crisis, right? On the one hand, they'll be like, oh, these guys are racist. But then on the other hand, they're constantly playing fucking patty cakes with these goddamn racists. All right? Don't play fucking patty cakes with them. They're punching you. They're punching you in the fucking mouth over and over again, and they're fascists. Fight back. Anyway, I said they can't comprehend the Dems actually fighting back. Incredible hogwatch opportunity here, MAGA tears. Here is Taylor Popolars, national political reporter for Spectrum News, showing how Donald Trump reacted to voters in Virginia approving a ballot measure yesterday to redraw their congressional maps to favor Democrats versus, in the bottom, how President Trump reacted initially to GOP states lawmakers in Texas passing legislation last summer to redraw their congressional maps to favor Republicans. Now, this was already done because Donald Trump demanded it, by the way. Donald Trump is the singular force here. He is the guy who started this process. Okay? There were even considerations on the Republican side that like this might backfire, right? If we go, if we go ban for ban, this might actually backfire. Those voices were quickly squashed, obviously, because the Republican Party is singularly focused on soothing the fascist interests of a demented madman, Donald Trump. It's a cult, so obviously it doesn't really matter if there were, more reasonable figures in the Republican side who saw that this could be a situation that backfires on them. I'm going to read you what Donald Trump said last night or earlier today. A rigged election took place last night in the great Commonwealth of Virginia. All day long, Republicans were winning. The spirit was unbelievable. Until the very end, when, of course, there was a massive mail-in ballot drop. Where have I heard that before? And the Democrats eked out another crooked victory. 6-5 goes 10-1. And yet the presidential, he's going to do another January 6th in Virginia, dude. He's like, we must do another January 6th in Virginia this time. That's what took place. They stole it. They rigged the election and they stole it. Unbelievable. Stop the steal. Stop the steal. Very close to a 50-50 split. In addition to everything else, the language of the referendum was purposely unintelligible and deceptive. Yeah. Yeah, it's the Democrats fooled my illiterate voters. Everyone knows Republicans can't read or write, which is good. That means they're bigger patriots than the stupid elite libtards who know how to read and write above a 6th grade level. This is why it should be illegal. We are doing a reverse poll tax. We are instituting a reverse poll tax. If you can read or write above a 6th grade level, you are not allowed to vote any longer. That's right. We're bringing back Jim Crow laws, but this time you are no longer allowed to read or write if you want to vote. After all, that is the real America. Big words are banned in the real America. No more school. Only homeschool. Homeschool only. We're no longer doing common core curriculum. It's woke. It's too woke. They're teaching them the maths. They're teaching them the reading. They're teaching them the writing. Anyway. Yeah, he said the language was purposely unintelligible and deceptive. As everyone knows, I'm an extraordinarily brilliant person. I'm an extraordinarily brilliant person. And even I had no idea what the hell they were talking about in the referendum, and neither do they. I'm so smart, and yet I couldn't read. We should make it illegal to read. I am a real stable genius. How dare they? How dare they trick us with big words? Let's see if the courts will fix this travesty of, in air quotes, justice. President Donald J. Trump. Now, look at what he said when the shoe was on the other foot. Let's take a look. Big win for the great state of Texas. Everything passed on our way to 5 more congressional seats and saving your rights, your freedoms, and your country itself. Texas never lets us down. Florida, Indiana, and others are looking to do the same thing. More seats equals less crime, a great economy, and a strong Second Amendment. It means happiness and peace. But Republicans, there is one thing even better. Stop mail-in voting, a total fraud that has no bounds, except for when I do it every single election. I have never voted in person. I have only voted by mail. That's real. Donald Trump votes by mail. Everyone else, it should be illegal. Just for me, I should be able to vote by mail. Also, go to paper ballots before it's too late. Again, it's paper ballots almost all across the United States of America. At 1/10 the cost, faster and more reliable. If we do these 2 things, we will pick up 100 more seats, and the crooked game of politics is over. God bless America. Do you think he actually votes at all? Yes, of course he votes, man. Come on. They are massive dump posting. The voting was basically 55-45 with no less than an hour left. Fairfax County has shown exactly 0 votes at that point. Suddenly, they report exactly 35,000 votes. At 80% yes and 20% no, and then the vote flips. Okay, wonder how that looks on a graph. Let's guess. Oh, the big, beautiful ballots were dumped. Oh, the big, beautiful ballots were dumped. How dare they dump those ballots? The mules, 2,000 mules, 3,000 mules. What is this? Senator Elisa Slotkin meeting with the ADL. Oh, brother. All right. I don't care. I don't want to talk about Elisa Slotkin. Okay.
First of all,
let's hear what, let's look at some reactions. Okay. Let's look at some reactions.
The Democrat Party is ruthless. And what they did, you know, they wrote a ballot initiative.
They were ruthless. He said the Democratic Party were ruthless. I love hearing that. By God, that is music to my motherfucking ears, dude. Oh, I love hearing Republicans say the Democrats are ruthless. More of this, please. Oh my God. More of this, please, dude. Oh, it's music to my ears.
The Democrat Party is ruthless. And what they did, you know, they wrote a ballot initiative that was completely disingenuous.
Oh.
This is not saving democracy. If you look at the actual vote totals by county, which I did this morning, it proves that the 6-to-5 ratio is accurate. This is a sham. I've got a lot of friends here in Congress that are Republicans in Virginia, and if this goes through, you know, I'll miss them. But I don't even know if I'm going to get reelected. Today's modern.
No! 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 It's not fair. This is the most fair way to do this, by the way. They straight up did a referendum. Like, it doesn't get more fair than that.
Up here about to kill us. We need to start playing hardball on this redistricting stuff. It's ridiculous. We're going to lose everything because we don't have any guts to fight it. You know, we don't.
Oh my God. Let him. Oh, this is. Oh, I'm just wafting in it. Okay. Oh God. Oh, the air of defeat. Just straight up depressed Republicans. Incredible, dude. Fucking incredible. Liberals. I mean, many of you are not. Many of you don't even give a shit. But if there are any liberals in here, okay, just remember how good this feels, okay? Demand more of this feeling. Demand more from your electeds so they fight back so you can feel this good again and again and again and again.
Not educating our voters. We're not registering people to vote. You know, we hang out at the country club with the Chamber of Commerce crowd and we get our hats handed to us.
Now, we started off 6 points down. And we knew this was always going to be a fight. We've been saying from the beginning this was not California. And we came off of a successful no gerrymandering constitutional amendment just 4 or 5 years ago. So I'm pleased that we won by 3 percentage points. It was by no means a done deal.
We will not let Donald Trump rig the midterm elections by gerrymandering maps all across the country without a forceful democratic response. That is what you saw in Virginia. That is what you will see in Florida. And that is what has taken place all across the country.
My sexual panther, dude. Hakeem, more like Fakeem. Oh my God. Hell yeah. Damon Toll, FAFO, boom, God bless Texas. The House Redistricting Committee just passed a new map that adds up to 5 Republican House seats. Here's Gunther Eagleman also saying, sickening. Oh, this is so good. Boom, God bless Texas. Sickening. Sickening, not like that. You're not allowed to do that. Why are you doing that? Stop doing that now. Don't you care about democracy? This was the language of anyone. This ballot language is inexcusably deceptive, says the NRSC Sarah Gallagher. How do you rig an election? You rig the question. Look at this ballot asking Virginians to flip a 5D, a 6D, 5R congressional map to 10D, 1R, breaking up every region of the Commonwealth. Yet the ballot says to restore fairness. Should the Constitution of Virginia be amended to allow the General Assembly to temporarily adopt new congressional districts to restore fairness in the upcoming elections while ensuring Virginia's standard redistricting process resumes for all future redistricting after the 2030 census? They should have said permanently. They should have said permanently. That's the real crime here. They're still going to go back to an independent independent redistricting measure in the 2030 census. Okay, that's what I think. If you want to ask me what I think, they should have just kept it. Okay, they should have kept it going. You know? Unbelievable. These guys crying. Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
One at that. With former President Barack Obama writing on X, quote,
Oh, they're so
congratulations,
mad.
Virginia.
Give me the Jesse Waters. Give me Jesse Waters must have reacted to this. Give me the Jesse Waters, please.
Republicans are trying to tilt the midterm elections in their favor, but they haven't done it yet. Thanks for showing us what it looks like to stand up for our democracy and fight back. Our next guest lives in Virginia. Defending Education founder Nikki Neely joins me now. Nikki, thank you so much for joining us on this. One of the notable things about this is that this was narrowly passed in Virginia, 51.5 to 48.5, but it's going to have a major implication when it comes to the congressional map. I mean, it will change it drastically, could give Democrats 10 seats to Republicans 1. So as a Virginia resident yourself, what do you think about this?
This is sickening. You know, Virginia used to have what was basically the most fair maps in the country. Our congressional delegation of 11 seats sent 6 Democrats and 5 Republicans.
Was it no longer fair for you? Oh, that's so crazy. Why are the Democrats giving us a taste of our own medicine? How dare they?
Republicans.
That's literally everything, by the way. Like, everyone immediately when they turn on the back foot, Republicans when they get on defense immediately fucking turn into liberals. What about the process? What about the system? What about the process? Referee, help me. Well, the referee's dead. You shot him with a gun, okay? What the fuck do you expect? Boo fucking who?
So as you said, now it's going to be 10-1. But this whole referendum was a gaslighting attempt. Much like we were told Abigail Spanberger was a moderate, we were told that this was a temporary measure. We were told that it is to restore fairness. And there is absolutely nothing fair about upstate Virginia basically dictating what is going on for the rest of the state and the rest of the country. Because, you know,
oh, so many this you moments. What is this? Pinchy intensifies. Oh, the gerrymander lobster. Here's Jesse Waters mid-decade on mid-decade redistricting last year versus Jesse Waters on mid-decade redistricting tonight.
This party is delirious, and the Republican Party has to take full advantage at this point. We have to kick the illegals out of the country, we have to kick them out of the census, and we have to gerrymander to the tilt. Why? Because the Democratic Party cannot be trusted to be the opposition party anymore. They have to have a permanent minority.
Dude, it's so crazy. Like they were farting on the Democrats. Not only did they ruthlessly brutalize the Democrats, ruthlessly brutalize all systems, all process, everything. They were literally dabbing. They were dabbing on the Democrats, okay? They were Fortnite emoting on the downed Democratic Party. And now this.
Fox News alert. According to the AP, voters in Virginia have approved Democrats' plan to gerrymander congressional districts 50 to 49. This could flip 4 House seats from Republican control to Democrats. This.
Yikes. Yikes. Every single one of these fucking dildos celebrated so hard where they were like, hell yeah, Texas, let's do it, baby. Well, guess what, dude? Fuck around and find out. Fuck around and find out. Also, obviously, the biggest dipshit of all time, John Fetterman, the #1 Republican in Congress, says Democrats redistricting win in Virginia. We all lose at this point. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, stupid ass ogre. Fuck you. Anyway. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Oh, give me more. Trump's disapproval rating has noticeably spiked upwards ever since he announced this blockade on the issues. His net approval on inflation has fallen literally below the chart. There's also that too. Libs finally getting their dunks in. Yeah.
House seats, Democrats.
Raw milk meltdown. Yeah, suck it. Suck it, Jesse. Yes, I know Ose was arrested when he was trying to stop an eviction from one of his district constituents. Yeah, they also had to suspend the Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary because she has sugar daddies. A DHS official tells me that 29-year-old Julia Varvaro, DHS Assistant Secretary for Counterterrorism, has been placed on administrative leave and removed from her position while allegations of a repeated use of sugar daddies are being investigated. Yep. Secret sugar daddy sex scandal explodes out of Trump's counterterrorism headquarters. Read glamorous senior aides, voracious text messages, itemized trophies, and her utterly shameless justification. It's fucking awesome. Dude, I forget where this was, but I saw someone, I think it was inside of the Department of Homeland Security, or it might have been like the DOJ, where they were, I think it was the DOJ. There was someone who was asked, and he answered very honestly, like why there weren't more prosecutions taking place, like more political prosecutions. And there was a guy who was literally like, we don't have enough competent loyalists. Like, we have a lot of loyalists, but they're not competent. There's genuinely no like MAGA loyalists that are capable of following through on the lawfare regime that we want to design, something along those lines. It was very funny. We got text messages. We'll be looking for it as well. We'll be looking through the story in a second. God forbid woman has hobbies. No, I agree. I mean, look, we're simps. We're not just in favor of women's rights on this broadcast. We are in favor of women's wrongs as well. And therefore, I say more power to her. Okay. Congratulations. Respect. And I am in support of this counterterrorism chief. I think it's really fucked up. Anyway, here is there's more to the story as far as like what the Republicans might do with the gerrymandering situation. I'm gonna give you a little bit of update on that one as well before we get to all this other shit, because there's so much more to talk about, including but not limited to Donald Trump. Donald Trump getting 8 AI-generated Iranian political dissidents released from AI-generated Iranian prison. That's also a real thing that happened this morning. What a fucking incredible administration. I mean, seriously. Yeah, he got him freed from the metaverse. Okay, but before we get to that, last thing I wanted to cover here is DeSantis is eyeing a redrawn House map that addresses his concerns about Florida being undercounted in the census could result in 1 to 3 new GOP seats per person. Familiar? Many Republicans of Florida hope it's just 1 seat. Another says amid worries about diluting other districts. More on GOP anxieties about redistricting in Florida. Meanwhile, some Republican influencers are still pushing the idea that Florida can add 5 red seats, which GOP officials have worried could backfire. Benny Johnson, be smart. Florida can still give Republicans the win by adding plus 5 seats. Here's the problem. Here's another thing that the Republicans are not factoring in here. Okay? You're operating with yesterday's electorate. You're not thinking about tomorrow's electorate. You're not even thinking about today's electorate. These guys think, here's the other problem. These guys think that Democrats are fucking losers. And for the longest time, Democrats were fucking losers, right? But if Democrats stopped being fucking losers and actually started taking advantage of the inconsistencies, the imbeciles that are in charge, and started genuinely fighting back, started offering popular policy prescriptions to the problems that people are experiencing, you have, if you made 10 R+2 districts, you're going to get 10 Democratic seats. Exactly. In an effort to game this out with extra seats, you have to slice it up in a way where you got purple districts, okay? You put purple districts on that map, they can fucking swing, especially in a midterm election where the Democrats are running against a very unpopular president. These guys are literally running as though they are going to have a permanent majority in all of these districts. They won't. That's the other side of this beautiful story, is that do you want plus 10 Republican districts, or do you want 2 plus 2 Republican districts that could easily fall into the hands of Democrats? Do you understand the problem here? Make them purple, bitch. Make them purple. See if I care. Go ahead. Make my day, okay? Now, of course, once again, this could all still favor the Republicans if the Democrats are still cowardly, if the Democrats are still not fighting back, if the Democrats are still doing their very best to be the controlled opposition party, okay? Bro, don't tell them this. Why are you giving them advice? Because they're fucking stupid. They're not going to listen to me. They're going to listen to Benny Johnson. They're fucking morons. This is the issue here, okay? This is what is called a dummy mander, is what Jeffries was calling a dummy mander, you know, where he said, in Florida, Republicans proceed with this illegal scheme. They will only create more prime pickup opportunities for Democrats, just as they did with Trump's dummy mander in Texas. I hate that they're calling it dummy mander. I think it's lame, but whatever. It doesn't matter. Hakeem Jeffries on this glorious day is a sexual panther, unironically, so we have to stand with him, okay? We will aggressively target for defeat Mario Diaz-Balart, Maria Elvira Salazar, fucking awful as well, by the way, Carlos Jimenez, Kat Kamek, Anna Paulina Luna, another fucking monster, Laura Lee, Corey Mills, and Brian Mast. Oh my God. We are prepared to take them all on, and we are prepared to win. Maximum warfare everywhere all the fucking time. Pack watch, R.I.P. Bozo, go ahead, make my day, okay? Straight up. You chop these districts up, they are no longer safe. You create an opportunity where they are less safe. You create an opportunity where the Democrats could actually pounce and flip some of these purple districts blue, especially given how unbelievably unpopular Donald Trump is. In a situation, you're living out so hard law because listen, I think a lot of people forget that, like, I don't just shit on the Democrats because they don't abide by my wishes personally. The other side of the story is that the Democrats could be using the system to their advantage, okay? So in the very few instances where they actually do fight back against the Republicans and make them scream in agony, of course I'm going to celebrate it, okay? Because at the end of the day, aside from being a socialist, I am also an anti-fascist. And the Republican Party is a fucking fascist party. So if the Democrats, as liberal as they are unironically fighting back against the fascist Republican Party for once, yeah, I'm going to fucking celebrate it, okay? That's it. Because this is a multifaceted, multi-pronged approach. Every bit helps. Anything that claws back power from the hands of these corrupt, tyrannical fascists in this goddamn country is good, okay? Even through the electoral process, even through the ballot box, I've made that very clear, all right? I've said this over and over and over again. And it's also wonderful because these guys are crying so much. And I do personally appreciate seeing the hypocrisy, and I do personally appreciate watching them cry, okay? The persistent Scott Pressler, my goat, one of my favorite Republican weirdos, says this is not a mandate. Democrats spend over $40 million. Yeah, Donald Trump won the popular vote. It's a mandate. Look at that. The fact that on a global scale, we may be able to vote these fascist pigs out, it would be a win for humanity. Last time we needed to stack 100 plus million dead. Just a reminder that your celebration is for a good reason. Yeah. I'm not so silly to think that this will get the job done, by the way. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that even a little bit. Okay. Democrats, given the opportunity, will always secure defeat from the jaws of victory. Make no mistake. But when they're doing the right thing, we got to celebrate it. We got to urge them to do more of it. Okay? So, yeah. This isn't a moment to be complacent. You know, do not mistake my celebration for complacency. Did you know the CA Gov debate is tonight? I just found out. Yeah, I do know. I will be watching. We will be tuned in, and we will be watching at 7 p.m. Pacific time if I'm still live, if I'm alive at that point. If I'm live and alive at that point. Anyway, full day, baby. So, now, let's get back to situation monitoring. The Strait of Hormuz, you might have heard of it. The Hormuzi, as they're calling it. Very tight, 21 miles. 21 nautical miles wide. Is it nautical miles or regular miles? I don't know. 21 miles wide. Only 2 miles of that 21 miles is actually deep enough for these oil tankers to transit. The Iranians have been controlling it since Donald Trump kickstarted Operation Epstein's Fury. And things are not going great. In half an hour, I will be talking to Jeffrey Sachs about where we are, about America's power projection capabilities diminishing in the world as the Iranians have fought back. We'll talk about the inconsistencies that are taking. Someone in the chat said fake. Oh, you think this is a fake image? I, for one, thought that the tacos were that large, actually, and that Donald Trump actually got on his knees to serve the Iranian government. I didn't. AI? Wait, this is AI? This is not a real photo? Damn, you guys got me. Tacos should be that large. It's true. Anyway, yeah, Donald Trump only gets on his hands and knees for one man, and that is Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, let's be real. But yeah, let's get to it.
Or there'd been a peace deal. But after 6 delays, President Trump announced a 7th delay and allowed more time for the Iranians to get their...
You do this only when you have the upper hand, by the way. You do 7 additional delays when you have the upper hand. This is a classic technique that people engage in. It's called art of the deal. Okay? Art of the deal, folks. Just classic move. When you have the upper hand in a negotiations process, you keep pushing you just never show your cards until the moment where you have to reveal them over and over again. Also, Trump has been lying about Iran's capabilities, obviously, which we all knew, but the media, once again, is following the Piker Broadcasting Service by a week, I would say, if not a couple weeks. PBS Parker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. Remember, mainstream media is now catching up and saying, oh, maybe Trump was lying about how much they've diminished the Iranian strike capabilities, all that good stuff. We'll get to it in a second. But
documents together for a possible peace conference in Islamabad. That was all welcome. But while that was happening, quite dramatic events were taking place in the Strait of Hormuz themselves. The Euphoria, a ship here marked in green, was trying to run the blockade, going quite a long way north, probably to avoid the minefields, which we think have been sown further south, and was intercepted. But it also intersected with the tracks of two other ships, the Epimenides and the Francesca. And both of these ships had their transponders turned off. But as they got near to the point of some sort of interception, they turned their transponders on again, possibly to indicate to the Iranians that they were not the Euphoria that the Iranians were obviously interested in. Nevertheless, both of those other ships, it is now reported, have been captured and taken in to an Iranian port. We're not sure at this stage what has happened to the Euphoria. This is a satellite image of that area. Now, this is broken cloud, that's why it looks slightly odd, but there is the Epimenides, there is the Francesca. And something else, Sky Forensics have spotted this. That looks like a ship, a boat, much smaller, of course, than the two big freighters, and it's got wake behind it. It's moving forward. Quite possibly, we can't prove this, but quite possibly, that is an Iranian gunboat that might have been involved in the seizure of one or both of these ships. All of that is pretty aggressive stuff at a time when we are supposed to be talking about a new peace deal. There's not much the Americans can do about this because their blockade line is between the Pakistani coast and the Omani coast. Most of the American Navy is on this side of the line. And so they're a long way away, a good 150 to 200 miles away from all those things that were happening up here this morning. That is the nature of their blockade. It's a fairly distant blockade, as indeed it has to be. Which leaves us with the question as to whether it is possible that President Trump's assumption about this conflict and the assumptions of people like Galibaf, who look as if they're leading the Iranian team, can somehow be reconciled if a meeting takes place, if sometime in the next 2 or 3 days in Islamabad. President Trump says that
I'll kill your entire population. Okay, have a few more days. I'll bomb you into oblivion. No, take your time. We've destroyed all of your Navy and your Air Force. Okay, well, maybe you still got the capabilities of fighting back. I don't know. How can a country that is the hegemonic superpower that thinks it can go up against the likes of China and Russia get its fucking shit pushed in by a country who we have been able to successfully dominate economically for decades? Okay? It's done. It's done. It's done. It's over. It's over.
Iranians have got no cards in their hand. They've got nothing left. But American intelligence itself, reporting to Congress, has said that Iran retains about 40% of its pre-war arsenal of drones, which were thought to number hundreds of thousands at one point. It has 3,000 missiles at the beginning of the crisis. It's confirmed to have lost 1,000 and might have lost another 1,000. But it's entirely possible that the Iranians have got 1,000 or more ballistic missiles still in existence. And just as important as the missiles are the missile launchers. And the Americans think that upwards of 60% of the missile launchers the Iranians had have been destroyed. They had, we think, about 1,000 launchers to begin with. They may have lost 500 or 600 of them, but it looks as if they've got at least another 100 back into commission, one way or another. If these talks in Islamabad do take place, President Trump thinks he's playing a game of poker. But increasingly, on the evidence of today, the Republican Guard think
he's not. He's playing Russian roulette. He's not playing poker.
Playing a game of Russian roulette.
Ah! Yo! Pre-watch.
Spin the chamber, gun to the head, click. Now it's your turn, Mr. President. They are prepared to play for their very existence. And President Trump is only prepared to play for his political legacy. And they figure that probably they can tolerate more spins at the chamber than President Trump. I guess we'll find out in the next week or two whether they're right.
President Trump's decision to extend the ceasefire came after he made new threats against Iran. Nancy Cordes is at the White House with the latest on this. Nancy, good morning. Seems like a lot of mixed signals here.
Good morning. Vice President J.D. Vance was all set to travel to Pakistan yesterday for peace talks, but those talks were called off with each side blaming the other, and there are no news talks scheduled that we know of. President Trump had been vowing to resume bombing Iran if there was no deal, but then he did the opposite and extended the ceasefire indefinitely. President Trump extended the ceasefire with Iran minutes before meeting with college athletes. In a post on Truth Social, he said, "The government of Iran is seriously fractured. We have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal."
Well, I expect to be bombing.
Just 8 hours earlier, Trump had insisted he was not inclined to extend the 2-week ceasefire.
I don't want to do that. We don't have that much time because by the time both parties get there, you know, they just got the okay to go forward, which I knew they were going to do anyway.
That claim turned out to be premature. Instead, the Iranians refused to attend planned talks in Pakistan until Trump lifts his blockade of Iranian ports. They called the blockade, quote, an act of war and thus a violation of the ceasefire. So Vice President Vance never left for Islamabad. The setback nudged worldwide oil prices up 3% and left Congress unclear about the road ahead.
Everyone seems to think that Trump has some sort of mad genius to what he's doing. Seems to me like he's just an arrogant egotist popping off in ways that aren't well thought out and don't advance any sort of strategic plan.
President Trump says he has directed the military to continue the blockade, and U.S. forces are also expanding their operations in the Indian Ocean, where
Washingtonian Chatter says, that's my rep. I hate that guy. Why do you hate Adam Smith? The godfather of neoclassical economics. Wealth of nations, invisible hand.
they seized a sanctioned tanker suspected of smuggling Iranian oil yesterday. They also escorted another vessel off of India's western coast.
All right, Nancy, thank you.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps has seized 2 cargo ships after attacking vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. Tasnim news agency says the Navy has seized the Epaminondas and the MSC Francesca off the Iranian coast near Siddiq. Iran accuses the vessels of operating without authorization and manipulating navigation systems.
These vessels have been transferred to the territorial waters of the Islamic Republic of Iran for inspection of their cargo.
I don't get it. I thought they were, I thought Donald Trump had sunk their Navy. This doesn't make any sense. To the chatters, RP headphone wearers, don't you have a noise gate? I do. Sometimes it slips in. Stop complaining.
Cargo and documents. The IRGC Navy once again emphasized that any action aimed at disrupting the implementation of the laws announced by the Islamic Republic of Iran regarding transit in the Strait of Hormuz, as well as activities contrary to safe passage in this strategic waterway, will be continuously monitored by the IRGC Navy, and violators will face decisive and lawful action.
Meanwhile, the ceasefire has been extended despite stalled efforts to reach a peace deal between the U.S. and Iran. President Donald Trump says Pakistan asked the U.S. to hold off on attacking Iran so Iranian leaders can submit a unified proposal. Now, Iran's ambassador to the UN says talks will resume as soon as the U.S. blockade on Iranian ports ends. But Washington has said the naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz will continue until a peace deal is done. Now, we've got correspondents at the White House, in Islamabad, in Dubai, and in Tehran. We're going to start with Ali Hashim in the Iranian capital. So, Ali, the ceasefire is extended, but Iran seizes 2 ships. What are the messages coming from Iran?
Well, the ceasefire is one thing for the Iranians, and the blockade is another.
and they've vowed yesterday that they are going to continue and resume the work on defending the strait, the closure of the strait as they're doing from their own side, and the other side trying to confront the blockade. And given the fact that today's incident took place, it's clear that this is part of the new status quo in the seas surrounding the Gulf and the Arab region, tit for tat. That will, of course, I mean, this is coming just after days from the United States seizing of an Iranian ship. So now we're seeing the Iranians seizing another 2 ships. So this is going to continue as far as the blockade is there and as far as the Strait of Hormuz is closed also.
Ali, thanks a lot. We're going to bring in Mike Hanna at the White House. So Donald Trump, Mike, saying that the U.S. is going to still blockade the Strait of Hormuz. It's now waiting for Iran to come back with what's been described as a unified response. What are you hearing from the White House?
Well, President Trump made clear that he believes the blockade is still an important piece of leverage for him. He did so in a...
Plopped right behind me. See last message if possible. But as a CA girly, I'm very curious about your thoughts on the race, given that the Hogs are in the lead right now. Yeah, I'll give you my thoughts later.
Truth Social statement in the course of yesterday evening. He says Iran doesn't want the Strait of Hormuz closed. They want it open so they can make $500 million a day. He wrote, they only say they want it closed because I have it totally blockaded. So they merely want to save face. Now, a few days ago, President Trump was saying that the Strait of Hormuz doesn't matter because the U.S. doesn't rely on it for oil. However, now it's obviously a central part of his policy and a central part of attempting to show that the U.S. has not backed down in terms of extending this particular ceasefire. There's something that is very important for President Trump to continue to appear to show strength in the face of what is amounting to Iranian defiance of his wishes to get the talks going again. Also a problem for the Trump administration, several sources are saying, is the fact that they're not quite clear who they are talking with in Iran, who are the decision makers. The main negotiator was assassinated by the Israelis, Ali Larijani. The supreme leader, the former one, was assassinated in the early part of the war. Now the U.S. government appears to be left with the Islamic Republican Guard Corps to negotiate with, notoriously hardline, and the previous leaders who have been killed were in fact guardrails against the complete power of the ICRG.
Okay, let's go back to Ali Hashim, who's still in Tehran for us, of course. So Donald Trump had previously said that the U.S. was negotiating with people that he described as reasonable, but we understand now he's saying it's because part of the problem is that Iran's leadership is fractured. Do we have any indication who is providing the responses to the U.S. right now?
Well, you know, when you are in Tehran, the view is different, especially when you are watching how the system is working in Tehran. It's completely different from what is being said. I mean, the issue is that there is a system, there is a leadership, there are institutions, there is a foreign ministry. These are all part of the decision-making cycle in Iran. And nothing has changed when it comes to how things work in this. There's a workflow. Now, the killing of the Supreme Leader, the killing of the Supreme National Security Council Secretary, other people who are in charge, wasn't left without being replaced. So there's no vacuum. And when there's no vacuum, the workflow continues as it used to be. However, there's something, yes, different now in Iran, is that the team surrounding the Supreme Leader is very harmonized. Actually, it's his own team for the past 15 years. And now, after they've worked in the shadows for all that time, now they are in charge. So we see Mohammad Baqir Dhul Qadr being the Supreme National Security Council.
There's a lot of talk about the Iranian side being in a state of disarray, that the moderates like Abbas Araghchi, like the foreign minister, even Ghalibaf as well, who is now, I feel like, securing the lane that Larijani occupied, the more pragmatic guy who can like hold the forces together, both the IRGC and the hardliners, and also the more moderate reformist sides. The idea that like the IRGC is actually the only party that's in control, and that there is like some kind of significant inconsistency between them. I don't think that's true. I think the idea that there's a fracture in the leadership and that there is a serious disagreement taking place, I think is overstated. And not only is it overstated, but I think it's being really egged on by the Israeli side. That's a big part of the reason why. That's a big part of the reason why I think it's bullshit, because it's mostly coming from the Israeli side, and it's being leaned into by the Americans as well, because they're very desperate to secure a W here to make it seem like they're in control when they very clearly are not in control. You can tell, like I said, from what's going on the ground, right? The Strait of Hormuz is still closed. The Iranian Navy is still, retrieving assets from the area, potentially even mining the strait. We don't know. So Americans are just trying to make it seem like there's some sort of inconsistency, right? Trita Parsi also went on CNN. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
That they are, quote, well, he would beg to differ with you on the Iranian leadership. He seems to genuinely believe that they are, quote, seriously fractured. So what is your assessment of how the US might next sort of deliver on some sort of solution here? How do they cope with this leadership?
Well, I have to be very frank. We've seen absolutely no evidence that the fractures that clearly do exist inside of the Iranian government, as much as they do exist inside of the Trump White House when it comes to negotiating tactic, has risen to the level that is the obstacle to actually getting a deal. I think far clearer obstacles are that Trump is still asking for unachievable objectives in terms of what he's demanding of the Iranian side. There's also a fear on the American side, knowing very well that if they're going to get a deal, they're going to have to lift sanctions in a massive manner. And that will bring about a major fight between the White House and the Israeli government. The Israelis have opposed every deal that the United States has contemplated with Iran that has entailed sanctions relief. And they've fought tooth and nail to sabotage those talks. And even when they have been achieved, they have fought to undo them, which they succeeded with getting Trump to walk out of the JCPOA. So there's some real challenges that Trump will have to face if he agrees to a deal. So I think the two sides are far apart from each other on this issue. I've seen no evidence that the problem is that the Iranians are fractured. That is a very convenient narrative for the White House to put out, to essentially win the blame game. That is natural in all of these different types of negotiations that collapse or go the wrong way. But to see actual evidence for that, we simply have not seen that yet.
Yeah. It's when you hear a narrative that's unbelievably convenient, you should really question whether or not it's true at all. ABC is reporting that Trump was left on red with no response. Yeah, I got the Tucker Carlson story as well.
Caroline.
White House says there's no deadline for the ceasefire. Sources tell ABC said in final hours before the latest ceasefire deadline, Iran wasn't responding. Multiple officials said because of fractures in leadership, that the Iranian side was actually not responding. That's convenient. That's a convenient way to make it seem like, oh, they're not actually showing their leverage here. They're not actually flexing. They must be having a tussle internally. There's like internal conflict. They are divided. That's just not true. There is a huge fraction. There are people on the street demanding for Ghalibaf's head because he wants to negotiate. First of all, there is there is demands for fighting back by the people, to the hardliners and shit like that. Sure. But is the idea that there is a real fraction between the negotiations team and the IRGC? No, because Galabaf is, while still a clerical leader on the civilian side, still very much like a IRGC aligned person in the administration anyway. If the IRGC said no, like the IRGC is in control. The Patriots are in control, okay? In Iran, the Patriots have risen up. They're in control, okay? And even the IRGC itself is not the same IRGC that existed 2 months ago, 3 months ago, right? So there is no real fracture taking place between the negotiation side and the military wing, the IRGC wing. But even the prominent people like the enemy of different states publicly shown disagreements with Galabaf. They believe he's acting without Supreme Leader approval. What? The enemy of different states publicly shown disagreements with Galabaf? What are you talking about? A complete ceasefire only makes sense if it's not violated by the maritime blockade and the hostage-taking of the world's economy. And if the Zionist warmongering across all fronts is halted, reopening the Strait of Hormuz is impossible with such a flagrant breach of the ceasefire. They did not achieve their goals through military aggression, nor will they through bullying. The only way forward is to recognize the rights of the Iranian nation. I am fucking Iranian. No, I saw it in the TV. Are you talking about Tasnim criticizing? Are you talking about Tasnim criticizing Arakchi's initial statement? Is that what you're talking about? Because that's the only time I've seen like any. And Tasnim is obviously the IRGC news source, so they're the voice of the IRGC. Yeah, Galabaf, Abbas Arakchi, they don't have any bandwidth on where this deal goes. Like they have no say in this process. I hope you understand that. Like this is all whether the current supreme leader is Mojtaba Khamenei is alive or not, or in a condition to make decisions or not, doesn't really matter right now, because the guys who are pulling the trigger are the ones in charge. Okay? That is who that is the group that has been able to secure this leverage. That is the group that has been able to achieve results for the first time in multiple decades. You would be an idiot not to recognize that. It's clear that previous ways of dealing through negotiations and through diplomacy with the West has been an abject failure. And I assume the assessment from the Iranian side, I can't read their minds, is that it was naivete. But you also see that with the way that they're dealing with these negotiations. They're not so invested in going back to the ceasefire negotiations table, even though it is beneficial for them to do a comprehensive and a full-blown ceasefire with the Americans and the Israelis. But the very fact that they are even showing their lack of interest, like not even flying out to Islamabad, is a huge step. And also the fact that the fissures reporting is coming from Barak Unit 8200 Ravid means that I'm inclined to believe the opposite. BBC World on the supposed fractions.
I don't think it's fractured. It's true. We have hardliners and we have moderates, but who are the people who are making the decisions that matter? I think it's more consensus at this point, obviously stamped and authorized by the Supreme Leader, who incidentally we haven't seen, but we definitely do know that he's alive. I think what Donald Trump is saying, the narrative that himself and some Western media outlets are pushing, is that there seems to be a fracture or even warring factions, some exaggerated language that I think is a...
Yeah, no, they're doing... Dude, I'm telling you, this is 100% Western media trying to secure like a upper hand here by saying, oh, the reason why it's wish casting, it's propaganda. The reason why the Iranian side is not negotiating with us is because, oh, they're in a state of disarray. Okay? That's it. That's it. They're getting rejected. It's a major flex from the Iranian side to refuse to go back to Islamabad. You only get to do that if you hold significant leverage in these talks. Because if the Iranian side was getting brutalized in the way that the Americans have been presenting it thus far, they would be begging. They would be begging to conduct a ceasefire. Okay? The fact that they're not doing that at this moment shows that they actually have a lot more leverage than the Americans would like. So the Western media or the American State Department has to figure out a way to massage the narrative that like Iran is not coming back to the ceasefire negotiations for reasons not born out of reality, like the fact that they have the upper hand, but an instability that's taking place within the leadership. I don't really understand what the other side of the warring faction could be. The moderates are all either dead, in jail, or have no real power. All the remaining civilian, clerical, and military leaders with any position of power, except Pezeshkian, who is sidelined, is an RGC-aligned hardliner. There are no moderates for them to be feuding with. Exactly. I guess it's the new conversations between the hardliners and the ultra hardliners. Like maybe, I don't know. People who really love the IRGC even harder than the others. Why is Jeffrey Sachs late? He's not. What the fuck are you talking about? He's coming up at 2. Why? Where are you getting this from? In 6 minutes, I will be talking to Jeffrey Sachs about the situation.
This reading of the way Iranian politics is working at the moment, and I think also some Iranian opposition outlets are also pushing this narrative, hoping that a fracture might emerge somehow that could weaken the regime. But to me, even if the Revolutionary Guards calls the shots, it's based on a consensus within the body called the High National Security Council. So Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, who has now emerged as one of the senior leaders in Iran, his official post is Speaker of Parliament. He went to Islamabad to engage in the first round of talks.
Another Sean Connery lookalike.
With the Americans. He has become really the spokesperson of Iran. He himself used to be a member of the Revolutionary Guards. I don't think he would be in disagreement with the Revolutionary Guards. He's a pragmatist, and even if there is a disagreement, just like in the United States where you had J.D. Vance, who is known to be against the war, at the end of the day, they would support the decision that the majority of people within that council make. So when Donald Trump says that we're waiting for a unified response for Iran, it gives the impression that Iranians are confused and they're putting out different proposals. Whereas if you look at the Iranian position, it's been fairly consistent from the beginning.
Bro, they literally put out 10 points and we're like, these are our points. Take it or fucking leave it. And they haven't budged at all. The only time we've heard that they're like budging is when the American side speaks over the Iranian side. So what leads you to believe that the Iranian side has any inconsistencies or any fissures whatsoever? It was like week 2 when the Iranians were like, here's what we want. Okay, here's what we want. If you take it or fucking leave it. Where did you hear that? What do you mean, where did I hear that? I've been seeing it with my own 2 eyes. The Iranian side released their 10-point plan for the negotiations, or what their 10 demands are, basically on week 2. It's not like it's impossible to hear their perspective. They sometimes even go on Western news to say it. And it's not like they've changed their position on any of this stuff at all. As a matter of fact, there have been moments where Israel has tried to sully the deal, because there is a part of the deal, that part of the 10 points that also causes or forces America to restrain Israel, right? And Israel is supposed to be this separate party here, this sovereign state. And Israel has unironically chosen to destroy the one aspect of the ceasefire that is America restraining Israel by blowing up Lebanon. And after the initial 10-minute bombing campaign that killed 300 plus civilians in southern Lebanon, Donald Trump forced Israel's hand into restraint. So even on that aspect, even the one uncontrollable element of this 10-point ceasefire proposal has been followed through on from the American side.
In terms of uranium enrichment, the Strait of Hormuz, and now the issue of the naval blockade, which Iran...
Yeah, I think a lot of the inconsistency comes from the people people looking at one tweet from the Tasnim news agency that wasn't calling Arakshi an idiot for tweeting. They were calling Trump an idiot for tweeting. The Tasnim news agency, the IRGC aligned Tasnim news agency, the voice of the IRGC, called Trump an idiot for tweeting. And people thought that they were referencing Arakshi. And they've been leaning into that over and over again. U.S. intercepts 3 Iranian oil tankers in Asian waters, sources say. By the way, this is after Financial Times reported that at least 34 tankers with links to the Iranian government have bypassed the U.S. blockade since it began, according to the cargo tracking group Vortexa, including several carrying Iranian oil, despite President Trump declaring the barricade a tremendous success. Yeah, this was the IRGC's viral audio sparks online mockery of Trump. A widely shared audio clip from Iran's IRGC Navy warning ships in the Strait of Hormuz has reignited online taunts at Donald Trump, with Iranian users explicitly naming him as the idiot in question.
By the tweets of some Navy calling you on channel 16. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed. We will open it by the order of our leader, Imam Khamenei, not by the tweets of some idiots. If you want to pass through the Strait...
Yeah, when this first came out, people were like, oh, they're the IRGC Navy is talking shit about Abbas Arakshi, the foreign minister. No, they were talking about Donald Trump.
You must ask permission from Iranian Sepah Navy. All vessels that have a connection with our enemies...
Okay. But Americans leaned into that, Western media leaned into that pretty hard. Virginia judge rules redistricting unconstitutional. Virginia judge rules redistricting referendum unconstitutional, blocks certification of election results. Okay, dude. Okay. Sure. We'll fight back. It gained no traction because who the fuck would think anyone but Trump is a tweeting idiot? It was because Arakshi had said something that was read as inconsistent. Anyway, all right. Well, now I am going to be talking to Professor Jeffrey Sachs right now. Hold on. Okay. All right. I don't know why. Hopefully we'll be able to, hopefully he'll be on as well. Hello, hello. He's not on yet, but he'll be, oh.
All right.
All right. Professor Jeffrey Sachs, welcome to the broadcast. It's a real honor to have you. I am a big fan of your work, of your commentary. Very excited to have you on the broadcast today to talk about what's going on with the American empire, what the next steps are, and everything that has taken place in the Strait of Hormuz, and you know, in the as far as like America's force projection capabilities. But thank you for taking the time out to talk to us on this wonderful day.
Delighted, really delighted. Thanks a lot. Let's try to figure it out.
Okay, so there is a lot of inconsistency right now with everything that Donald Trump has said about how things are going, but that's expected. How much emphasis do you put into this as a student of history? Do you feel like this is deliberate? Is it madman theory? Or is it just Donald Trump potentially being a little demented and oblivious to his own design?
I think somewhere between madman and delusional is helpful here, but it's against a backdrop of a much longer history. So none of this is out of the blue. None of this is only Trump, and none of this is only Trump and Netanyahu, though both of them are equal players in this. But I think the delusional part was the belief, quite clearly the belief, that this would be a one-day operation in Iran. Kill the supreme leader, kill a number of the top government officials, bring people out onto the streets, overthrow the government, and the rest would follow. And I think Trump was really, in his mind, modeling this on what happened actually, to my surprise, by the way, in Venezuela, which is that the president was kidnapped and brought to the United States, and the vice president more or less has played along with the United States, some to Venezuela's advantage because they had been under sanctions and the U.S. stopped the sanctioning of Venezuelan oil, but a lot to America's advantage. Well, Trump thought he would do the same with Iran. What a prize. Trump loves oil. He loves money. He loves power. He is a partner with Netanyahu, who is a nut in his own way. And Netanyahu and the head of Mossad sold Trump the one-day line, and Trump bought it out of his own ignorance. So when that failed, everything became vastly more complicated because, in fact, as many people suspected, even from last summer's Operation Midnight Hammer, Iran has lots of missiles, lots of drones. The Iron Dome that purportedly protects Israel isn't such a dome and isn't so protective in the end. And what clearly a lot of people knew, but Trump did not even factor in, is that Iran started to hit the Gulf country vulnerable sites, including the U.S. military bases, which, in a way, rather surprisingly, couldn't protect themselves against the Iranian drones and missiles. So I would say a few days into this, though I didn't feel, that I could make a definitive judgment because I'm not a military analyst, the military analysts that I listened to thought, well, this is lost The United States can't win this. The gambit failed. And in a way, we've been in that situation now since February 28th. What has been uncertain is what would Trump do in the face of that failure. And up until last night, one possibility was he would double down on failure, which he has done throughout his life. I wouldn't put it past him to do that at some further stage, but I think there are probably a lot of people around in the Pentagon, the CIA, Congress, who and other countries speaking to Trump, saying, "Don't double down on failure. Find a way out." This, again, this is not crystal ball gazing, and I'm not a 5-day forecaster, but it seems that this is what's happening right now. People asked, well, could Trump pull back? Wouldn't Israel force his hand? I did not believe that. I don't think Israel runs things. I think the United States and Israel are perfectly comfortable being partners in all of this. Israel wants regional hegemony. America wants global hegemony. They're partners. It fits together. But I don't think one runs the other, though I do think that we have two con men at the top of these governments, and one con man, Netanyahu, sold a bill of goods to the other con man, Donald Trump, to start this operation. All in all, if you step back from the short-term, very tactical points, this is another demonstration, there are many, but another demonstration that the U.S. is not alone in the world. It's not the global empire. It's not the sole superpower. It's not the indispensable country. It's not the country that can do anything it wants. And one should say that was also proved, again, at great pain in Ukraine, because that was a war to install NATO in Ukraine, and that failed too. So this is another failure with a, quote, success. It's not a success in moral, legal, human, economic, or any other terms, but a success in tactical terms of the Venezuelan operation, which clearly stoked Trump's ego and his mood to try the same thing in Iran. If I could say one more thing, just to step back. The U.S., in effect, has been at war with Iran since 1979. So Trump isn't inventing anything. Not even Netanyahu's inventing anything. He's been at war with Iran for 30 years, but the United States has been at war for 47 years. And that is because Iran used to be part of the American empire. It was brought into the empire in 1953. The U.S. installed what the Persians would call a satrapy. That is a local government that was under imperial rule. That was the Shah of Iran. That ended in 1979, and the United States has been trying to bring Iran back into the fold ever since. The U.S. empire doesn't like countries leaving the empire. It leaves a bad taste, it's resented, and it sends a signal of weakness to other satrapies in the U.S. empire. So the U.S. wants to crush Iran to prove to all the rest, we're in charge, don't even try it. And that's also what's going on in the long term here.
Let's talk about the other satrapies in the region, the Gulf states. The Gulf states are perfect vassals in many respects. There isn't really any significant opposition towards American regional dominance. And the Gulf states are, by my estimation, I would say, much more important assets to America's global dominance. They're oil-rich nations. They have oil and gas fields. But on top of that, they have been diversifying their economies pretty aggressively. And a big part of that is investments in the Western world, specifically in the United States of America. By that design, don't you think that there is a real divergence in interests because it kind of feels to me like, and I might be totally wrong here, that Israel is fine with a weakened Gulf, and if not even a completely destroyed Gulf, which suits their purpose of constantly agitating, going up the escalation ladder against Iran, which is punishing the Gulf states as well as the global economy. Whereas the American interest in this circumstance would probably be to de-escalate and try to create some semblance of regional stability. That's my first question. Do you not feel like there is more, like we're not playing into Israel's hands a little bit? And then the second question would be, what do you think the China play is here?
Yeah, so this is all very well taken. You know, the Gulf countries basically, for a lot of reasons, bet everything on the U.S. And they bet everything on the U.S. And because the U.S. is allied with Israel, most of them bet on the U.S. and Israel, even as Israel was committing genocide in Gaza, for example. And most of the Gulf countries really, even though they had some rhetoric about the Palestinians, didn't really care so much about the Palestinians because, in fact, they had thrown their entire finance, security, economy, supply linkages, technology chains, obviously defense purchases and everything else with the Americans. And it was sad, to my mind. I actually think a number of these smaller Gulf states had done quite a clever job of trying to build a very interesting entrepot economy. I like Dubai. I don't think it's a shell. I think it's clever. They tried to build Singapore on the Persian Gulf. And Singapore serves a very important purpose in the world economy. And I thought Dubai and Abu Dhabi, in other words, the Emirates, was accomplishing something, and same with Qatar and so on. But I also very much was saddened that there was no Arab unity. The Arabic-speaking people, the Arab League, it has been a shell for decades, sad to say, and made that way, of course, by the Americans, because the last thing the United States wants is a strong, unified Arab world. And so when there was a leader of Pan-Arabism, Nasser, in the 1950s, the United States went out to break him. And this is America's cruelty to the world. If you're going to be successful, you're going to be successful as our satrapy. You're not going to be successful on your own. You're not going to be successful as a regional grouping on your own. You're going to have to do it on our terms. And this is what I do not like about American imperialism over the decades. So all of this is to say, I thought what the Gulf was doing was sad and wrong for years. And I very much regretted the Abraham Accord, which was not just farcical, but tragic, actually. The Palestinians are dying. The Israelis are committing genocide. And yet you have Arab states that are maintaining not only good relations with Israel, but doing business with Israel. And I just find that very, very sad. So last fall, I visited the leaders of a number of these countries, and I wanted to talk to them about these issues, about a stronger Arab League, about stronger Pan-Arabism. I believe in it, and I think it's good for them. But I have to tell you, I came away from those meetings absolutely forlorn, because there was no doubt, this is well before the war started, this is late last year, there was no chance that they were going to break with the United States. And not even, I didn't mean to become an enemy of the United States, but not to throw in the whole lot with the United States. And as an economist, I was telling them also, why are you promising, for God's sake, hundreds of billions of dollars investment in the U.S. Are you kidding? You want high returns? Invest in Africa. Invest in your own region. Invest in the emerging economies, which grow a lot faster. Why do you promise Donald Trump hundreds of billions of dollars of your money? It's not the return that you it's not what you're going to get. But from a security point of view, their mind was entirely on the United States. We are part of that world. That's our world. China, even if we're part of the BRICS like the Emirates, is, maybe someday, but right now it's all America. Okay, this has completely dispelled that, I think. I really think the events of the last weeks has been a shocking reality to these countries. No protection at all. The U.S. military bases are magnets for the bombs. And the United States didn't do anything to protect these countries. And it's probably why yesterday Trump backed down, because, in fact, yes, he could have bombed Iran and Iran would have destroyed the Gulf. And probably that would have happened in 2 or 3 weeks. And there was no defense against it. So I think these countries have learned something quite significant. I don't think that we will revisit American hegemony in this region. Of course, there are a lot of things to happen in the coming days, hours, days, months. But I think that the fundamental idea that America runs the Gulf under its empire and we're comfortable parts of that is really gone, actually. Then what does that mean for Israel? Your point was, well, that's good for Israel. This is weakened Gulf. I don't think so exactly, because Israel was benefiting from the fact that these countries were resisting their own public opinion. They were resisting the natural Arab solidarity. They were resisting international law, all to side with the United States and even with Israel. And I think that was a shame. And I can't really see it continuing in the same way. I don't think tomorrow Saudi Arabia is about to join the Abraham Accords. I hope the Abraham Accords end immediately because they're shambolic. But the point is, I don't think that this, I do think what Israel wanted was defeat Iran cleanly, quickly. You run Iran, we'll run the Middle East for the United States. The U.S. can keep the oil revenues, it can do some of the big play, but we'll run the region. And that has been shot. So I don't see this as a plus for Israel, and not that Israel deserved a plus out of this.
Do you feel like that's a miscalculation on Israel's hand? Because like what I was trying to say is that they might want a weakened Gulf, but they don't think clearly about what that might represent for Israel's greater Israel project, its ambitions of like territorial acquisition, expansion, continued dominance, and occupation over the Palestinian people. I just meant that like this is a tactical misstep from Israel, certainly. But I do think that Israel has engaged in many of those throughout this entire process. I mean, more reasonable people in the American State Department recognized very quickly after October 7 what Israel was doing and what it was about to do, and tried to restrain Israel for its own benefit. And yet their unbelievable appetite for death and destruction and their vengeance quest, or perhaps their what they calculated as their last opportunity to engage in territorial acquisition before America shuts off the tap, has backfired on them and has, I think, permanently scarred Israel's reputation in the Western world. So
I agree with that, but I think from Israel's point of view, they didn't see it that way up until now. They really thought maybe up until last night, and again, we're playing with hours because there really is a lot of uncertainty. So I don't want to say anything too definitive because I'm so easily wrong on this. But just to say, Israel has thought we can be as bloody-minded as we want because what really matters in the end is two things: is force and American backing. And if we can win on the force side, America will back us fundamentally, because America fundamentally is about force also. And so I think they have thought, well, it's true, every one of our wars is gone for shit, if I could put it that way, from Libya, Sudan, Somalia, Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq. Yeah, it's all terrible. You know, the whole region is in flames. But we're still winning, basically. We're winning. There's no one that can stand up to us. And if we can just get rid of Iran, the rest, the flames will die down, and we will be in control. And I think that that is the Israeli calculation, that, yeah, it looks bad. Of course, it's bad. Lots of people dying, hundreds of thousands, millions, whatever. But in the end, we're still winning, because force is the point, and America still backs us. What I think is wrong about this is, first, the force isn't really winning, because these flames are not tamped down. And if it's true that America has seen its limit, which I think is likely to be true, that is a major jolt that Netanyahu did not gamble on. And it's not just Netanyahu, it's the whole Israeli extremist leadership. And what is really serious for Israel is that they have lost the support of the American people. And that was quite an operation to pull that off, because the American people, for many, many reasons, for many, many decades, were overwhelmingly supporting Israel, and it's over. And it's not going to come back. And so this is the most fundamental point. Israel does not even have the backing of its only remaining sponsor right now. And that is amazing. When you see major politicians in the United States, not political entrepreneurs pulling on public opinion, but incumbents running against Israel, this is something we haven't seen basically in Israel's history. And I have told the Israelis, I told them in an interview that I did with Har, it's the second week of the war, I said, you're going to destroy Israel if you go ahead and do it this way. And I had a little face-to-face little argument with the Israeli ambassador to the UN a few weeks ago.
Danny Denon.
Yes, and I said to him, my line isn't, you're homicidal. I could have said that. I said, your country's suicidal. What you're doing is devastating for Israel. Yeah. And he did not like it, let me say. But in any event, I don't think that this is a kind of great tactical, keep them fighting, we're better off. I think that this is really, it's bad for everybody. I just see it as lose, lose, lose. I don't see it as lose and win. This is just terrible. I just believe war is disastrous in general, and this is another case of that. As for China, China is extraordinarily clever and well governed. And the main thing China has done since decades is no war. And that will continue. And what they've done with the no war is invest, 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 invest to the point where they dominate most industries of the future now.
Yeah.
So while we play around and listen to Trump's taunts and claims about being the hottest economy in the world, China owns the future of the world auto industry, because it's going to be electric vehicles. They own the future of the world energy industry, because it isn't going to be oil and gas. And so China's just been extremely clever and biding their time and being quite serious, not threatening anybody, it's not right to say they duck these issues. They're for peace and they're also not exactly doing what a cover of The Economist magazine depicted a couple of weeks ago, the famous line that when your enemy's making a mistake, don't interrupt them. China's not happy with this war. China's not happy with any of the wars. Its vocation is technological excellence and being the largest manufacturer in the world.
Yeah.
And it would like peace on that basis.
Yeah, they can't trade max if there's no stability, if there's war.
That's it.
China has obviously made attempts pre-October 7 successfully to implement a ceasefire between Iran and Saudi Arabia. China receives the overwhelming majority of its energy needs from the Persian Gulf. All of that transits from the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, this is a major problem for them. So my question to you, Professor, is: do you believe that China could be doing more in terms of aiding Iran to ensure that Iran has an upper hand, or do you feel as though China is actually also telling Iran to restrain itself, as some have observed in this process?
Yeah, today is a very weird, peculiar, interesting day, and it's hard to sort out exactly where we are. But Trump backed down from a renewed attack. He claimed not to back down from the blockade on Iran, but whether there is such a blockade or not is being heavily debated by the hour right now. So it could be just Trumpian rhetoric that is pretty vacuous, because there are also reports of large numbers of Iranian vessels that are coming in and out of the Gulf. So I have to say, it's not precisely clear by any means what's happening now, and it's even less clear what will happen. But what I would say is the following. It looks right now, maybe, that there's a quasi-equilibrium, a fancy term, which means this is not stable, but maybe this can go on for a bit, that enough oil and gas will pass through the strait that the price will stay at around $100 a barrel, which is where it is right now. If that happens, it's bad for the world economy, certainly, but it's not a catastrophe. It's not a collapse. Had Trump attacked last night and the oil fields and desalination plants had been destroyed, and that was looking like it could really happen, and maybe still will happen, the price of oil would be at $140 a barrel today and heading higher. So there may be right now a tacit equilibrium in which Iran's going to collect some tolls. It's going to restrict some passage. Maybe every few days the U.S. Navy will do something demonstrative to corral an Iranian vessel. But both sides will avoid, I may be dreaming, by the way, but I'm thinking that maybe both sides will avoid worse. And at $100 a barrel, the world economy survives, though people feel pain, but it doesn't go completely into devastating crisis. If that's the case, nobody will do heroics in that case. That would be somewhat open Strait of Hormuz. De facto, maybe not in Trump social, true social, but de facto. That could go on for a while. It actually could go on for quite a long time. Iran would probably not want to break that by bombing somebody and inviting a new round of war. So that's one possibility for the foreseeable bit. Of course, it would be much better if there was actually some kind of real understanding to close this thing. That's what we should have, but that's quite hard, because the legitimate answer for Iran is that the United States close its bases in the Gulf, that Iran has security. Ultimately, at the core of all of this, well, again, not at the core of all of this, there are two strands that are feeding into this. One is three strands. One is an American revenge strand for 1979. One is an American delusion let's control the world oil supply strand, which is very Trumpian. And the third is the Israeli Greater Israel plan. We need to dominate the Middle East so we can beat the shit out of anyone we want to beat the shit out of. And the answer to that is the real answer, because that also would get the Israeli instigation of American wars and of their own wars stopped, and that is a solution for Palestine. I happen to believe either the two-state solution or a one democratic state solution. Either one's fine with me, but the two-state solution is the one closest to international law, and I think it should be implemented, and I think it would be the fundamental path to peace, because so much of what's happening is to prevent that from happening. But I don't think that Trump is smart enough, politically capable enough, with a team enough, able to maneuver American politics enough, able to shut down Netanyahu, Smotrich, and Ben-Gvir enough. All the things that a real American leader would do. I doubt that even if he wanted to do it, that he knows how to do it. That's the problem.
Yeah. Getting back to, I have two questions. One, Trita Parsi has said that the current limbo state that we're in with the quasi-open Strait of Hormuz, is it open, is it not open, with the double blockade, has given an opportunity to the United States of America to pull back, to retreat without going up the escalation ladder, while still while still refusing to abide by the Iranian terms. So there's almost a quasi-ceasefire without a real ceasefire being implemented. Trita suggests that this is actually not so beneficial for Iran, although they avoid utter catastrophe or having their bridges and their power plants blown up by the American military, and then going back into a state of war with the rest of the Gulf nations and Israel, crippling the global energy markets entirely, which would apply more pressure to America and force America's hand back to the ceasefire table. They don't get the demands that they have, even though they have additional leverage at this point. Demands such as sanctions relief, which is the ultimate goal of the Iranian side. I also happen to believe that the primary focus here in terms of restraining Israel is to drive a wedge between America and Israel to a certain degree by using that leverage. I think that's one of the key components of the ceasefire, one of the most difficult ones to achieve as well, considering that I think that there is somewhat of a divergence between the Israeli interests and the American interests here. Like, Israel has its own ambitions, and is
absolutely
and definitely has the most pliant administration, the most pliant American administration they've ever had, demonstrably so. One that's crazy enough.
Trump has said it. The Israelis pitched it to every president, but I'm the only one that took the bait.
Yeah. Do you also feel as though this is not so beneficial for Iran if there is this quasi ceasefire that's implemented with the potential American blockade on top of the Iranian toll system that's implemented?
Yeah, well, look, I'm a believer in general that actually peace that is negotiated and formalized is mutually beneficial to two sides. I don't believe peace is a win-lose. I believe peace is a win-win if it's well negotiated. So any situation like this, which is just a kind of limbo, to my mind, is not as good as one would get if one had a structured, serious outcome. And so I agree with Trita, the characterization that this is a kind of off-ramp without calling it an off-ramp. Maybe, again, we'll see tomorrow. Everything could be changed. But as of today, that's what it looks like. And that's much better than what it could have been. And as I said, it's livable for everybody. Not great for anybody, but livable for everybody. If what Trita means is, that Iran should press the advantage somehow and force not settle for this, but force the hand of the United States to come up with the better outcome. I don't know if that's possible. What I believe is the right thing to do is that Iran has put forward a 10-point plan. We don't hear or see much about it. If there is such a plan, which I believe there is, something was published, it looks like there is such a plan. I mean, it's, again, we've seen it, but just to formalize that, Trump, once upon a time, a couple of weeks ago, said, well, this is the basis for a settlement. I would like to see the Iranians say, well, Trump said this is the basis for a settlement. Here's our 10 points. We want to discuss this. And if the United States is ready to discuss this, I still wouldn't do it, by the way, face-to-face with the United States. I would do it in a multilateral setting. I don't trust the U.S. to negotiate at all face-to-face. They keep killing people that they negotiate with. But I do believe that it would be possible to put the 10-point plan on the table, again, which Trump, in his way, in a True Social post said, is the basis for negotiation. And if the United States says, yes, we're ready to negotiate on that basis, that would be better than this limbo right now. And that's what I would like to see Iran do, because we could get something that is a better outcome for the U.S., a better outcome for Iran, and, I have to say, a better outcome for Israel, but not for Greater Israel. I don't believe in Greater Israel. I believe in Israel living in its borders of the 4th of June, 1967, and an agreement on that basis would secure Israel, and it would secure Palestine, and it would secure peace. So that's what I would like to see.
There has, well, I was going to say there's different schools of thought here, but one of the things that I have thought about is like, how could this be beneficial for America as far as like generating leverage against China? Because as we both know, China has the nuclear trade weapon, export controls on rare earth minerals that are necessary for the American defense industry and necessary for pretty much everything, right? They have almost complete monopoly. America and the Western world currently has no contingencies against that. They have attempted to develop refinement in places like Australia, I believe, but there is no way for the Australian market to compete with the Chinese one as it stands currently. So my assessment, if I were to try to figure out if there's any logic to what Donald Trump has done in the Gulf so far, which obviously undermines the petrodollar, undermines America's force projection capabilities, has been a spectacular defeat overall, has actually forced our allies in the Asian Pacific region to reconsider how American security contracts look like. God forbid, a similar situation to the Gulf happens against China. It's over for many of these countries. They're going to be a lot more restrained about leaning into American defense going forward. Very beneficial for China. However, is there a positive side to this from long-term American interests? What I've been thinking about quite a bit is the Venezuela action. Venezuela has heavy crude, different refinement, but we do have refineries in the United States of America. The processed Venezuelan heavy crude has the largest known natural oil reserves in the world, if we are to believe the assessment there.
Yep.
Before the Gulf was completely shut off, Venezuelan crude being refined in American refineries would have actually destroyed the small business fracking that we have in the country. Now, with the price of oil barrels going up to $100 and more, do you think that there is an opportunity here for America to become the largest oil exporter to try to make up for the additional lack of supply coming from the Gulf? Do you feel like this could be one way to try to generate leverage against China which currently needs the Strait of Hormuz to open so they can continue getting their energy needs met from the Persian Gulf. Do you feel like America is trying to reroute all of the oil by taking over Venezuelan crude and become like the single largest exporter of oil, which includes sending oil to China instead of Strait?
So if I understand the question, first, let me say, I do think that part of the idea of the whole operation was to control the world oil markets. And the idea was that the United States thinks in its mind, especially post-Venezuela, but in general, that we can tell oil producers in the Americas where to send their oil. It's not true, but let's just say that that's the Trumpian mindset. We control the Americas. They thought we somewhat control Russian oil because we turn on the sanctions, off the sanctions, and they kind of work. Not very much, but to an extent. And third, we'll control the Gulf. And again, I think the premise of the operation was one day, kill the leaders, now we control Iranian oil, and we're back to a comprehensive hegemony of the oil and gas in the Middle East. And if you consider all of America's influence, that's a lot of leverage. And China probably was, in some notional sense, targeted by that. Now, the operation failed, and China will continue to get oil from Iran and from the Middle East. And the quasi-equilibrium or limbo that we talked about is predicated on the idea that enough will flow to keep the oil price at around $100 a barrel. If that's not right, if the price starts rising because there's really a big shortage and the shortage becomes more and more intense, I don't think that limbo is going to hold. We're going to go back to a shooting war or an end of the blockade or something else. So if there is this limbo that holds, it's because the price of oil and the supply remains okay. I mean, less than before, higher price, some pain, but not crushing pain. And China will not be destabilized by $100 barrel oil, but it would be destabilized by something far worse. So I don't see the current situation as somehow, leverage against China. In general, I just have to be clear, I am a Sinophile. I don't have any idea that we should be, I don't believe we're in any way threatened by China, that we should be attacking China, that we should be trying to limit China. I think the whole thing is like the board game Risk, not the real world. So the whole idea of winners and losers is either video games or, since I'm so old, I used to play board games with physical plastic pieces or little wooden pieces in the case of Risk, if I remember correctly. But the point is, I don't even believe this is a legitimate idea. I think the whole thing is farcical and tragic, stupid, let me put it that way. And I don't think China is that we have that leverage, that we turn on and off China's development or its friends or anything else. So I find the whole idea very, very naive. And I don't believe the U.S. has these choke points, which everyone loves to talk about. I don't believe in any of them, by the way. I mean, you're right. If there are any choke points, it's on China's side right now. Not the other side. China doesn't actually want to deploy those choke points, but it will if the United States gets too ornery. All of this is to say, yes, there are people that I do not regard as very clever sitting in our government, gaming out how to hurt China, no doubt. I think it's a pretty ignoble job. I wouldn't assign it to graduate students. I would not, or undergraduates. I would not think that it is going to be successful. I notice that most issues of Foreign Affairs magazine now are about economic warfare. I find the whole thing absurd. I mean, not just absurd and sad, but dumb, not accurate, not realistic, not likely to succeed, replaying the Soviet containment policy 80 years later in a very naive way against very, very different conditions. So all of this is to say, I don't think the current limbo is anti-China, but if oil prices were to really rise, which they could, this limbo will not hold. Something will break. We'll go back to war, or we'll get a real agreement and we'll end the blockade and we'll get a real opening. Something will give if oil prices continue to rise significantly.
Yeah. The reason why I asked that question is not because I think it's a smart play or it will be successful. I'm just trying to make some sense of what America has done thus far, because it seems so ultimately senseless that, like, if there was any sort of materialist interpretation, materialist analysis here as far as like what America is trying to do as far as its like long-term plan, as it openly says it's trying to wage war against China, our largest trade partner and the manufacturing hub of the entire planet, which, as you also pointed, is very different than the USSR in a very meaningful way, because we've designed this intricate international trade system, and therefore we rely heavily on not just China but the entire Asian markets, and therefore blowing up the Gulf, which provides energy to the entire Asian markets, is a disastrous outcome, and will have many domestic issues that we're already seeing unfold right now, even though America is a little bit more sheltered from the immediate impact. Obviously, it's going to come back as far as like a major inflation crisis when different components that are being manufactured in the Asian markets are unbelievably expensive, and therefore American goods, American commodities are expensive as a byproduct of that.
You know, your question is very good, but I think that I do think the answer is two things. One, the United States made a bad mistake, and I'm just talking about the prediction of outcome. They didn't understand. Second, all of the analysis and all of the gossip and all of the people that I've talked to say that this was Trump's decision, almost alone. So what I see in this is not only kind of a dunderhead decision based on the Venezuela model, if I could put it that way, but also a complete collapse of decision-making processes in the United States, which concerns me a lot. Even things like the National Security Council, interagency assessments, the Director of National Intelligence sidelined. None of it shows what I would regard as a rational process. What we have from all good inside accounts is Netanyahu selling a bill of goods to Trump, Trump buying it, and all the sycophants in the room saying, okay, I'll back you, Mr. President. I don't agree with it, but I'll back you. And Congress dead. So presidents used to consult with congressional leaders, by the way. Even when they were being imperial presidents, they consulted with the heads of the armed services committees, with the heads of foreign affairs, with the Senate and House intelligence committees. None of that happened here. There was no process. Trump is a Dumbo, and he's really collapsed the processes of government. And Hegseth, you know, it's indescribable what this guy has done, and he fired a lot of generals along the way, and nobody seems ready or interested in standing up. Joe Kent did. He said, I resign. But other than that, nobody in Congress in Trump's party said, whoa, this is, except Rand Paul, but I mean, no leader in the party said, come on, are you kidding? What the hell are we doing here?
Yeah. Anthony Blinken has said, and this is one of the only instances where I agree with him, that
quoting Anthony Blinken is really something. So go on.
He said this is a game of bullets, and it's a game of capital, and I happen to agree with him on this, where ultimately we're either going to run out of bullets or missiles, which we have diminished a big chunk of our stockpiles for near peer and peer adversary nations like Russia and China. The very fact that we're still using standoff munitions implies that we haven't actually established air superiority in the way that Trump likes to claim. And the other aspect of this, of course, is the markets. Do you believe that there is going to be a situation where there's enough pressure from the markets that Donald Trump has to reconsider? And what is the financial engineering? I'm not an economist. I don't understand this aspect of it. But what is the financial engineering that makes this this hard commodity that is necessary for survival, as a global commodity with inelastic demand, so malleable to Trump's ridiculous manipulations?
Yeah, I think the point is, at one point it seemed that it was an attritional argument to who will run out of munitions first. But I think what we see is something a little bit different, which is that Iran has a credible deterrent, which is if you attack us, we will destroy the Gulf. And it's going to be then the biggest cataclysmic economic crisis for everybody, and we're going to do that. And I think that this is now an argument about deterrence, not about attrition, because there didn't seem to be any way to stop Iran from destroying the desalination plants or anything else. And since they're fighting for their survival, it's quite likely that they would do so, and totally understandable. Yeah. So I think that that's what has come out of this in the end, which is that not only could Iran close the strait, but they could do something much, much worse. And no one had an answer to that. And clearly, there was no way that this bombing had degraded the ability to respond, and no reason at all to believe that it would have done so. And the same happened last summer with the first round in June 2025. Iran was not so degraded. So a ceasefire was called after 12 days. And I think that that is the fundamental point. The United States cannot defeat Iran without blowing up the world economy. And Trump doesn't want to do that. Thank God.
Yeah. Well, so far, there's also
so far.
There's also not
right.
Enough troops that the American military might even have to engage in a full blown boots on the ground invasion.
Even if they invaded, again, I'm not your military expert to verify this, but my impression is that it would not take more than a few weeks to destroy the key infrastructure of the Gulf. Desalination plants are not hidden from view. Everything is known where everything is. These are not mobile assets. They are incredibly vulnerable, static assets, and they are life and death assets, actually. So I think that this is, unless somehow secretly, feverishly, and I don't even think it's technically possible, but I don't think it's logistically possible, that all of this is, being protected and souped up with anti-missile systems and anti-drone systems. I think the basic point is there is deterrence.
So the second part of that question also was that Trump is able to game out the markets, and I was wondering how that works for a commodity that is necessary for survival. Because at the end of the day, if there's no barrels of oil being transited through the Strait of Hormuz, even with like spot traders and all of the other, additional room for changing or additional room for sending supply that might not be seen immediately, that's like out there right now around the globe, it feels as though Donald Trump, like the market leans into Donald Trump's statements, even if they know it might not be correct.
Well, I think what the market has been doing, what the market price has been signaling is the expectation of the strait being opened or not opened. And this other expectation of the Gulf being reduced to rubble or not being reduced to rubble. So I don't think that what is a little bit surprising is how Trump's erratic statements do move the market, but they move the market in a way which makes sense because they're all about the flow of supply and also the capacity to supply based on whether a war will resume or not. So I don't think the markets were moving in directions that were inexplicable. They were moving a lot to statements that turned out to be a lie the next moment. So that's an issue. The president had credibility to some extent that he'd say something, that there are negotiations or we're close to an agreement or something else, and that would move the market. I suspect, again, without any personal evidence of this, that there's a lot of insider front running also, as has been claimed repeatedly, a lot of strange trades made. This is the most corrupt group imaginable. I can't believe that they keep their hands off of this kind of information. So I think that there's front running of announcements and so forth. But basically, the market is signaling the expected sustained flow of oil. And at $100 a barrel, where it is right now, just as before I got on with you, it's signaling that there will be some flow, but less than in the past, but not a catastrophic closure. And no easy, highly likely opening. And that seems a reasonable reading of the situation.
You think, okay, so there's you don't expect there to be a breaking point where we do actually start seeing legitimate shortages, and that this risk is currently priced in at $100 a barrel. Because I guess, again, I'm not an economist, but from my understanding, especially when you look at the price of oil in the Asian markets, it's far higher overall.
The spot market, yeah.
Yeah. So
I think the question is, which I can't answer, what is actually the flow of vessels right now? And what I'm hearing is that there's a flow of vessels, that the American blockade isn't really a blockade, and that Iran is letting a lot of ships go through, but on a selective and preferential basis. And if that were not the case, I would expect to see the price at 120 or 125 or 130 pretty quickly. So I look at the price for information about what is, I'm assuming, maybe wrongly, but I'm assuming that I'm learning something from the price about what's really happening in the Gulf.
Okay, so you and I have I guess a bit of a disagreement here. My question was more so under the assumption that the current transit rate is far more restrictive than what it used to be at, as far as tankers that are passing through that we can see. And I might be totally wrong on this.
No. If you're right, and you very well could be right, I'm not claiming any special knowledge of this, the price will not stay at 100. That's what I'm saying. The price would go to 130, 150, because this, as you said rightly, this is very inelastically demanded, and the price would soar if there is no shipment. So I'm inferring something from the price being at 100 that may not be right, And if you are right, the price will not stay at 100. But I want to say again, if the price goes to 120, 130, 140, this limbo will also not hold. One of two things will happen. Either the U.S. will really back off and the Strait will really open, or we'll go back to a shooting war. Because at 130 or 140, countries really will be asphyxiated in their economy. And we won't just sit there. So that's my point. But you may be right. Tomorrow we could wake up and it's at 110 and you called it better. I'm reading the market as being accurate and inferring that ships are passing, but maybe not.
I want to float this theory. It's a kooky one, okay? With the way that the markets are consolidated in the hands of the few, I have this sneaking suspicion that there's a lot of vested interest in stability, even when there isn't actual stability, even when there's tremendous volatility. And I think that it's now become a game where people are leaning into what Trump is saying. I noticed this in the aftermath of the tariffs, Liberation Day as well, where people will put a lot of emphasis on Trump rolling back even a little bit some of the tariffs and the sanctions that he was floating around in an effort to ensure that there was market stability. So it's not necessarily pegged to any sort of real fundamentals at this point, and more so the collective understanding that that the markets have to continue, profit margins are relying on believing Trump, even though we know he's unbelievable. He's not exactly a reliable narrator of the events.
Okay, let me try to put it this way. Two things. First, to judge whether, say, Brent price is a good indicator of what's actually happening, there are 4 or 5 or 6 oil prices that you can refer to, and if they really diverge hugely, first you have to look at the range of them, and second, you can ask whether there's something really wrong with one of these prices. My sense is that that's not the case, that we're seeing something that is pretty real, from West Texas to Brent to other markets. And so I'm not at this stage saying I'm going to stop looking at Brent. It's bullshit, because it doesn't signal what's really going on. Then the second question is, what is $100 a barrel signal? It could signal, what it does signal is the belief in a reasonable flow of oil that is less than normal, but not completely constricted. And I can't tell you whether that's 50% or 80% of the flow, but it means that this is a narrowing, but not an end of the flows, and a pretty significant flow, I would say, relative to the base. And then you could say, yeah, but that's not happening. And you could give two answers. One is market participants, traders, think that Trump's hand is forced, so it's really going to happen that way. Mm-hmm. And if it's not happening today, it will by tomorrow or the next day. Or you could say, what I say is probably it is actually happening in some physical sense already, as a signal to this, that enough ships are going through, that people believe that there will be a sustained flow. What I don't think is happening, and I don't believe markets like this work that way, is the idea that, God, it needs to stay that way, so I'm going to assume it stays that way. Mm-hmm. The only logic of that would be not exactly that, but you could say, it needs to stay that way, so I'm going to assume that Trump will back down if it doesn't stay that way. That's a reasonable, but that's fundamentals then. Mm-hmm. That's a kind of fundamentals about expectations about future supplies. but the idea that we kind of will it, or the press spokesman at the White House makes it happen that way, or participants need it to be stable so it stays stable, I don't think is a right characterization of this kind of market.
Okay. Is there anything that you could see that would cause you to reconsider the rationality of markets in the upcoming weeks? Is there like an event where you say, okay, maybe up until this moment, the futures market was just like relying on a hope and a dream that Donald Trump is, that they knew that Donald Trump was an unreliable narrator, but they still banked on the idea that he couldn't be so crazy, right?
Right.
Is there anything that would break that?
No, but that again is quote fundamentals. A non-fundamentals is if traders were saying this price is insane, but I can't bet against it because I don't know when it's going to stop being insane. That's a bubble. But the idea that this is a bubble doesn't make sense to me. The idea that this is irrationally low and not arbitraged makes no sense to me. In other words, if people believed, oh my God, it's going to soar, you can see that, it's obvious, but they need to keep it low, there'd be 100 ways to arbitrage that, people could make a lot of money on that. So I don't believe that. I believe that expectations could change a lot, but this isn't, to my mind, like Bitcoin prices or tulip mania or 100 other. I don't believe in the rationality of financial markets per se, but this is a physical commodity that is where you're in touch with users all the time, and so it's not like a financial bubble or a run on the bank. It's something different, and I don't believe that we're seeing a bubble in oil, certainly not on the high side, and I don't think we're seeing some kind of psychological need that keeps the price lower than it otherwise would be. I think we're seeing expectations that are complicated right now because we have a completely unpredictable president. We have a volatile situation. We don't even know literally whether there is a blockade or isn't a blockade. We don't know any of these things. And I spend a lot of time listening to people commenting on this throughout the day, and there's just a lot of speculation.
Yeah. Let's get back to China before
we're gonna have to stop shortly. But I love talking to you. That's good. But I'm gonna have to run soon.
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you so much for all the time. Last question I have for you is China. People have also accused me of being a cinephile myself. I am fond of certain aspects of what China has done in terms of development. There is, however, one thing that I don't understand as far as Chinese foreign policy, and that is I feel as though they might be a little too restrained in a way that sometimes actually doesn't benefit them at all, even if they're potentially playing the long game. I'm, of course, referencing all of the development and all the projects that they've leaned into in places like Venezuela that almost blow up overnight. And as far as like a similar predicament taking place here with Iran and in the Gulf as well, because the worst possible outcome here is Trump going back to waging war, blowing up desalination plants, and then Iran retaliating in kind and almost completely collapsing the Gulf oil and gas production, which wouldn't be beneficial for China at all. Do you feel as though there could be more that China could be doing at this moment beyond diplomacy, but as far as like allowing Iran to develop significant deterrence capabilities so that America's hand is forced into the negotiations?
Well, first, I think China's probably pretty active in all of this. The Pakistani mediation is a China engagement.
Yeah.
And the United States is actually rather happy with that because even in some accounts, the U.S. Wanted China to engage Pakistan to be the mediator.
Yeah.
So I think China's hand is here. Trump actually wants to visit China. This is another very interesting fact. And he doesn't want to go and have a brawl. He wants to go and have a great show of what a great man he is. And so he actually probably doesn't want to blow up things with China over the next few weeks, even for that strange reason. I believe Xi Jinping has a real influence because Trump wants to be a big boy in the world.
Yeah.
And he wants to be with Putin and with Xi Jinping and with Modi and with others. And he likes that. And he really does like that. So I actually think China's probably playing its hand pretty deeply here. I don't think that this is just being watched from afar. I think China's actually pretty seriously engaged. Remember that the Pakistani leader, and I don't remember exactly which one, went to China to issue the 5-point plan, but clearly they talked about a lot of things in detail just before Pakistan's mediation began. So China's view is that they can do a lot quietly. And that's what they do. I don't think that they're neglecting their interests. I don't think that they're abandoning Iran. I don't think that they would be. I don't think they'd be happy with the U.S. victory in this at all. It would not be to their liking to have Israel and the United States overthrow the Iranian government and install a puppet state at all. And I don't think China wants that, and I bet that they work against it.
Okay. Professor Sachs, thank you so much for all the time you gave us today. Is there anything you want to promote? Anything you want to shout out?
No, just great to be with you, and great discussion. Right. I enjoyed it.
All right. I hope I didn't take too much of your time so that we can have you come back on again in the future.
Excellent.
All right.
Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
All right. That was Professor Jeffrey Sachs, ladies and gentlemen. That was an incredible experience. Very fortunate to be able to have him on the broadcast for as long as we did. JeffSachs.org. I had some other questions I wanted to ask him as well, but we'll leave that for a different time. I specifically wanted to see if there was. I wanted to hear his theory. Mersheimer is going to be on Blackboy Mag's Drake listening party stream. I hope that you guys saw the unbelievable amount of restraint I had when he brought up the conversation that he was having with Danny Denon to not do the accent. Okay. There were multiple moments where I wanted to say Hormuz and I stopped myself. There was a moment where I almost hit the no war, just peace.
Not war.
When he was talking about, China wants just peace. And also, like I said, no statements of Hormuz, none of that. So everyone should be proud of me. I did say trade max, but he liked that one. He laughed at that. So also, while we were having this conversation, he was gentle, but he kind of called you stupid on the price of barrel. We'll see. I mean, I am not someone who is a believer in the markets. That's obviously always going to be a major disagreement between myself and Professor Sachs. But I wanted to hear if there was anything that he would see that would cause him to betray his longstanding position that like the markets are a rational force. We're not going to be able to address that obviously in such a short period of time. So, yeah. He has more faith in the markets and his makers than I do. I mean, than all of us, I assume. No, I give you credit for your position, but it also owned that he did not have any inside info to prop up this. Yes, he was using the price of Brent to assume that there is enough oil transiting through the Strait. I have a different understanding, but once again, perhaps I'm totally wrong. And he's totally right. It's most likely that he's totally right and I'm totally wrong, because who the fuck am I? Kaya, sit. Good girl. No, I don't want this. I don't want that at the top either. Just these two. All right, thank you. Professor Chong predicted all this already? Oh, shit. We're cooked. All right, getting back to situation monitoring, folks.
Commanders in the IRGC, for example, Ahmed Wahidi or Aziz Ja'fari or his assistant Hussein Ta'ib or Muhammad Baqir Qaliba. These are all people who were the men around the new supreme leader when he wasn't the supreme leader. So the decision making is smooth among them, and it's supposed that the Supreme National Security Council and the Foreign Ministry are the ones conveying the answers. So other than that, there are no signs that there is a fractured leadership here in Tehran.
Ali Hashim, live for us there in Tehran. Thanks, Ali. We're going to go back to Mike Hanna at the White House. Mike, just before we do, I just want to point out our viewers to the top right-hand corner of the screen there. That is the current price of Brent crude at the moment. It's sitting over $100 a barrel. It's been moving between 10 and it was up to about 19 at one point. You can see the figure ticking up and down there. This is an indication, of course, the kind of level of uncertainty that the world has with regard to, even though we have a ceasefire extension, there is speculation that talks may be carrying on, and nevertheless there is this uncertainty which is being reflected, at least in part, by the energy prices. Now, in terms of domestic politics, how long do you think Donald Trump can continue all of this? What are analysts telling you from the States?
Well, the oil price is certainly felt by Americans at the gas stations, but it goes far further than that. Diesel plays an important part in the transportation of everyday goods, and the price of those goods are rising incrementally as this war continues. It's a deeply unpopular war within the United States, and the polls indicate that President Trump's own personal standing is the lowest it has ever been, and probably the lowest of any president. One poll puts him at 30% favorable rate. So it is having a dramatic political impact on the United States and on the Trump administration. But further than that, there are, of course, midterm elections in November. President Trump has been looking forward to that. He has been on his campaign trail already, even during this conflict. And this could have a massive and dramatic effect at those November voting to the detriment of President Trump and his Republican Party. So he wants out of here. Very clearly, he has extended the ceasefire because he does not want to go back to war again, because that would lead to a renewing of the war and an extension of it. So he is looking for an off-ramp. All indicators, all analysts believe that this is the case, and he wants one. But how is he going to get it? Well, that is the question, because none of those around him, he spent the day sitting with his National Security Council yesterday, none of those around him appear to be certain as to what course he should take. They are leaving it up to him. They did not know going into that meeting yesterday what President Trump was going to do at the end of it, whether he was going to go to war again or declare an extension of the ceasefire. So it's a very, very shadowy, shady, difficult situation, and the popular effect is deeply damaging to the Trump administration.
It's Mike Hanna at the White House. Mike, thanks very much indeed.
Thanks, Maddie. Meanwhile, to another alert. At least 3 cargo ships have been hit by Iranian gunfires in those small little fast boats in the Strait of Hormuz, and it happened this morning.
Meanwhile, President Trump has extended his ceasefire deadline, citing a fractured regime. And Matt Finn is live in Islamabad, Pakistan, with the latest for us. Hey, Matt.
Hi, Ainsley. There is supposed to be a ceasefire, but we are getting these reports of 3 separate ships attacked in the Strait of Hormuz this morning. The third...
Don't report on it, Fox. Fox, why are you reporting on this? It's ruining Donald Trump's. It's ruining the vibes, dude. Remember, he implemented a blockade. It's a double blockade. But there's a ceasefire. Why are you reporting on this? It ruins the illusion that there is a ceasefire that America was able to force Iran to implement. Not good.
Cargo ship, the most recent, reportedly has been attacked while attempting to transit the strait. It may have a Panama flag on it. And earlier, the British military reported one of its ships was attacked as well. We don't have the confirmed attacker, but, Iran is suspected here. And here in Pakistan, both the president and the Pakistani prime minister have left it open-ended, the possibility of peace talks happening here. We saw how touch and go it was over the past couple of days. There was the possibility of peace talks happening today, and that obviously did not happen. Our White House producer, Pat Ward, says any further updates about in-person meetings on Iran will be announced by the White House. The president has given us some recent updates, writing on Truth. Iran is collapsing financially. They want the Strait of Hormuz opened immediately, starving for cash, losing $500 million a day, military and police complaining that they are not getting paid SOS. The president also writing, Iran doesn't want the Strait of Hormuz closed. They want it open so they can make $500 million a day, which is therefore what they are losing if it's closed. They only say they want it closed because I have it totally blockaded. So they merely want to save face. People approached me 4 days ago saying, sir, Iran wants to open up the strait immediately, but if we do that, there can never be a deal with Iran unless we blow up the rest of their country, their leaders included President Donald J. Trump. Now, also happening today, the UK and France are hosting discussions with 30 other countries about plans to open the Strait of Hormuz. I did an interview with the head of the European Ship Association, and they say that some of these companies are losing millions of dollars a day. So the UK and Europe is very pressed to get that strait open right now. Back to you guys in New York.
All right. Thanks so much, Matt. It's amazing what's happening right now because we're victims of our own success, killing so many leaders, military leaders, as well as political leaders. They now have a rivalry playing out in real time in front of us between the political wing of the party.
Yeah. That's why they can't get to the table. The level of cope here is so unbelievable, dude. Like, that's why I said from the start, the idea that this was good for the idea that there was like serious internal strife, and that's the reason why they can't fucking get together, was totally ridiculous. And this is why. It's totally ridiculous because it's designed to make Trump's L's turn into W's. Like, oh, dude, yeah. Actually, they would love to deal with us right now. They would love to negotiate. They're begging for one, but the reason why they're not at the table, it's because we are too successful at our military operations and we killed too many of them. So now they can't they can't get together and agree on anything. It's also the exact same type of cope of claiming, on the one hand, that we're going to open the Strait of Hormuz any day now, and then also on the other hand be like, and Trump implemented a secondary blockade.
Evil, but the really evil, military first, the IRGC, they're battling with each other in order to get a unified mission. And up until the last minute, I understand that it looked like they were all set to get on a plane and go to Pakistan. They got word. The Pakistani said the Iranians going to show up. And at the last minute, they said the Iran's not going to send any delegation. So we pulled back and we held off. And the president said, we could probably go. He's probably thinking I could go back to the fight. But I think they should at least come back to us either a state of belligerence, let's bring it on, or a state of, here's my, this is what I'd like to do, Ainsley?
Well, the president was
you tell
was
him,
tweeting
Brian.
about this on Truth Social, talking about how much money they're losing. They're losing $500 million a day
Brian.
with the Strait being closed. So we want to dismantle the nuclear program in Iran. Until they give us that enriched uranium and agree to dismantle, then we'll continue to keep that Strait closed, and they will continue to lose money, and we will bleed them dry, and we'll continue that economic pressure. But Lawrence, the problem is as Brian was mentioning with the negotiations, Iran can't communicate, first of all, so they have to go back and forth and try to find their supreme leader without being caught and without being traced.
Handwritten notes.
Yeah, the senior leader is nowhere to be seen. And number three, there's that power struggle between the Iranian parliament speaker, Gilabov, and the IRG. He wants diplomacy and negotiations mixed with military strength. And apparently the IRCG is opposed to talks completely, Lawrence.
Gilabov, IRCG, some of the best minds are on it, okay? I'm confident that these people know what they're talking about. With commentary like this does make me understand why Trump's statements, no matter how fucking stupid they are, actually are they sound reasonable to these people, because they're fucking stupid. They don't know anything.
Yeah, so the regime is in total chaos. They have no leadership right now. No one is really in control. It looks like the supreme leader is still wounded, battered. They can't communicate by cell phones because the Israelis and the Mossad take over that. The pagers just don't work for them as well. They're pretty much down to carrier pigeons. They can't use boats. They can't use drones to communicate. Hey, and so what you have now is that the people with the guns now are controlling the operation. Now the president wants to have this debate and allow them to get their act together. It looks like the Pakistanians are trying to convince the political leadership as well as the military leadership.
I'm done. This is the most popular news broadcast, news network chat. I need you to understand how cooked America is on the global stage, that this is the most popular news network, okay? This is what happens when you have imperial hubris, where you're so fucking, where you don't even give a shit about the rest of the world. We're like, what are they going to do? We dominate everybody. We're cooked.
To get on the same page, but at some point, the president is going to lose his patience. And I think we're going to be right back to the battlefield, guys.
How inappropriate was Senator Chris Murphy yesterday? First off, you know about his comments in Barcelona when he went off the map, addressing a bunch of socialists, ripping our country, saying we're run by a dictator. Governor Waltz, even more embarrassing, really to himself, he just doesn't realize it, ripping our country, saying the most horrific things, saying our president basically has lost his mind. Judging by the guy that he was trumpeting, Joe Biden. He was the biggest defender of Joe Biden. This guy goes to Barcelona and rips our president. And then you have Chris Murphy. When the Iranians came out and they said at least 20, and they put this out, at least 26 Iranian shadow fleet vessels bypassed the U.S. blockade, Murphy put this on a retweet. He wrote, awesome.
He wrote awesome and got backlash from both sides, Democrats and Republicans. The Pentagon said, first of all, that report is completely false. Then they called Murphy's reaction.
I hate this so much. It's like obviously sarcasm, man. What the fuck? I hate this shit. And honestly, under different circumstances, I would say, oh, look at them. They're cynically claiming that Chris Murphy is incapable of being sarcastic. But now that I heard them say Pakistanians, maybe they're that fucking stupid. Who knows?
legalize comedy.
Shameful. Senator John Cornyn and the libs of TikToks, they accused Murphy of being a traitor and for rooting for Iran. And that's what we've heard from the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. He keeps saying, whose side are you on? As Americans, you shouldn't be rooting for Iran. You should be rooting for our country, even if you didn't vote for the president. But then, Lawrence, what did he do? How did he try to fix this yesterday?
Yeah, so after all the pushback, because many Americans are outraged, many people in the military are outraged, and reporters are asking him, what did you mean by this? And he said that it was all sarcasm. Here he is.
Twitter's become kind of a cesspool. I probably should give up on sarcasm on Twitter. Obviously, anybody that's seen anything that I have said about Trump's war knows that I think it's bungled, mismanaged, and he should end it as quickly as possible. But sarcasm is not something, I guess, that's allowed on Twitter any longer.
Lawrence, it had nothing to do with Twitter. This has nothing to do with X at all. That's your comment. And if it was an anomaly,
I hate this shit so much. It's the most annoying thing. Like, he very clearly explains that he's being sarcastic. And if you're not a brain-dead moron, you understand that he's being sarcastic. And then they use his explainer as can't get out of this one. Like, oh, look at him trying to defend himself. It's like, no, man, it's very obvious what he fucking said. You're an idiot. I can't believe I'm defending Chris Murphy. I don't like Chris Murphy. Yeah, Fox News also did this to me before and continues to do so. Oh my God, 9/11/2 is going to be so sick, the streamer said. Give Saudi Arabia a nuke so they can do 9/11/2. No shit, even 15% of Americans are this stupid, I refuse to believe. I think they are.
Where did that come from? No, that's exactly what he says. If you watch both senators from Virginia, if you watch him, Senator Kelly from Arizona, and if you see Chris Murphy, he's by far the worst. They are actually seemingly cheering for Iran, making sure that any type of Iran defiance is underlined and highlighted. And talking about this war being bungled from the day it started and saying it never should have happened when they're already on the record talking about Iran needed to be addressed in a nuclear program that can't take root. So I don't buy for 1 second that this is sarcasm.
Yeah, I think what happened is he got pushback from both sides, realized this was so anti-American. He probably sat with his team and said, okay, what should I say? And then they said, well, you could say it was sarcasm. And yeah, let's go with that one.
But see, I didn't see any Democrat pushing back. Maybe Fetterman, who said...
Jake Tapper talking about you right now. Again. Are you serious? Actually, God, what a fucking stupid ass world we live in. It's not loading for me for some reason. Does anyone have another link?
Some of the characters that are part of this primary, in terms of Hasan Piker or others, will turn off people and hand the Senate seat to Republican Mike Rogers.
I think there are many things to worry about. Listen, Hasan Piker, I don't agree with a lot of what he says, and I don't think he should be a leader of the party. But it's okay for us to have conflicting views on issues. But when you start down this road of anti-Semitism, we start down a road of Islamophobia, that is a real problem, and that is actually what's being elevated. I love the idea of bringing young people into politics. I have 5 adult kids, and they are very turned off by politics because this is what they see.
Yeah.
So when we bring them to the table and we harness their energy, and what we do is turn that energy into kind of weaponized hate, that is actually no better than what we see and speak out against when we're looking at the MAGA movement. We need to be better than that.
Have you endorsed any of the candidates, whether Abdullah Sayed or McMorrow or Haley Stevens?
I've actually served with 2 of the members. I actually think that they all are very interesting. I'm not going to endorse. And I
do you think is there one of them that you think would do better, have a better chance against Mike Rogers than the other?
I think that it's really important that we have a pragmatic leader.
Oh my God, Jake Tapper wants to get an endorsement against Abdullah Sayed.
A farmer
so
should be
bad.
welcome at the table. People who I pray next to in mass every weekend, they should be welcome at the table. And I'm actually really watching to see who has the leadership characteristics to actually do that instead of say they do that.
All right, Congresswoman Kristen McDonald-Rivet, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. New concerns tonight about what could happen to the more than 1,000 Afghans who served alongside U.S. forces. That's next.
I'm feeling more confident about the future after reviewing my choices with FOIA. Have you updated your workplace?
God, Jake Tapper. Yeah, I'm just like MAGA. But also, I'm the supreme leader of the Democratic Party. I can't believe he's still going. It's crazy. I really thought he would have given up by now. It's actually kind of crazy that he's still doing it. I'm Islamophobic now? Wait, really? Cool. No shade, but you didn't have that kind of emotion. And they seem to want to make that a reality. Is weird. I have moderate motion. I've never said I have a crazy motion. I just have maximum aura. Okay? But here's the thing. And yeah, this is not slander from the Democratic Twitter account. This is the same guy who wrote that article, Ethan Wolf, John Fetterman enjoyer. This guy is fucking insane. He hates Zohran Mamdani and shit. But here's the thing. I don't have like crazy motion or whatever. But I can, I guess, like move the needle in the right direction. But I don't know why they talk about me this much. I genuinely don't get it. I think it's got to be Dems seeking New York swing seat defense, embracing extremists who said Hamas 1,000 times better than Israel. Democratic county chairs denounced candidate for normalizing anti-Semitic racism, misogynistic rhetoric. Yeah, they're coming after like everyone that I've aligned with, but I guess like they see me as a entry point into like attacking the left. That's what it is. But and this clip will be on Fox Sunday. Corporations, because they steal quite a bit more from their own workers. However, one thing that Hasan Piker discussed being pro stealing from corporations. Might even help your ethical dilemma. Is the fact that the automated process that they designed, these companies know will increase shrink, right? So it's actually factored in. The lemons that you stole are factored into the bottom line of these mega corporations, regardless, and they still end up having increased profit margins because they no longer have to pay the cashiers that they used to hire, as opposed to this automated system, knowing full well that people are still going to be able to still steal a lot more efficiently, as a matter of fact, through the automated process. Oh, wait till they find out Fox is watching MAGA rednecks steal all the time from Walmart and shit. Former Representative Andy Levin, D. Mish, who's supporting Al-Sayed, said tying him to Piker, whom Republicans call anti-Semitic, is all a distraction and effort to undermine a campaign that's picking up steam. He's an Egyptian American. If he's a Jewish American, everyone would be pinching his cheek and saying, "Look at this young man," Levin said. Oh, that's funny. Mr. Levin is right, by the way, that so much of this electability posturing is kind of naked racism from people who simply have a different unpopular political agenda and don't want to be honest about it. Yep. Of course, Andy Levin was one of the more, one of the more critical people on the Israel issue, famously at the time, and was punished for it. And it was Haley Stevens, right, who unseated him with a fuck ton of AIPAC money because Andy Levin was, Andy Levin was primaried by Haley Stevens, and they called him a bad Jew. They said like heinous shit about him because he was critical of Israel at the time. So, of course, I think he probably understands better than anybody else what it looks like when you're he knows better than anybody else what it looks like when you are in opposition to Israel. No, I'm not Egyptian. He's Abdul El-Sayed is. This man throwing shade your way? Dude, why the fuck? What the fuck is that clip, dude? I'm not clicking on that shit. Dude, can I ask you guys a serious question? I don't know if you're like being sincere or not, or if you're like trying to start more. Like, serious question. Junior Wapipa, okay? 32-month subscriber. I have every fucking political operative inside of my asshole, okay? Like, they are currently actively prodding my butt cheeks. Why do you want to open up a new front? What do you think this will accomplish? They are trying to gape your boy, okay? They are penetrating me all day. Every day. I'm getting free prostate massages with regular frequency. We just watched CNN's Jake Tapper go on a tangent about how I'm a fucking anti-Semite. Why the fuck do you think I should go and watch some other dumb fuck Twitch streamer and what they have to say and then have to deal with that bullshit on top of everything else? Think. Do you think I need to know anytime some fucking Twitch streamer has some thoughts about politics? Do you want me to get fisted more? Anyway, not to be pedantic, but I believe it's called milking. Yeah. Fuck A, we do, pal. Watch the clip, pussy. Okay, I need you to understand something, but you have no power here, chatter, random chatter. Like, coming in here and being like, nah, you got to do it, bitch. Oh, fuck you. All right. Important to remember that AIPAC rat fucked Andy Levin in his race in the past. No, that's what I was talking about. That's what I was saying. Mom, Mima had some thoughts about you. Want the text exchange? Yes. Please. Yeah, Navy Secretary's out, by the way. Statement. Secretary of Navy John C. Phelan is departing the admin effective immediately. He was fired. Stop whining. That's the price you pay for fame and fortune, you harmussy. Mark is going to text this Iranian state media clip to Trump. Maduro mocked President Trump. Ali Larijani also mocked President Trump. Maduro is now dead. And Maduro is in a federal penitentiary in New York. And Larijani is dead.
We are having very great negotiations with Iran. If Iran doesn't come to negotiate, we're going to bomb them.
2,000 years later.
So where are the Iranians?
This is from Iran.
Bro, they're farting on us. I swear to God. They're dookie-ing on us, man. They are farting on us. Also, it's funny that Mark Levin thinks that, oh, Trump will get really mad if he sees the IRGC making fun of him. Okay, what's he gonna do? What's he gonna do if he gets mad? Put a third blockade on the fucking strait? You know what I mean? What's he gonna do? Because, like, I've tried to explain this before, but even if America were to go and blow up like power plants and shit in Iran, that's not a guarantee that Iran is just going to go, all right, well, you won it now, sir. You've done terrorism, and I guess we have to wave our white flag now. No, they're just going to blow up the Gulf. They're going to destroy the global oil supply. We don't hold the cards. Why do you support Russia if you are Turk and they're literally genociding Bashkir Turks? Never mind Ukrainians. You could at least be consistent in your beliefs. Why do you co-opt the terror and crimes against humanity perpetuated by Western foreign adversaries instead of actually holding oppressors accountable? Okay, you might be mistaken, but I don't support Russia. You might have thought that I'm someone else, maybe, but I don't support Russia. I can't believe I didn't know all that about you. Oh my God. Yeah. Well, now you know. Been hearing a lot. Head small. Been hearing a lot about you being Russia apologists from normies lately. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. I mean, I know what that is. Like, it's just people trying to reheat old nachos. They're dusty, but maybe they think I'm like Tim Pool or something. But I mean, this guy gave the game away. He went from why do you support Russia to being like, well, your head's small. Like, that's a retreat right there. Yeah, my Crimean position, ladies and gentlemen, is not dissimilar to President Bardock No Bummer, okay? This guy.
And pussy too.
Yeah. So I was getting a tattoo earlier, and the artist mentioned she listened to Pod Save. I mentioned that my boy Hasan was on there recently, and she said she didn't know who you were before that, but now she likes you and hates Third Way.
Liberal.
That's the wrong one, but it's fine. I was gonna say
pussy too.
Yeah. Are you allowed to watch the RGC taking over a ship in the Hormuz? RGC's Navy released footage of his force seizing a pair of container ships in the Strait of Hormuz this morning. It'll never not be funny that they got those little dinghies, dude. Like the amount of damage that they're able to do with those little dinghies is so funny. Like, Trump's like, we've destroyed the Navy. And they're like, no, we just have little go-fast boats and jet skis. You know, it's fucking undefeated. Please don't yell at me. I'm trying to help you. Cinephile. 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 Not cinephile. Cinephile. Chris Murphy's nutting his pants right now watching this. He's like, awesome, awesome. This is so fucking awesome. Oh my God. Oh, he loves this. He's the biggest fan of the RGC Navy. The production value is so funny with like all of the music and stuff, and it's just like dudes basically in something a little bit larger than a jet ski overtaking a massive fucking oil tanker or a cargo tanker. What is this? Regarding the Russia support stuff, Progressive Victory is praising Dylan Burns and saying they won't endorse anyone that isn't 100% pro-Ukraine. A lot of libs are thinking anyone not in line with Progressive Voice, Dylan, are Russia apologists now. I don't think Progressive Voice has that kind of motion, and neither does fucking Dylan Burns. Okay? Like, I don't think, and also they're not saying that anyone not endorsed by Progressive Voice is like a Russia apologist. They're not even saying that. Okay? Or are they? I don't know. I haven't been following. I haven't been paying attention. But, you know, I don't care. Yeah, whatever. Okay, they're pro-Ukraine. Oh, I know they don't. But that started after this came up a couple days ago. It's not real anywhere but in chat. Oh. They endorsed Richie Torres? Who did? No. Progressive Victory endorsed Richie Torres instead of Michael Blake? No. No fucking shot they endorsed Richie Torres. No, there's no way. They probably endorsed Blake. There's no way they would endorse Richie Torres. Are you kidding me? They're like, yeah, there's no fucking shot. Probably a Zoran's recommendation. Yeah, Zoran. Zoran endorses Richie Torres. Dylan seems to think you're pro-Russia. He has a lack of transparency. Gone a lot easier on you than some of his contemporaries. Yeah, no, I know. He's a sex pest in the orbiter. Their whole thing was like, look, their entire position is like trying to undermine whatever I say and do. And for that reason, I mean, no one really gives a shit. Why should I even talk about this stuff? I don't understand. Cool, we didn't endorse you anyway. Yeah, Jose Vega is a Laroshite. Oh, yeah, Michael Blake. They endorsed Michael Blake. That makes sense. Progressive Victory endorsed Michael Blake, but they also run Track Ukraine, who endorsed Richie Torres. Ew, what the fuck? They linked up with a group that endorsed Richie Torres. That's crazy. Could you say to Zoran to endorse LFI in France? Oh, man. Brother, I can't even get Zoran to endorse. I mean, I haven't really asked him, if we're being fair, but, you know, I don't think I have that capability, okay? I doubt he's going to make international endorsements. He's not even fucking making endorsements in the United States of America. Are you going to cover local elections in the UK in May? Fuck yeah, dude. My goat, Zach Goat Lansky. Well, his team is helping Zach. It's not his team, okay? It's Morris Katz and Fight Agency. That's not Zoran's team. It's the ad agency that Zoran's team used. They're a great agency. I like them quite a bit. They work with Tom Steyer. They work with, I think they work with Tallarico as well, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong about that. And now they're also working with the Green Party in the UK. Okay. Tiny boat stopping big boat is kind of impressive. That's funny. Oh, we didn't even finish this.
All right. Then I will extend the ceasefire at Pakistan's request.
Vice inside Iran.
Tonight,
then
President
and now.
Trump says the United States will blockade the Strait of Hormuz, stepping up pressure on Iran.
Trump said it's highly unlikely that he would extend the truce with Iran before it expires on Wednesday evening.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like this is gonna be oppy. I haven't seen Vice in a minute. I don't know what they've been up to. I get oppy vibes from the start. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm wrong.
Iran is the biggest.
Oh, never mind. It's oppy. Okay. All right. Well. All right. Oh, I got what I was looking for.
Story in the world. We've been there many times.
We're here in Tehran, and this is the Independence Day parade.
This is Alex Chidi, my old producer. We've been all over the world, but a lot in Iran.
Is this the largest mosque in Tehran?
Yes.
Yeah. It's very busy.
Thousands, tens of thousands.
A lot's happening in Iran right now.
In less than 3 hours, the U.S. will begin enforcing a naval blockade on the Strait of Hormuz after peace talks with Iran fell through after 21 hours over the weekend.
We have the Grand Ayatollah gone, bombers bombing Tehran and...
You should watch Israelism by Vice if you haven't already. Israelism was produced by Vice. I have watched Israelism. I've literally interviewed Zimmerman on the broadcast. I've had her on.
Oil and military installations.
Drones going both ways.
Drones. Asymmetrical warfare.
This guy used to be my boss. I mean, he was Noah's boss too. He was the boss of many.
Seen in the Ukraine, now seen in Iran to great effect. Propaganda on both sides as well.
Shane Smith is not the Nazi one. It was Gavin McGinnis. Gavin McGinnis is the Nazi one that left Vice and became a total Nazi. Shane Smith, I'm not super fond of either. I've always regarded him as a bit of a charlatan. And I say this as someone who used to be a big fan of Vice, like when they would do the gonzo journalism, like the drug documentaries and stuff like that. But I mean, Vice became a behemoth, a media giant, a asset that was unbelievably overvalued. And in that process, it just got, it got sucked into the State Department media contingency.
They ordered you to die for Israel. They broke their word, they broke their promise.
And so we're going to do Iran because it's in the news and we've been a lot together. This is Alex Chitty and this is Inside Vice. And here we go. You ready? Iran. Inside Iran. Bango. This show is about going...
Yeah, New York Times reporter David Carr yelling at Vice and Shane Smith during the interview is a classic. Yeah, where he's like, you think we don't have journalists in these countries? Are you out of your mind? No, not RFK. Here, let's play the clip. I thought it was CNN, not New York Times. But I guess, oh, it is, yeah. Page 1, David Carr confronts Vice. For his weekly column, David...
I'm looking for Alex. Okay. Hi.
This is David Carr from the New York Times.
Don't keep saying I'm from the New York Times. That sucks. I'm just...
All right.
It's me.
David, it's nice to meet you from...
I do.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. How are you?
We wanted to get everyone together to do a company-wide update. The media landscape is changing in really dramatic ways in just 6 months. So print, as an industry and a medium, continues to nosedive. Publications like Newsweek and
We had an inside joke when I was working at TYT that I came up with where we would just like put together insane headlines and then go Vice. And like if we, you know, the more pretentious of a headline you could put together, like we butt chugged methamphetamines in the sewers of Venezuela, Vice. And then like they literally turned that into a bit. Like Bill Hader and Fred Armisen did the drones bit, and it was one of the best things. It was one of the best things that came out of this this like mockumentary thing that they did. Yeah, just crazy fucking commas everywhere.
Back to our greatest hits or things that we like.
Oh, here, this is the...
Times are going down fast. We like to say that we're perfectly positioned.
Not only are the sort of biggest media companies wanting to come talk to us, but the biggest brands are wanting to come talk to us and give us money. And what we have to do is we have to figure out how we can be meaner, faster, and more dynamic than everybody out there. And we don't want to get hot and die, we want to get hot and get hotter.
You asked the question about is there a business model that, like,
I want you to just set though.
Yeah.
I want you to feel me on this. I don't do corporate portraiture. What the fuck is going on that you're doing business with CNN?
We know how to speak to young people. They're listening to us. We're a trusted brand for them. I mean, the first thing that CNN said when they walked into the meeting last summer was 49-year-olds are watching CNN right now, and we're fucked. Can you please help us develop a new, young audience for the future? They like the way you tell stories, they like your hosts, they like where you go. That's really what they came looking for.
So what kind of war is it? Gorilla? World War II. It's World War III.
I don't know Liberia. I don't know what's going on. I don't pretend to. I'm not going there for a news thing, reporting on a particular news story. I'm not there to solve the problems of the world. I'm just a regular guy. I didn't get flown in on a thing. I don't have security. I don't have anything. And I've been to some places. This is fucking insane.
The people here don't have toilets, and because they have no toilets, they use the fish.
If you're a CNN viewer and you go, I'm looking at human shit on the beach.
I've got to tell you one thing. I'm a regular guy, and I go to these places and I go, okay, everyone talked to me about cannibalism, right? Everyone talked about cannibalism. Now I'm getting a lot of shit for saying what cannibalism and stuff, whatever. Everyone talking about cannibalism.
Yeah, most of my boys.
Yeah.
Then we drain the blood from the innocent child and drink it before going to battle.
So you kill the child?
Yes.
And then drink the blood?
Yeah.
I left it up on a tapper. I'm gonna eat it.
That's fucking crazy. So the actual our audience goes, that's fucking insane. Like that's nuts. And the New York Times, meanwhile, is writing about surfing. And I'm sitting there going, you know what? I'm not going to talk about surfing. I'm going to talk about cannibalism.
Look at how angrily he's typing.
Because that fucks me up.
Just a sec, time out. Before you ever went there, we've had reporters there reporting on genocide after genocide. And just because you put on a fucking safari helmet and looked at some poop doesn't give you the right to insult what we do. So continue.
That was the best. So the real, here's the problem, okay? Shane Smith doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Of course the goddamn New York Times was there, right? Of course the goddamn New York Times has been there. The real criticism of the New York Times isn't that they're not there or that they don't have a desk in Africa or whatever. Of course they do. You have to be a real moron to not realize that. And they have some legendary reporters on these different beats as well. The real criticism of the New York Times is that they sometimes undermine their own real reporting because they have a higher priority to do the bidding of the State Department. But because Shane Smith also was trying to sell his fucking multi-billion-dollar Vice over inflated media asset to the exact same forces, he doesn't have that kind of media criticism because he doesn't know that that is the actual media criticism against the New York Times. Anyway. Oh my God, Blue Sky is melting down about you wanting to steal from the lure. Oh God. Dude, I don't care, man. I don't fucking care. I don't care. Please, you don't have to tell me every time, like, what's Tumblr saying, dude? What's Tumblr's take? What's Tubi's take? What's Queeby saying? Is there can we get an opinion of Queeby? Can we hear from Queeby, please? Is there a take from Pinterest? Can I hear a take from Pinterest? Is Pinterest mad at me too? Oh, God damn, dude. Every fucking day with this shit. Holy fuck.
Or our old Vice hits, Vice News hits, and going back to the people that made them and talking about them. We just did North Korea with Jake, which was funny because Kim Jong-un showed up and they got wasted. You've done a lot.
We're in the thick of it now. These kids are making Molotov cocktails.
We're here in Kim Il-sung Square. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone's waiting for the marshal to arrive.
Every part of a private life today is found on someone's phone. We used to say a man's home is his castle. Today, a man's phone is his castle.
You did a lot of stuff with me, with Sarouche. So this is that show. It's called Inside Vice. I wanted to call it Don't Look Back in Anger, but then Tim, who's editing this, said I can't do that because people would look back in anger. But it was like, don't look back in anger, I heard you say. And then we could just be like, we were getting shot at here in Vietnam. Anyway, we've been all around the world together, and we were going to start doing this in Venezuela, but someone was too tired.
I can't imagine who that might have been.
But if we can do it tied to the news cycle, we do.
You're supposed to be in the
Complain about Nas.X while also empowering them by using the platform or shitting on the alternative. Oh my God. Okay, dude, you're the most moral. Okay. Hey, everyone. Can we clap? Clap for the most moral social media platform user. Thank you. I'm sorry that every international reporter that I lean on for my commentary happens to be on the fucking Nazi platform. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay? What do you want me to fucking do? Oh my God, we get it. You're moral and I am immoral. I'm an immoral guy. Okay? I'm a bad guy. I'm probably a fucking Nazi for being on Twitter still. Oh.
midst of a ceasefire between Iran, Israel, and the United States, but we are heading now toward yet another escalation.
48 hours before the talks commenced, there was talk of wiping out civilizations.
The big one that I just watched was when we went to the reactors, and we got invited there. And the Republican guards kept throwing us out of our hotel room at night because they didn't enjoy us as human beings. And we went to the reactors with the Ayatollah, Grand Ayatollah, looking at us as we went in. It was terrifying. I have radiophobia.
This is the research reactor. The blue is because of the Cherenkov radiation.
So it's radioactive. So we're going to stand away from it. I am anyway.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks about the Iranian nuclear program as this very big and scary and serious thing, which of course it is. But when we were touring that research reactor, which by the way was donated by America, I believe.
Yeah, atoms for peace. I mean, you can't make it up.
You studied at MIT, and I believe this reactor came from America.
Yes.
I think a lot of Americans would be surprised about that. So this reactor here was the birthplace of the Iranian nuclear program.
This is only one of 10 sites we have. This is the eldest. The fuel initially was about more than 90% supplied by the American.
We sort of got a sense of which parts of the Iranian nuclear program are kind of jerry-rigged, because when you go in, it's like a clean room and you can't bring any dust in, and you have to wear little booties on your feet and you have to wear a hairnet. But they were out of hairnets. So the sinister Iranian nuclear scientist was showing us around very solemnly, took a booty and put it on his head. So he was showing us around with a little booty on his head.
Yes, I remember it being very janky. And they're like, here, you want to see our reactor? Here it is. And it's like, oh, we gave it to you in like 1958 or something. They kept it sort of pristine, except they had a lot of pictures.
Iran, if it wants to go toward weapon, we don't have difficulties, because once you can fabricate fuel, you can make it.
It was very freaky. It was a very freaky reactor, a very freaky shoot. And I mean, I love Tehran, as we said, because everybody there has either relatives here in LA or in London, and they have satellites. So they know, it's sort of cosmopolitan in a weird way. And a lot of Arab countries.
Why is that fucking weird, man? I can't watch this. I'm getting mad. I'm getting mad all over again. Do you understand why I'm frustrated? This is a guy who got like the world delivered to him, and he had the opportunity to make something great. Vice was pretty cool initially, and they took that cool status. They took that the cool status into a $1 billion media property. They got billions of dollars. He exited the company. He made a fuck ton. He's 100 millionaire. And it's such a waste. Like, it was such a massive fucking waste. And yeah, when you hear the way he talks about these things, even though he has literally traveled around the world, he's gone to like Caracas, he's gone to fucking Tehran as he calls it. Like you hear the way he talks about these places, and you're like, how is this the guy? Like, how is this the fucking guy who was in charge of all this?
Go there because of plastic surgery, and they have parties and events and that and stuff. But like, The protesting is nonstop.
The emotions are really ramping up here now. All of Trump's recent rhetoric has really increased the anti-American sentiment in Iran right now.
The mosque. Protests are burning in effigy and down with the USA, which is on every building and stuff. It's sort of become just commonplace. Oh, death to Israel, death to the Jews. Let's eat kind of thing.
Burning of the flags, stomping on the American flag, effigies, just anti-American sentiment at a fever pitch intensity.
Why are you here today?
There was a lot of protesting against America, but they were saying we like Americans, we don't like the regime, which is what we say about Iranians.
Government of the America, they are all claiming Iran's people are terrorists, but you're not terrorists, you're friendly.
They are enemy of
Ain't no fucking way did I just see that. Wait, hold
Iran's
on.
people are terrorists, but you're not
Bro,
terrorists.
they got the PSL signs. Dude, no shot. No shot. They're in fucking Tehran with the PSL signs, bro. Look at that. It's so close to the PSL font. Oh my God. Oh my God. Answer Coalition, PSL. Code Pink. PSL Tehran. Oh my God. People of the world know. Hashtag Black Lives Matter. Why doesn't the USA regime? I mean, that part is normal. I've told you guys about this before. Everyone in that side of the world is very tuned into American domestic affairs. And they will regularly criticize like white supremacy, all this stuff. I mean, Erdogan came out and had some choice words for the American regime. You know? I just watched Hasan's debate with Ethan from a year ago. Holy shit, that was bad. What is happening? Why are there more people watching the Ethan Klein debate from a year ago right now? Why is that gaining traction? You're the second chatter that's come in to say that. No, I'm not going to ban that person. Calm down. Why would I ban that person? That person is probably saying it was bad because fucking Ethan sounded like an insane person.
Friendly.
They are enemy of government of America.
Right.
We have no problem with people of America. We like them.
I always have a weird time in Iran. And you were like, yeah, it's one of my favorite places to go. Why?
It's one of my favorite places because, as you say, it's so cosmopolitan. There's a huge, as you touched on, there's a huge difference between the views of what, between the regime's official line that was on the street, death to America, death to Israel, and what the average, regular, certainly Tehrani thinks, which is typically ambivalent or even pro-America, even pro-Israel, which is amazing. And just the discord between those two things creates a very interesting world, a sort of a secretive underground world. As you've said, like we've been to parties there, we've been to dinner parties and I mean places where people are drinking wine, which gets delivered as if it's by a drug dealer, and that feels very urbane and also kind of clandestine and exciting. And it's not exciting if you live there and you have to order wine from a guy who comes and delivers it.
Yeah, people talk to me about that and they're like, well, why isn't the regime changed? Two things. Whenever you're in Iran, they're like, look, we're going to change the regime. Just don't bomb us or don't attack us because then we'll unite. A. B. They are protesting and there is sort of a nudge trying to be given there because I would say it's in Tehran anyway, it's probably about 80-20 against. But then you have the Revolutionary Guards, and because there's been so many sanctions for so long, they're kind of, you know, the mafia and you know, they control everything and the money and the currency and all that stuff. And they have all the guns. So they're not going, because if there's a regime change, they're all in trouble. So they're not going anywhere. And so therefore, you have unarmed people have to fight heavily armed people. It's just not going to work.
It's not going to work. And now the government is more entrenched, more radicalized, and there's not, you know, the protests that have happened over the last, since 2009, intermittently from 2009 till...
The government controls the currency? I can't believe it. I mean, he meant the IRGC, but, you know, you're not wrong. You Yeah, that's true, man. It's crazy. It's crazy stuff.
Till January this year, when this war ends, when do they come back? I don't know, but I know that the security state, the government, the IRGC, which is sort of parallel and a bit off, now they're ready. They're broken into cells. I think they call it like the mosaic system. They're autonomous. Like, they're a lot more dangerous now.
And what are some of your favorite things about Iran shooting there or getting stories, and what are some of your least favorite?
One of my favorites is when...
Are they in a different room at different times throughout the day? How do they shoot this? It looks so strange. Like,
when we bumped into the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, General Salami, and I kind of did my producer thing. I ran into the crowd and I kind of went to the front. I grabbed our fixer and I said, ask him for an interview. We want to do just a quick stand-up interview in the street, as you know we do. Our fixer turned to him and said, Vice News, USA, Vice News. He's from the USA. And the head of the IRGC, who, by the way, was assassinated by Mossad last year.
Israel strikes on targets inside Iran and also on Iranians' military leaderships, the most important of which is Hossein Salami, who is the head of the elite wing of Iran's military.
Looked at me, then turned to our fixer and said in Persian, what I'm sure is some kind of Persian saying.
He said the dog is the brother of the fox, and walked away.
Seriously?
Yeah.
The Straits of Hormuz is in the news every day.
Should we go for a swim? Yeah. What's up? Nice try.
You guys went swimming and driving around and talking about it and whatever, which we'll show some footage of.
So Iran is, with the current sanctions, Iran is banned from trading oil with anyone. But
he still lives in Iran, by the way. What's his name? Suresh. Wasn't he literally doing reporting from Iran for the French, both CNN and also for a French.
From the amount of tankers you see, wherever you see red lines on the tankers, that means that they are empty and that oil has been dropped off. So
yeah,
there's
France
a lot
24 and CNN too. He still does reporting.
Oil trading hands, and the Revolutionary Guard and that kind of naval warship right there is going around and patrolling. So Iran has made it very clear that regardless of sanctions, they will not stop selling oil to whoever wants to buy oil from them.
It was weird and fun to swim in the Strait of Hormuz. We could see IRGC vessels. We could see oil transiting the Strait of Hormuz, contrary to sanctions.
Vice News goes to the centers of massive geopolitical conflict, just hangs out and learns nothing. The P is the brother of the poo. Jesus. Good take. Good take, chatter. For me, like I fully checked out of them when I saw them doing coverage on the famine and the blockades in Yemen, and they were literally talking about how it's a necessity because the Ansar Allah are fucking violent monsters that do child slavery and all this shit. That's when I was like, oh, I know what the fuck this is. I don't even know if they got like bought out by the Saudis or one of the Gulf states. I'm sure they probably played a role in the purchase agreement, but that was when I was like, oh, I see what's going on. I see what the fuck y'all are doing.
That was super interesting. We were like, this is so busy. It's so congested.
It's an international incident waiting to happen.
It's just obvious. And then you're so close to whole other universe. Like, once you're on the other side of the Persian Gulf, it's just another world.
It's malls and Four Seasons and
Shake Shack. It's right fucking there. And of course, it's unbelievably vulnerable. It's like the DMZ in Korea. Like, it's like, which no one thinks, except you're driving a fifth of the world's commerce through it, which by the way is more than a fifth, because that's like cutting off your leg and saying, oh, it's a fifth of your body. The system is broken.
I would also much rather go to Tehran than Dubai, like 100%.
Because that weird little patch of ocean is blocked.
So on one of the trips we went there, it's the anniversary of the revolution. They like to have you come. There's parades and things. And they parade out like missiles and ballistic missiles is actually what we're seeing today.
They're trotting out new missile systems. There's drone systems over there. We're going to see what's happening here.
And one of the things they paraded around were all the drones, their drone technology, their drone capabilities, which are in the news every day and has changed sort of warfare, and we got to see it. I think also, like, yes, Straits of Hormuz, like when you go there, you're like, oh, this is all of the world's oil going through one tiny thing. Do you think that what we're seeing today in the news every day was on parade for years before?
That's what I think you learn a lot of the time with extremists is when they say what they're going to do, believe them, because they often just do it. And they told us this was going to happen. It was obvious this was going to happen. I'm sure Trump was told that it was going to happen. I'm sure he calculated it, that he would be able to proceed anyway. But yeah, it was unbelievably vulnerable.
Yeah, we were there shooting, and there's just drones, and they're like, here's our drones. We can send thousands and thousands and thousands of these at you guys.
Exactly the same point. Yeah, they're like, here are super cheap drones that we made. By the way, that's the amazing thing about Iran, a bit like North Korea, a bit like Cuba, Venezuela, Syria, is how sanctions force ingenuity on people. So like in Iran, half the cars you see driving around, they're Peugeots, supposedly, but they're made in Iran. They make their own cars, and they make drones that cost $3,000. Do you remember when Netanyahu showed us Shahid?
That's the Iranian drone we shot down. It's got a wing here, fixed wing here.
So this was an Iranian drone sent over Golan Heights. You shot it down. They then sent missiles and artillery to attack you on Golan Heights, and then you. So this was the start of everything.
That was it. That was it. And you see it. The center was blown out by our interception, but these are the parts that come from the center. And I think it's the first time that we're showing this.
Yeah, it's the first time.
But that was the first time that one had ever been shown on camera. That was in the...
Yeah. There you go. Dare I say more? Liberal Hitler. I mean, I don't think you can call Benjamin Netanyahu a liberal. Let's be real.
It was the Israeli Defense Force had shot down Shahid drones that were trying to, go into Israel and bomb in there, and we went.
Yeah, we butt-chuck cocaine with modern reincarnation of Adolf Hitler.
and we're the first ones to see them.
And now the U.S. Army have reverse engineered that same drone.
The Lucas drone, low-cost unmanned combat attack system.
And yeah, that's the first time the U.S. military has reverse engineered an enemy's technology since I think the 1950s when they reverse engineered some bridge.
Okay, so to finish off Iran, favorite thing that you ever did there, or favorite memory of it, and least favorite?
Food. Definitely very good food. I like a lot. My other favorite thing was meeting the metal band, Chaos Descent, in Iran, in Tehran. It was one of my favorite interviews I've ever worked on because they were so candid.
We have a situation here, new generation is so depressed.
People do not act about their situation, about to change the situation. They just sit and watch the whole happening in the country.
Right.
But do nothing.
You could leave, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the only option.
Right.
And they were just fucking awesome. And I still talk to them on Instagram, and they're still there. They're just great. One of the scarier parts was when we were in our hotel and we were looking down on Evin prison. That's one of the most feared prisons in the world. And, the government minders, they don't say, don't fuck around or you'll end up in there, but that's kind of the subtext. And they say, look, here it is.
The thing is, we've spoken to so many people who have a lot of fear, and what they're afraid of is ending up in that prison over there, which is where all the political prisoners are sent. It's called Evin. It's kind of the legendary, terrifying place that nobody wants to end up.
One of the things they do when you go to Tehran the first time is they take you on that mountain that's in the middle of Tehran, and they take you up, and they have the birds that pick your fortune, and they have tea, and then you have lunch sultani kebabs, and it's very pleasant and bucolic. And then they're like, by the way, the political prison is under this mountain, so if you do anything wrong, that's where you're going. It's a sort of, we did this whole afternoon just to let you know that we're going to put you in jail if you do something wrong.
It's a fucking joke, man. Like, they're not gonna send Americans to the fucking dissident prison. Jesus Christ.
And we were talking about trying to get in and shoot this time. And so we were going to go, you and I were going to go shoot, and we had visas and accepted and everything, but then they kept shutting down the airspace. But I thought
It's like if someone were to be like, oh yeah, we're gonna put you in Guantanamo Bay. Like, that's not gonna happen.
I think what people realize is if you always have minders with you, and if you go off script or off piste, as I say, the people that you're with can be jailed or worse. And if you interview people, or the people who are helping you or your fixers, they are in danger. Maybe talk about that a little bit.
In a lot of the places where we filmed, the fixers, the local producers, are the ones who are exposed to risk over long periods of time.
They're heroes.
Complete heroes. If you look at Iran, there's not our usual producers, but someone I've been talking to recently. You know, you asked about protests, right? Trump, when he attacked this time, and Netanyahu called on the people of Iran to rise up, which they were kind of in the process of doing before this war. By prosecuting this war, America's made that 100 times more difficult, because the people that I've talked to on the ground there recently say now, right now, today, last night, every day, the Basiji, the kind of local paramilitary youth groups, are roaming the streets with megaphones saying, stay in your houses, stay in your houses. But you can't leave to organize. You can't, and even if you could, it's not like in Venezuela where people know where the organs of the state are. People don't even know where to go. So if you get 100,000 people in a square in Tehran, which you can't, if you could, you wouldn't know what to do anyway. You wouldn't know where to go. And then the IRGC would come and kill you, which is what happened earlier this year.
In Iran, the death toll surging as the Islamic Republic tries to crush the spreading protests.
Last question. What do you think happens in the next 6 months to a year in Iran?
I think that the best case scenario is a de-escalation of the war and then some sort of Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz ongoing.
The biggest moves over the last few days has been the U.S. imposing the blockade and then boarding an Iranian ship after firing on it.
Because it's so fucking easy. You just have to take out one container ship a month, and then that's it, and you can't go through it. And then the worst case scenario is a bad one.
War just continues, and energy collapses, and the economy collapses, and we're all in trouble.
It's a bit World War III-ish.
Yeah.
I don't think it's World War III, but wars, if you read, like, some of the stuff from, pre-World War I, there was a lot of the same discourse about Europe is now civilized. We have little wars, we don't have big wars. Complete bullshit, obviously.
Right. We don't know where it's going to end. We hope it ends positively, or at least quickly, and it doesn't get dragged out and become a catalyst like Sarajevo.
Feels like old school Vice. We got Iran Vice for GTA 6. This is better Vice. Dog is the brother of the Fox City baller. Way to dismiss someone. No shot. This isn't on the laptop. Expose yourself. What the fuck is this?
Ask those questions.
Oh, come on,
What's
dude.
wrong with you, Mom?
That's good. No. Thank you for showing a spotlight on my local Albanian family struggling restaurant. 100% American Turk. Why can't we call it Virtue News instead? You nailed this social interaction. Which one?
Pardon me, could I have a moment? My name is Hasan Piker.
Hello, Quirk, genuinely. Hello there, Hasan Piker.
What the fuck is this game, bro? What is... I see people making me in this game all the time. What is it called? Tamagotchi or something?
Charlie Quirk.
So, you leave the charcoal with Randy. Oh, he trackled the shell on it. Yeah. Ratiana Quirk running. Short B. Yeah. Tinawanda.
Island right. Oh. Blue. Hapta. Stamby. Spanchivilla. Pringle Chextanan. Yes, Cerrone.
Tomodachi Live is Nintendo's The Sims game.
Spanchivilla. Pardon me.
Only real gamers play it? Okay. Tomodachi Life. Anyway, whatever. Device has done a bunch of cool shit. Let's be real. I just feel like it was such a missed opportunity. Could have been so good. Hilarious photo. Oh, I saw this. Congratulations to Georgia women's tennis. It's so funny. They're just... You can't even see them, dude. I can't tell if they're doing it on purpose, though, or not. This is why it's impossible to trust the Pakistani side as a mediator in these negotiations, notwithstanding their sincere desire to end the war and the general positive sentiment towards Iran inside of Pakistan. The Pakistani military junta is not independent from Washington. Another really good piece by Financial Times on why Asim Munir has failed during these talks. Pakistan has remained silent about Israeli and Trump violations because they fear Trump will get upset with them. My life for Pakistan! Pakistan's in the bud! This is what happens. These are table troubles. Turks know this very well. I will die for Pakistan. Turks know the problems of being the table. Pakistan is learning today. Okay? So far, the Pakistanis are mostly trying to convince the Iranians to accommodate the American position and not necessarily trying to come up with creative ideas on how to bridge the gaps. They are not as experienced as the Qataris or the Omanis, and they are prone to trying to urge one side or another to show flexibility, rather than coming up with solutions on their own. Islamabad took a similar approach when Israel's continued offensive against Hezbollah in Lebanon threatened to derail the U.S.-Iranian ceasefire. Sharif had publicly stated, in line with Iran's interpretation, that Lebanon was included in the truce, but Islamabad did not openly push back against the U.S. and Israel's assertion that it was not, as Israel launched a huge bombing campaign in Lebanon. Instead, Munir, Sharif, and the Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar privately urged the U.S. and European governments to press Israel to halt its assault, said people familiar with the situation. Pakistan's outward silence raised questions about Islamabad's neutrality with Iran and countries. Nasser said the Pakistanis were serious interlocutors, but what they can't deliver is any guarantees on Trump's behavior. They can't say, we promise the U.S. won't do ABC, Nasser said, and there's nothing Munir can do about that. Why are they at the table right now and not Oman? Table troubles, dude. Yeah, people are shitting on Pakistan now. See, this was my problem with Pakistan's role all along. Iran has made it abundantly clear that they are not open to negotiating, given the U.S. willfully engaged with them in bad faith during the first round in Islamabad by positioning itself on excessively maximalist demands, as well as the persistent. See, this is what happens. When you are the table, everybody sits on you. Okay? And when everyone is pointing fingers at one another, eventually all the fingers will point at the table. That's right. That's not how tables work. Shut up! India was right. This war is the fault of Pakistan. Wait, the cinephile chatter was memeing earlier. 20 cinephiles versus 1 cinophile. The Godfather does not mog the Ming dynasty. So stupid. Ironically, that's how Ottomans work. Okay, maybe that's the reason why Turkey has been the table all along. A table you can sit on. Anyway, here's the White House talking about no deadlines. Let's take a look.
Yeah, well, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt just Spoke to reporters moments ago, and she said there is no deadline for this ceasefire. She also suggested that President Trump is giving the Iranians flexibility to come up with a proposal. But of course, the Iranians have said that they're not going to negotiate until that U.S. naval blockade ends, whereas President Trump has said that blockade is not going to end until there's a deal. But take a listen to what Levitt told reporters moments ago.
We want to see a unified response and a unified proposal. To the previous question's point, you see a lot of different messaging on social media from many people within the regime, and a lot of that public nonsense is not what we hear from them privately. But again, we want a unified response, and that's what the president is awaiting.
And Stephanie, we are also getting some new details from sources about how those in-person negotiations in Pakistan fell apart. We're learning that in the days leading up to President Trump's ceasefire deadline, the U.S. sent Iran a list of broad points that they hoped the Iranians would agree to ahead of those in-person talks. So messages were being traded between both sides, between the U.S. and Iran, but we're told that in the final hours before the deadline, Iran essentially went silent, that they weren't responding. One Pakistani official told us they believe Iranian officials were angered over the U.S. after they struck an Iranian-flagged cargo ship. We're also told by multiple officials that they believe the lack of response was due to a fracture within Iranian leadership. So major questions about where all of this heads, as we have seen multiple deadlines that the president has set come and go. All of this as
What is this? At least 34 tankers with links to Iran have bypassed the U.S. blockade. Yeah, I know. We covered this earlier. How can dozens of ships defeat the U.S. blockade, as the Financial Times reports below says is happening? The map shows how a tanker can travel from Karg Island to Mumbai while remaining within the territorial waters of Pakistan and India. The U.S. blockade rules and UNCLOS, UN Law of the Sea, give ships the right of innocent passage through a coastal state's territorial sea. And it is the coastal state that will regulate that passage. Once in Pakistani or Indian waters, they can transfer their cargo or continue without entering international waters. What? Trump made an indefinite ceasefire because Epstein news got worse for him?
Trouble in paradise? Those are the reports.
This is The Onion, by the way. Fractures emerge between GOP's pro-pedophilia, extremely pro-pedophilia wings. Oh my God, The Onion is back.
It's coming out of Washington today as fractures seem to be emerging in the GOP between the Republicans' pro-pedophilia wing and the party's extremely pro-pedophilia wing. Infighting between the two pedophile coalitions reaching new levels of intensity in recent weeks, leaving GOP leadership to question how best to handle the future of their party's sexual attraction to minors. ONN's Jason Copeland joins us now from Washington with the latest. Jason, you've been in close contact with Republican insiders. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Dwight, well, this is really a battle for the soul of the Republican Party, plain and simple. You know, the GOP has historically welcomed a wide net from pederasts to ephebophiles, and there's always been, you know, sort of moderate support for sexual attraction to children, but many in the base are now asking for a more full-throated endorsement, and like you said, this is really about the party of pedophilia's future, and right now it's looking a little bit split.
And the split playing out very publicly on social media just yesterday, with Senator Tom Tillis replying pretty tepidly to the most recent Epstein Files revelations.
Yeah, that's right. He's publicly calling everything in the Epstein Files cool, which frankly, you know, to pro-pedophilia voters, this comes off as a pretty lukewarm endorsement of child sex trafficking.
Which just isn't going to cut it.
Taking the blue sky X is for true pedophiles.
Trump era of Republican pedophiles. A new Gallup poll showed only 44% of Republican voters being in favor of pedophilia, with another 43% being very in favor of it.
Yeah, and that's really what we're talking about here, Dwight.
What is this? In a New York Times interview, Hasan Piker says that many understand Luigi Mangione killing United CEO Brian Thompson because Thompson was himself guilty of social murder. Social murder. Piker is worth $12 million. Free speech liberal adjunct professor, by the way. But of course, Israeli flag in the bio. GiveWell estimates it costs $5,000 to save a life via charity. So Piker, by keeping his money by his own logic, is socially murdering 200 people a year. Monster. I don't think this guy understands anything. I very clearly define what social murder is. I don't know if they, mention it in the clip, but
Engels wrote about the concept of social murder. And Brian Thompson, as the United Healthcare CEO, was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder, the systematized forms of violence, the structural violence of poverty, the for-profit paywalled system of healthcare in this country. And the consequences of that are tremendous amounts of pain, tremendous amounts of violence, tremendous amounts of deaths. And that was a fascinating story for me, because Americans are very draconian about crime and punishment. They're very black and white on this issue. And yet, because of the pervasive pain that the private healthcare system had created for the average American, I saw so many people immediately understand why this death had taken place.
I mean, that's pretty. This clip doesn't actually. Like, what is the anger here? In an interview with New York Times, Tom Piker said that many understand Luigi managed to kill the United CEO Brian Thompson because Thompson was himself guilty of social murder. This is. I'm so confused. Like, this clip makes it clear. What the fuck? That's not me endorsing it, and I don't endorse it. What is happening, man? What the fuck is going on? Is there a reason to talk anymore? Should we just assume the worst of others? Like, when I get people who email me with anger about some shit I didn't say, I just respond with, "Hi, do you have any corrections on anything I said?" And they never respond. What the fuck are we doing?
Social murder.
Do people just think like explaining something is an explicit endorsement? Is that where we're at? If someone kills Hasan Piker, I won't support it, but I'll understand it because Piker is guilty of stochastic terrorism. This is how a lot of people think, yes, in most cases, not just politics. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is going on? Why are people like this? I don't know. I don't know how to continue. I could just explain something as clearly as possible. In that 1 minute clip, I very clearly explain a concept and then talk about why people's perception of the Luigi Mangione alleged murder was so shocking to even someone like myself, who has an understanding that Americans are very draconian otherwise. And I don't even know, this is yet another one of those instances where the clip itself actually is not even out of context. Very strange. You assume they watched the clip, and then this guy just like guy with a beeper in his bio, pro-Israel guy, of course, is like, yeah, someone basically saying like someone should kill Hasan. Okay, man. Good luck, I guess. Your haters are literally insane. Why would anyone demand Democrats be in a relationship with someone who sounds like my psychopathic ex-husband? Why? Okay, so I try not to project, but I can now objectively say he sounds exactly like my ex-husband because this is exactly what my ex-husband has literally said. Huh? Go to therapy. What the fuck? What is this? Look at this one. If Hasan Piker was guilty of social... Okay, this has 0 likes. At this point, you're literally just posting... Are you posting your own tweets? What the fuck's happening? And no, that's not how social murder works. Oh my God. And I wasn't even endorsing it. I literally talk about the problems with adventurism in this same fucking video. Ugh. Ay. What are you gonna do? Whatever, dude. Yeah, sure. You got me, I guess. I don't fucking know. I give up. I give up on trying to explain things that are like explained in the video that people refuse to understand because they're just so angry.
You know, for the last 10 years, the entire party has been jockeying for who's going to succeed Donald Trump as the face of American pedophilia. And right now, Republicans are looking closely at some local elections for insight. And this centrist versus extreme dynamic is playing out in Republican primaries across the country. This is Utah State Senator incumbent Matt Riggs staking out the more moderate position on child sex abuse.
I think my record speaks for itself. No one, and I do mean no one, was more upset than me the day Millie Bobby Brown turned 18. I am a staunch and committed pedophile.
Pretty boilerplate talking points.
Exactly. You know, it's a lot of the same old promises that many just aren't believing are going to resonate in exactly the same way anymore. And especially when you compare it alongside the more energized campaigns of some of the more charismatic sex criminals running, like Riggs' opponent Brock Granite, political outsider who fired back in a podcast appearance earlier this week.
Seducing underage boys and girls is a bedrock founding principle of the Republican Party. And it sickens me to see my opponent swoop in and try and steal valor from the real pedophiles on the ground. I looked it up. In the Epstein files, this guy's name appears less than 300 times. It's performative pedophilia.
Now, Senator Riggs has already responded on X saying, quote, I enjoy molesting as much as the next red-blooded American pedophile. I just don't make it my whole campaign. We need to be responsive to kitchen table issues, or the only ones left at the table will be adults. Jason, these are strong words being said against fellow pedophile party members. Is there any sense they can find common ground here and come together on this?
You know, not without strong pedophilic leadership at the top, Dwight. You know, some think J.D. Vance could be that, but others say he just looks like a pedophile more than acts like one. P. Diddy certainly could have been an interesting outside candidate. But the bottom line here, Dwight, is this is an identity crisis for a party that will eventually need to decide. Are they going to push forward and continue to build upon the pedophilia of Trump? Or will they take the path of the Matt Gaetz moderates, go back to their roots and once again commit to being the grand old pedophiles of Reagan?
Will be interesting to see how it plays out. Thank you, Jason. In response to the infighting, Democratic leadership is looking to capitalize politically. Members of the House and Senate today held a joint press conference dressed as little children, stating, quote, you can all be pedophiles if we can please have health care. Coming up next, making America healthy again. More on RFK Jr.'s latest initiative to fill the Washington Monument reflecting pool with beef tallow. You've seen the news, now touch it with your
Air defense is activated in Tehran. Uh-oh. Do you think Tom Steyer really will stand a chance against this? MS now had Abdul and Plattner.
Sanders Kingmaker,
the senators helping progressive candidates pull ahead in Senate races, and it's making some Democratic leaders nervous. In Michigan, Sanders' latest preferred candidate is...
I don't like that they use old photos of Abdul back when he was a little bit chunkier, because like he's slimmed out, you know, he's keeping it tight. You know, put some new photos up there.
Abdul El Said.
Yeah, there we
he's
go.
gaining momentum in a three-way Democratic
Not
primary,
his best suit, but
using a very clear platform: Medicare for all, abolishing ICE, and ending U.S. military aid to Israel. And in Maine, Sanders endorsed Graham Plattner is leading the Democratic field handedly, despite a string of negative revelations. In an interview with NBC News, Plattner said he'd push Democrats to pursue an aggressive agenda, one that includes replacing Chuck Schumer, organizing an anti-war movement, and removing 2 conservative Supreme Court justices. Joining us, former Florida Congressman Val Demings and Peter Hamby, who's back with us. So, Peter, is this a sea change?
Oh, Peter's on the line, baby. Let's hear from Peter.
I don't think so. I mean, we've both covered elections for going on 8 years now, where Bernie Sanders, 10 years, where Bernie Sanders has been a factor, where he's been on the ballot. I think the candidates you mentioned, Abdul El Sayed and Graham Plattner, will certainly do well in their primaries. Plattner's is in June, El Sayed's in August. Among younger voters, especially in Michigan, where there are a lot of Arab and Muslim people and young people on campuses who are furious about Gaza still and that issue, and they're making their campaign about AIPAC and stopping AIPAC money, et cetera. So at the same time, Bernie Sanders has a mixed record endorsing candidates. He also endorsed Peggy Flanagan in the Senate primary in Michigan. You know, he can bring a lot of energy to the table, but he's also been on the ballot in many of these states. He was on the ballot in Michigan himself in 2020 against Joe Biden and lost.
Peter can't give you credit. It's hilarious. I don't think he should bring my name up at all in this.
A lot to Biden, in part because he has yet to crack the code with black voters.
Iran is being bombed right now. Ben Rhodes, opinion, Graham Plattner went to hell and back is a simple message for Democrats. This is where American exceptionalism. Oh, yeah. I heard Graham Plattner's recent statements about like American war machine, and it was really fucking good. I know a lot of people hate him and all this shit, but every day he comes out with a more impressive statement. He basically said there's nothing exceptional about what we do overseas, and what we should be doing. What the difficult thing to do is actually not to, you know, bomb another brown country, but instead a president that can be restrained. U.S. ground missiles launched from Kuwait targeting Tehran, the capital of Iran. I don't know who Aiden Reports is. I don't know how legit this is. Yeah, he said, we are so broken emotionally when it comes to our politics that we've literally created this story, and that it's inherent in being a competent political leader to kill civilians, Mr. Plattner told me. If you're not willing to do some hard things and drop some bombs, then you're not up to the task of power. I think it's the opposite. You're not up to the task of being in power if you do not think about the cost of violence. If that's not at the front of your mind, then I don't think you're morally in the right place to be in positions of power. We'd like to frame our wars as virtuous, but they're not. Instead, they resemble a declining empire sowing chaos along its periphery as a matter of strategy. Economic and political elites profit while the Americans who fight suffer along with the places they attack. The only way we change that is by talking about it publicly, Mr. Plattner told me. If we start to revisit the morality of military conflict and how we use violence, that's going to have a direct correlation to what is good for America. I'm sorry, you will never convince me that is not the fucking most. I mean, that's like, if you like it when I say it verbatim, because this is what I say fucking batum, but you hate it when he says it, at a certain point, you have to realize, like, you know, there is no reason for him to be insincere about this. Yeah, says the dude that chose to go kill civilians multiple times. The USA sucks. Fa. I know. Like, which message do you think will resonate more with the voters? I mean, this is still, at the end of the day, somewhat of a brave stance to take, even though it's the true stance to take, right? It's just the truth. That's all he's saying. First time one of my tweets has been on your screen. Oh, right here. It's sad that we have endless amounts of money to drop bombs on brown kids. This guy, look at this guy. Glazing themselves. Was Fetterman ever this progressive? Fuck no, man. No. No, of course not. He would know what it takes as a politician who's killed civilians. When Janet Mills was a machine gunner. Dude, are you unironically saying Janet Mills is better than fucking Graham Plattner? Please, dude. He was pro-Hamas, okay? He was giving Hamas credit in 2014. Okay, what more do you fucking want? Oh, Jesus Christ. He said, that's a competent military operation. Very nice. That's what he said. While wearing a Nazi tattoo, of course he did. Come on, man. You come on. Please. But he wasn't a machine gunner for Hamas. Shaking my head. There are unconfirmed reports of explosions in Tehran, awaiting more info. All right, well, I mean, he's saying this now. We can't treat the Supreme Court as a functional constitutional body acting in phase a corrupt far-right partisan court, and we have to treat it as such. Both Alito and Thomas should be impeached. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, dude. A lot of warplanes seen over Iraq. Yeah. Explosion in Tehran are what people are saying. Some are claiming that the war is back on. If Chud, why act like woke? Every PSL guy I know hates Plattner. I know. Well, they're PSL guys. It's fine. They're not voting anyway. Put it this way, I love someone is saying it, but I wish it wasn't him. I think in the eyes of the average American, he has a lot more legitimacy saying that shit than I do. Because the average American literally fucking sees him as a guy who bled for this shit. And they see me as a annoying America hater who wants to fucking do 9/11s every day. Okay? Just because I have an infallible, untarnished track record as being a guy who did not murder civilians doesn't change that calculation for the average American. Okay? It might for you. Yeah, you're a tanky bitch and he's a veteran. Well, most Americans don't know what the fucking a tanky bitch is. Let's be real. I am PSL and I vote write-in every election. You just write write-in. That's all you write. You don't even write in a candidate. You just write in the write-in box. I'm a Mainer. What are your thoughts on Plattner? I like him. I think he has been unbelievably impressive in this cycle, going from a guy with a million red flags who I was not very excited or like I thought he was cool at first, and then I found out his background. I really liked him at first because he came out of the gate swinging like, you know, fuck Israel, Medicare for all. I was like, oh my God, this guy's awesome. Looks like a chud, talks like a woke, thinks like a woke, perfect guy, right? And then I found out about his background. I was like, oh my God, that's insane. Four tours, machine gunner, and also fucking Blackwater, get the fuck out of here. And then there was like the totem cough tattoo, and I was like, oh my God, this is the totality of everything that this guy is unbelievable. However, my assessment was that he was, of course, far more preferable to Janet Mills regardless, and it was good that people were overlooking the red flags or didn't even consider it to be a red flag at all, but overlooking the red flags for the most part because he was saying all the right things. But since then, that was a year ago, right? That was a year ago. Bro, why did you say that? Like it's a good thing? Wait, what do you mean? No, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying it's clearly unbelievably bad. But since then, he has he has been unbelievably impressive in communicating very clearly a moral conviction that has been lost in American politics. One of the best. Having said that, of course, for a lot of people that normally don't participate in American elections anyway, he is irredeemable monster for being a machine gunner. But I have said since day one that regardless of my suspicions of certain red flags, that he would be a use case for the rest of the country to show that you can actually go to a purple state and run the most progressive guy you can. And guess what? He is the most progressive guy, and he is actually fucking doing unbelievably well. And he is going to, inshallah, defeat, once the primaries are over, he's already cleaned it, but once the primaries are over, he's going to most likely defeat a Republican and take over a red seat. And that's huge.
Saw that when he ran in various primaries, especially in South Carolina and through the Deep South during those primary campaigns when he ran for president. So it's a mix. One thing I will note too that I find interesting, Katie, is that
his biggest ops are also Israel, not fucking PSL. It's like saying my biggest ops are like the hammer and sickle guys who say I'm like not well read enough on fucking Marxist theory or something, or I'm like betraying the revolutionary cause. Like those are not my ops at all. Those are just chirpers in the corner. My biggest ops is the nation state of Israel and the American Fascist Republican Party. Those are my fucking ops. And then Jake Tapper and like some of the centrist liberals, right? I don't give a fuck about ultras yelling at me. I assume a similar situation is happening to Grant Plattner as well.
Here I am in California. Bernie's political group, Our Revolution, endorsed Tom Steyer for governor, who is a billionaire, but is also running on a populist progressive message, breaking up energy utilities, taxing billionaires. But Bernie himself, who has said billionaires should not exist, is kind of staying away from the race. So, all these candidates are different. All these races and states are different, but if you are a progressive in a primary, you certainly want Bernie Sanders endorsement.
So I guess, is there a lesson to take away from this? I mean, is it a uniform lesson, or is it a lesson that should be individually or tailor-made, race by race, Val?
If you recall, at that point, initially I said, and I said this on another one of the Pod Save America podcasts as well. If you recall, I said, you look at Grant Plattner, he's got red flags, but people really like him. Okay, and he's most likely going to win. That primary is most likely going to win that seat. Now, you have Abdul Al-Sayed, on the other hand, who doesn't have any red flags and has an identical message to Grant Plattner. So at that point, if Grant Plattner is doing so well, but Abdul Al-Sayed not so well, you have to make a different assessment. Maybe Grant Plattner being white is what is causing people to overlook some of these red flags. And maybe Abdul Al-Sayed being Muslim and brown is actually forcing people to think, oh, he's not electable. Like, this is a calculation that perhaps some people are making. Bro, it's Michigan. Dog, Michigan is less white than fucking Maine. What are you talking about? Michigan is more woke than Maine. Hello?
Look, Senator Sanders.
Like, Abdul Al-Sayed's going for a blue seat, a blue Senate seat. Grant Plattner's going after a red seat.
Has endorsed many candidates. He's won some and he's lost some. So there are certainly no surprises here. But look, I think Michigan and Maine, especially Michigan, has a good problem to have, and that's three candidates who actually excite the voters.
I don't know about all that. I don't know about neither Stevens or McMahon are really exciting people. I wouldn't say that.
And so I do believe, though, that we certainly should. Things are such a mess right now in our nation. I think we should get away from labels and titles, but focus directly on the issues that affect the people. And I think candidates, regardless of where they are, whether in Michigan or Maine, should really talk out to general election voters. We cannot afford to lose. Michigan, we know, taking back the Senate runs straight through Michigan. And so all of the candidates, whether they label themselves as progressives, moderates, or something else, should be having a conversation now with general election voters.
I want you to elaborate on that. It sounds like you have some concerns about how the candidates are campaigning for primary voters.
Yeah, because this is about winning, right? And, you know, we saw in Texas where everybody was saying that Congresswoman Crockett was their hero. Oh, she was a hero. She's a fighter. She's wonderful. But then when it came time to vote for her in the primary election, there were some who said, well, they weren't sure whether she could win or not, which that's a whole nother show and a whole nother conversation. But the bottom line is winning is important. It matters. All roads to taking back the Senate run through Michigan. And I do think that we should not narrowly focus on primary voters. We need to be having conversations with general election voters because that's how you win. And the issues are all of the same. People are concerned about affordability. They're certainly concerned about a fare of a war that doesn't seem to have an in or an off ramp. They're concerned about the future for their children. Those are the issues, regardless of how you label yourself or how voters want to label you, that truly matter to the voters.
Let me keep on Michigan for a second, because there's talk about the Democrats retaking the Senate, maybe getting North Carolina, maybe getting Texas, maybe getting Maine, maybe getting Ohio back. Are they risking potentially, this was not on the bingo card, losing Michigan because of the concerns that Val was alluding to regarding general election voters? Peter?
Look, I think there are concerns among Democrats in the state that, let's be clear, we're talking about Abdul El-Sayed winning the Democratic nomination against Republican Mike Rogers, who, you know, over the years has been, genuflected before Donald Trump, but is not purely a MAGA candidate. He's got experience and a brand in Michigan. The issue there is it's a three-way primary, and you've got Haley Stevens, Mallard McMorrow, and Abdul El-Sayed all running. And to win, you just need 33, 34, 35% of the...
Bro. I think I've decided I'm giving up. Because, like, look at this. Look. Would you steal from the Louvre? Hasan, yes. This doesn't even make conceptual sense in the leftist worldview. The Louvre and almost all of its art are owned by the French state. This is just pointless, destructive, angry nihilism. I didn't realize that this New York Times podcast would be interpreted in the most autistic manner possible. Would you steal from the Louvre? Yes. I would not be logistically capable of executing such a fact, but I would cheer on every news story of people that I see doing it. Absolutely. I follow up by saying, I think it's cool. We got to get back to cool crimes like that. Bank robberies, stealing priceless artifacts, things of that nature. I feel like that's way cooler than the 7,000th new cryptocurrency scheme that people are engaging in. Would you steal from Whole Foods? Yes, and I have under very specific circumstances, all this stuff. Okay? And then this person continues to debate people going, is this rage bait, or do you sincerely think Hasan Piker wants to steal from the Louvre? These were genuine answers about various types of theft they consider moral versus immoral, asked in the context of a New York Times interview. See, a normal person would read that excerpt and interpret getting back to the cool crimes like bank robberies and heists as a joke. He makes a joke, but it comes after a genuine answer. Notably, Tolentino was completely serious as well. Do you guys ever think, like, when you're writing this stuff, do you think you might be too autistic? Like, is that ever a thought that's in your mind where you're like, perhaps I am fucking incapable of reading what was going on? Because sometimes I think, like, is this person fucking for real? Like, is this person actually being sincere with this assessment, with this interpretation? Or are they just, like, being cynical and they're behaving as though, they're cynically claiming that I'm being sincere in my answer? Okay? And then he even goes on to say he wouldn't steal from a city-run grocery store because it's taxpayer-funded. Lamau. Oh, my God. That was a serious answer. Not all of them are serious answers. Now you're just using autistic as a pejorative. It's all aesthetic criterion. They have no deeper rationale. Maybe the leftists of yore did, maybe, but not these people. Y'all have to discern when you're being trolled. These were genuine answers about various types of theft they considered moral versus immoral, asked in the context of a New York Times interview. First of all, you're making it seem like this is a serious back and forth. It's not like a New York Times interview, okay? This is not like a serious New York Times interview. I was an op-ed for one of their podcasts, okay? It's not like... This isn't like a serious conversation. And even if it was, you can still discern that I'm making jokes. In the span of 2 hours, Hasan Piker sparks backlash with Luigi Mangione remarks, claims slain CEO engaged in social murder. Hasan Piker speaks about Luigi Mangione case and podcast appearance. Hasan Piker discussed being pro-stealing from corporations. What the fuck is happening? New York Times is the opportunity of a lifetime. It's entirely incomprehensible that any person speaking to the New York Times could possibly even be the slightest bit insincere, sir. Yeah, that's probably what it is, right? Of course, Noah Smith believes you want to rob the lure. Hasan sucks. What is happening? Harming people is cool is a pretty good summary of what these people and their followers stand for. It's a targeted hit job. You have a lot of very powerful and wealthy enemies and they see you gaining traction. I just don't. Okay, guys, here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. It's not that I have a lot of people that, you know, are up my ass. I know that already. What I don't comprehend is how people are incapable of reading a joke. Okay? How is it that there are so many people who like look at this and once again, they do this thing that I also don't understand because they're clearly putting the context that makes it obvious that I'm fucking joking. What the fuck? To that, I say,
legalize comedy.
I don't get it. They're not incapable. It's malicious. I'm autistic. And when I don't know something is a joke or not, I don't join in. I mean, many people don't do that. I'm still on the fence between brain damage and intentionally weaponizing ignorance. I don't get it. RIP media literacy, though. Actually, it's gone. It's over. It's over. It's over. I'm so cooked. We're so cooked. We're just fucking cooked. There's no way to salvage this country. There's no way to salvage America. I think we're so dusted. Every day, I feel like it gets worse. That person deleted their tweet, I think. What the fuck, man? What the fuck is going on? Chicken's coming home to roost. Keep Connecticut out of your mouth. Chris Murphy sends his regards. Yes. Yes. It's Chris Murphy's revenge. I don't care. I'm a goddamn American. I'm going to keep saying Louvre, okay? Louvre. 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 Is that good? Am I saying it right? Am I saying it right? How the fuck do Americans say it? Louvre. Are you going insane? I am. Motherfuckers be like, don't say croissant. Don't say croissant. Say croissant. Croissant is croissant. Shut the fuck up. This goddamn country didn't liberate Europe from the fucking Nazis so I could say croissant the right way. Shut up. It's called freedom fries, damn it. Anyway. Hasan wouldn't even be able to rob the Louvre. He doesn't believe the real things are on display. That's true, I don't. Most personal, I've been attacked as a French American after years of watching. I apologize. Ay, ay, ay. Mallory McCuomo, show us your APAC paper. Yeah. I have a fucking headache, dude. Yeah, Tucker,
all right, y'all.
Tucker Carlson apologized, and I feel like I'm going to have a disagreement maybe with Kyle. Let's take a look at what Kyle had to say.
So it's happening, bro. It's happening. What have I been saying for the longest time? I said, like, look, if you want me to even begin to take you seriously and you're somebody who was dick riding MAGA and supporting MAGA and hopping on the bandwagon, at the very least, you got to apologize. You got to apologize and be like, my bad, I fucked up, shouldn't have done that, I've been conned, I've been had, I've been took, I've been bamboozled. If you say that and you sprinkle on top a little bit of, like, obviously Kamala would have been better, then we're getting somewhere. Then we're getting to a point where it's like you can begin to heal, have a conversation, open up the lines of communication, and sort of, my whole thing is, you want to come in the tent? Welcome in the tent, but get to the back of the motherfucking line, right? Like, your judgment was bad enough that you fucked this bitch up in the first place, so you can be with us, but sort of know your role. Know your role and shut your mouth, as The Rock used to say, right? That's been my whole spiel on this. But I have to say, as time goes by, I think I was too kind. I think I'm being too kind by being that open-minded and that open-hearted. Because some of this I really think is just grifting. And some of this is shifting with the vibes, because the vibes are so overwhelming that to save your ass, you have no choice but to turn on Trump. You understand what I'm saying? So, with that being said, here we have Tucker Carlson, and this appears to be like an apology, where he's like, man, I should not have pushed Trump, and I'm going to have to live with this the rest of my life type shit. So let's listen, and then we'll break it down further. Here we go.
Looking back, because, I mean, you and I and everyone else who supported him, you wrote speeches for him, I campaigned for him, I mean, we're implicated in this for sure.
Yes.
It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. It's like, in very small ways, but in real ways, you and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now.
Yes.
So I do think it's like a moment to wrestle with our own consciences. We'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be.
I don't know how to feel about this. I don't trust Tucker Carlson. A lot of people are way more forgiving about Tucker Carlson. The more I hear from this guy, the more I stand by my original assessment. The through line of his entire oeuvre. is glazing and stoking political violence, which makes sense because he's hostile to liberal democracy and mutual toleration it encourages. Yes, no Dem in Tennessee likes him where I'm at in Nashville. Agree completely. Sorry, Tim. Sarah Longwell is such a fucking idiot, dude. It's so unbelievable. Was asked to speak on. Hold on. The real question is, are we savvy enough to use someone, i.e. Tucker Carlson, to turn his audience without giving him wings? Yeah, Cenk is obviously, Cenk is a hard on for Tucker. I don't trust Tucker Carlson at all, especially because here's the thing, okay? Here is the thing. Tucker Carlson is a room reader. Tucker Carlson knows that Donald Trump's days are numbered. Tucker Carlson still wants to maintain credibility as an anti-war voice, an anti-Israel voice, so that he can either use that credibility to lend that credibility to whoever comes next, possibly J.D. Vance, or run for the office himself. That's what Tucker Carlson is doing here. A Trump lover who's fallen out of favor. That's what he's trying to do. And the reason for why I say that is because none of the fundamentals of Tucker Carlson's worldview has changed at all. Not even one iota. Maybe on the issue of Israel, I'm willing to give him credit on that. Perhaps he thinks that the violence and the bloodshed that he saw was unconscionable. Sure, whatever. Okay, that could be one thing. However, and I'm not even talking about like, oh, he's anti-Semitically anti-Israel or whatever. I don't give a shit about that, okay? I'm not talking about that at all. That's not the part of the calculation. I'm not trying to make an assessment on how much of his like Israel perspective is geared by anti-Semitism and how much it is genuine because he saw all this bloodshed and all the horror. But what I am saying is that none of his worldview shifted, at least thus far. If Tucker Carlson is still a white supremacist, then how is he any different than a guy who says, you know, I really fucking hate that Donald Trump is such a lover of the Israeli state, and therefore I can no longer support him in good conscience, than Nick Fuentes, right? Nick Fuentes is anti-Trump as well. Nick Fuentes also goes hot and cold on Trump with regular frequency. Nick Fuentes is still a fucking neo-Nazi, though. And no, this isn't about like Tucker Carlson's assessment on Israel being geared or motivated by anti-Semitism, or Nick Fuentes' assessment on Israel being geared or motivated by anti-Semitism. I'm talking about like the full belief system that these guys very clearly have and also very openly demonstrate. Even if you have a sincerely held belief that Donald Trump fucked up, or you fucked up for pushing Donald Trump, sure. Okay, fine, great. But I need to see your worldview change. Because if you're just saying like, no, I still want to fucking purge all the migrants from our boundaries. I still believe in WASP supremacy. I still believe in legacy Americans as a concept. Then you didn't change at all. You just want to do Israel in America for Christians, right? Like you want to do Israel in the United States of America. You're not mad at Israel. You're just jealous that Israel gets to do Israel for Jews, and you want to do Israel in America for Christians, right? This is the problem. Okay, God, why are white people so gullible? I think a lot of people fall for famous people converting. They want a conversion story because it makes people feel like their worldview is validated, right? Like, I'm so right that like this guy who's been a demonic entity on the opposing side is now on my side. Like, that's what it is. It's not that it's not that people love a redemption story necessarily. It's more so like, oh, this person confirms my priors, right? I think that's what it is. That's where it comes from. And then they also don't know the full scope of Tucker Carlson's worldview. That's number one. And number two, maybe some know, but can overlook it because, you guessed it, it doesn't impact them, right?
And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional. That's all I'll say. But anyway, but the question does present itself immediately. Like, what is this? Was this always the plan? You don't want to be a conspiracy nut, but like, clearly there were signs of low character. We knew that. Yes.
So he's basically like, hey, dog, I fucked up. My bad. Trump's horrible. Trump's worse than I expected. He's committing war crimes. Yada. Fill in the blank with whatever. But he's like, I'm sorry. He's saying, I'm sorry, right? Now, again, at face value, I hear this and I go, good. If somebody says that, and then they also come out and say, I think Kamala would have been better. Okay. All right. I'm willing to listen to you now in a way that I wasn't before. However, having said that, shout out to Jim Stewartson because he makes this point. After being fired from Fox, Tucker was funded with $20 million by the Mercers, who have been bankrolling Peter Thiel for over a decade. J.D. Vance is Peter Thiel's personal android. They're trying to take Trump out.
This guy's right. I think so too. I think so too. I think they know that Trump's days are numbered. I mean, look at his fucking approvals, right? It's over. And I think they're gearing up for what comes next.
So what's the ulterior motive here? I think the motive, in a very simple and straightforward way, is, yes, they've turned on Trump, but ultimately what they want is J.D. Vance to be president. And you need to ask yourself, what good is the apology? What good is the mea culpa? What good is like all the anti-war talk? If at the end of the day, they're just going to try to take this energy and redirect it into supporting J.D. Vance, who's just as guilty as Donald Trump. I don't want to hear with, oh, he's the actual populist right one. He's the
yeah. It's Kyle cooking.
Actual anti-war one. My ass cheeks. No, if you were bamboozled by Trump, you will also be bamboozled by J.D. Vance because he is none of those things. No, he is a fucking tool of Peter Thiel and the AI demons. And when he gets in there, what's he going to do? The same thing as every Republican president if he gets in there, right? He's going to cut taxes for the rich, support the Epstein class, continue the military-industrial complex, warmonger like nobody's fucking business. And so if you're going to apologize for supporting Trump, and your move is ultimately to just like, I'm going to back.
Kyle is rewriting Theory on God. I know exactly what clip it is.
We need re-education camps, bro. We might need re-education. I'm not so sure.
What the fuck?
Sure, a gulag was a bad idea. Come to think of it, this is making me understand a lot of things I previously.
Wait, what? I didn't know what Kyle was going to say. I thought he was going to be on the jank camp.
He did not understand. I never used to understand authoritarian left movements. I'd be like, why are you authoritarian? Just be like libertarian left. Listening to these motherfuckers? I'm like, oh, I see. They had to do something about you motherfuckers.
This one always gets me because it looks like they gave Stalin a little fro. This is Stalin after he got waves. He's looking wavy. He's looking wavy. Fox News gonna get you. I'm sorry. I don't care, dude. Frozov Stalin. Ethnic Stalin. He's already ethnic. He's Georgian.
J.D. Vance. And even if, what is this for? Are you just gonna, the second 2028 comes around, you're just gonna go, oh great, I support J.D. Vance. Because I fear that's what's gonna happen. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been very, very critical of Trump. But she's also stopped to give JD Vance a lot of credit and pretend like he's sort of the solution. That's fucking bullshit. That's fucking bullshit.
True.
And so that's why
Speak
it's hard
on
to
it,
take
King.
this seriously. Because it's like, okay, are you doing this
Speak
and then all
on
of a sudden
it.
you're going to like, you know, support fucking Abdul El Sayed? Is that what you're going to do? You're going to go out there and support Graham Plattner or Abdul El Sayed or any of the left-wing candidates running across the country, right? Or are you going to go out there and support, I don't know, are you going to be a Bernie Sanders style person now? If you did that, that'd be but that's not what they're going to do. They're going to take all this energy, they're going to harness it to be anti-Trump, but be pro JD Vance or pro the next fucking Republican, slop Republican that gets served up on a silver platter by Wall Street and the military-industrial complex and the AI tech demons, okay? And you know what immediately came to mind when I heard Tucker do this? Remember this? There was a big story that came out. It was in the New York Times, I believe, about how, you know, you have the lawsuit that was happening because of Dominion was suing Fox for lying about the 2020 election. And we had a lot of their internal correspondence of the hosts leaked. And in those correspondence, we had text messages from Tucker where he was talking to somebody and he said this, quote, "We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait." And then he said, "I hate him passionately." And this was a theme of his text messages. He fucking despises Trump. He hates Trump. He's annoyed to no end by Donald Trump. Okay? And he said this in January of 2021. In other words, Tucker knew about the flaws. Tucker knew this guy was a con man and a bullshitter. Tucker knew he was lying about the 2020 election. Tucker knew all of that. And what did he do? He still backed Trump in 2024. Okay? So I don't trust you when you just I'm sorry about the Trump thing. I don't trust you. In the same way that Pete Kegsbreth, the Secretary of War Crimes, he was on a podcast before he became the Secretary of War Crimes, and he said, you know, I'm a recovering neocon. It was so wrong of me to think the U.S. military could go around the world and solve all these problems and do all these wars and we'd be better off for it. He gave a whole spiel about how neoconservatism is bad, being a warmonger is bad. I'm a recovering neocon. I supported the Iraq War. I shouldn't have done that, et cetera, et cetera. Now, he's Secretary of War Crimes. He was the loudest voice in the room calling for war. The loudest voice in the room supporting the illegal attacks against an innocent country that didn't attack us, and now we're triple tapping girls' school.
Sarah responded, "Kill Rick Scott, kill landlords, cuddle up the murderous authoritarian regimes, the whole package. Also, illiterate would be an inability to read, not simply hear clearly the words coming out of your mouth." At some point, folks will get to these unhinged lazy attacks on Piker, just reveal the authors, APAC, Third Way Stooges. I don't know what the fuck this lady's deal is. I don't know what her problem is. She is so mad at me. It is crazy. She said, "I'm not illiterate. I'm just stupid." I'll leave it as an exercise of the reader to determine whether this exchange, the context of a New York Times interview, are people joking at any point. Oh my God. Oh my God. They cut the fucking part that clearly is the... God, that's such an asshole thing to do. These people are fucking ops. I swear to God. I like that this also still kind of shows that I'm memeing though. Would you steal a car? Like I bring up I would steal a car. Why'd you delete the other tweet with the rest of the exchange after people laughed at you? I find it odd that all the rest of his statements are things he sincerely believes and the questions are after answered in full sincerity, but the lure one is supposedly just a joke. Yeah, you find a lot of things odd. You find a lot of things odd, don't you? I just don't understand. Sure, I guess I should just say, I don't think I understood what you were trying to say just from reading it. Oh, God. Was the drunk driving lobbying Sarah Longwell did violent enough for this logic? No, I don't shit on her for that because I agree with her on that, remember? You had to explain you wouldn't download a car, boomer. I know. Poster is 100% on the spectrum. You could tell by their post, and there's nothing you could do to reach an autistic liberal. These people's brains will leak through their nose and ears when they find out about your fear on podcasts. I know. It's so fucking strange, man. Brother, you can't also say ethnic Georgian. They're going to think you're talking about the state and not the country. About Joseph Stalin? I think people understand. I mean, the country.
And bombing hospitals and bombing bridges and doing all sorts of horrific Nazi-like atrocities. So, in other words, he said the right things. He sounded like he was better on the issue, and all of a sudden gets a little taste of power, goes right back to those old tricks and supports all the wrong things. And so when I hear this, that's immediately what comes to mind. Is like, we've been down this road before. And by the way, how do we not know that, you know, let's say Trump decides tomorrow.
I wonder, was there a point in time throughout history where people were just like, oh, maybe I don't understand what this person is joking about? Okay. And like, they would just try to dig deep and try to comprehend. But I think now people just go, oh, I don't understand what this person is saying, or I'm just going to take what he's saying seriously. And of course, obviously, the person that I'm reading from is much dumber than I am. So they are incapable of being sarcastic, embellishing, making a joke, being hyperbolic. Or there is no world where I have possibly misunderstood what they're saying because they're a fucking idiot and I'm a brilliant person, right? So therefore, oh my God, stop. I got it, okay? I got it. This is a good take, okay? I got it. Hey, this is a good take. Do they think you have the ability to steal from the Louvre? Maybe.
Okay, I'm done with this. I'm going to cut and run, cut my losses, get out of Dodge, pulls out, declares victory or some shit, then goes right back to doing a lot of the other shit that these guys love, right? Like cracking down on trans people, for example, ramping up the mass deportations. How do I know that he's not going to be right back on Trump's nuts in 7 minutes, right? He almost certainly will be in that scenario because this is what these people do. I remember Alex Jones crying on air in Trump's first term, going, he bombed Syria. He bombed Syria. It was so bad. He was doing so good, but then he ruined it all by doing this. How could he let us down like this? Crying over the betrayal of bombing Syria in the first term, he was back to riding Trump's nuts in 2024 like that never motherfucking happened. Okay? So that's why I'm skeptical. That's why I pump the brakes. That's why I'm very slow to give these right-wing cretins and demons any credit whatsoever. Because it's hard to fucking believe them. Now, by the same token, I've also said on the show, look, I supported it and I liked it when Dave Smith came out, and Dave Smith also kind of was like, look, I'm sorry for supporting Trump, but more importantly than that, he said, I actually think Kamala would have been better given what Trump is doing now. And I hear that, I'm like, based. Credit to him. That's awesome. However, what happened during Trump's first term? Well, here's a guy by the name of Dave Smith, and you can see here why I continue, and many people continue to be skeptical, because he did this before. I'm going to criticize him. I'm done with him. It's over. And yep, I'm back on the Trump train, but I disagree, and he's a war criminal. But I am back on the Trump train, though. So really what this all stems from, Tucker has it, Dave has it, a lot of people have it. They have leftist derangement syndrome and liberal derangement syndrome and Democrat derangement syndrome. And it's like, you may keep breaking up with Trump and getting back with him, but what you don't consider really is actually supporting left-wingers. So listen to what he said back in the day. This is in the first term.
I would be very happy for to see Donald Trump impeached for the illegal, immoral, borderline war of genocide that he's been helping the Saudis conduct in Yemen. Even grading on a curve. He is a war criminal who deserves to be tried and buried under the prison, just with right alongside Barack Obama and George W. Bush and John McCain and all the rest of them.
Oh my God. How do these guys go back to defending fucking Trump after that? I guess they don't give a shit.
Let me just say this real quick. Donald Trump should be in prison for war crimes for what he did to the people of Yemen. How's that for taking on the right? But I think I might vote for Trump. He should be impeached and removed for this one. He backed Netanyahu as he completed his fucking genocide in Gaza, backed him to destroy the whole fucking place. He bombed the Houthis, he bombed Iran, he bombed Venezuela, killed a whole bunch of people in boats. So that's his actual track record here. Even grading on a curve. He is a war criminal who deserves to be tried and buried under the prison. I had the same experience in Trump's first 4 years. I mean, it was a little bit different, I guess, because I supported him this time, and I hadn't the first time.
So that's why people are skeptical, right? It's like, he's a war criminal, bury him under the prison. But I'm going to support him. I'm going to go ahead and support him. So, look, but here's the good news.
Like, what is it? It's called Schizophrenia. Read a book.
The good news is, it doesn't matter what I say. Like, what I say is totally irrelevant. What you guys say is totally irrelevant. If these people have truly had an enlightenment moment and have awakened to the horrors of Trump and MAGA and the right more broadly, if that's truly the case, then they will just continue to say the right things and do the right things, right? But if my skepticism is merited, then at some point they won't. They'll have a relapse and go right back into shitty, authoritarian, horrific politics. And so we'll all find out together here, but what I say has no bearing on this. It's not like no serious person is going to look at people like me and go, well, since he's mean to me, I'm going to go back on the Trump train. Since he's mean to me, I'm going to vote Republican again. No, because what you realize is, who cares if somebody's an asshole? That doesn't mean anything.
Yes.
The bottom line is, we're murdering innocent little elementary school girls in Iran and triple tapping them, okay? We're bombing bridges. We're bombing hospitals. We're bombing steel plants. We're bombing pharmaceutical companies. We're destroying a civil society. We're backing a nation that's doing multiple genocides with our money and our weapons in our name. And so, obviously, somebody being an asshole should have no bearing on what your politics are. You should just go based off your principles and your values and have that lead you. I've often said this myself, but if the Pope of leftism was the worst person in the world and, assaulted me or something, I would still be a leftist. Because it's about the ideas, it's about the issues, it's about the policies. Everybody on the left could scream at me and yell at me and call me an asshole and call me every negative thing under the sun, and I wouldn't care. I would still vote left because
yes,
that's correct, because the policies are correct and those reflect my values. So we'll find out.
I say this shit all the time too. I say this shit all the fucking time. Whenever people are like, oh, well, this person was mad at me, that person was mad at me. It's making me reconsider my stances. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? We don't, like, think about Black Twitter hates me, right? Because of the Nicki Minaj stuff initially. That's when Black Twitter turned on me and they were like, oh, fuck you. You're a racist. Did I stop Did I stop advocating for the things I believe in? No, of course not. Because when you're a leftist, you're not, your moral compass, your convictions should not change because people are like nice to you or people are mean to you. That's fucking idiotic. Put the policies in the bag. That's all I give a shit about.
But understand something, guys. There is an industry here, right? And in this industry, these right-wing people, they view their role as, we are the right-wing people. Like you see Alex Jones, now he's criticizing Trump all the time, but if you pay close attention, he also says, I'd never vote for the Democrats. The Democrats are absolute demons. Left-wingers are evil and they're terrible and they want the New World Order and globalism. And he goes on and on and on. Like, somehow he has the most scathing criticisms for left-wingers and liberals and Democrats, even today. Even with Trump committing war crime after war crime and clearly has Alzheimer's and severe dementia, Alex says he has severe dementia, and he still shits on the Democrats harder.
Black Twitter also hates Nikki. We also have black Republicans. No, this was black Twitter way back in the day. This was when Nikki was already making her pivot, but like I was right just too early. This was in like 2021. Yeah, I called out Nicki Minaj in like 2020 or 2021. And then everybody yelled at me.
Right? So they view their role as, no, we are right-wing pundits, we are right-wing commentators. And so even if they criticize Trump, at the end of the day, they will somehow jujitsu themselves back to supporting fucking J.D. Vance or supporting somebody else on the right. And so that's why you got to take this for what it's worth and take it with a grain of salt. The only reason to actually take this seriously and cover it and pump people.
Black Twitter currently dunking on racist Japanese people who think we are Viltrumites? What the fuck? Viltrumites like from Invincible? This ain't my algo? Yeah, what? Wait, why are the Japanese thinking that? Yup, it's hilarious. Are the Japanese all right? What the hell's going on? That's the new discourse? Yeah, they think we're superhuman. What the fuck?
People up here is divide and conquer, right? Like, just heighten the fucking contradictions on the right, make the Civil War, add fuel to the fire of the right-wing Civil War by talking, pumping people up and talking about it. Oh, you're gonna let him get away with that shit? Like, that's the only reason you take this seriously. But yeah, man, we're now adding to that list. There's now how many? 4 or so right-wing commentators who have like fully abandoned Trump, even to the point of like apologizing. And guess what? I think it's only going to go up because when you're at 32% approval rating, you're also just sort of destroying your own business if you double down and triple down and quadruple down on that. It is now the most low IQ, depraved idiots in the country who are still riding with Trump. And not the best people to make up your audience, is it?
Wait, what the fuck? The number of encounters with black people in my neighborhood is steadily increasing. Their skeletal structure and the way their muscles are built are on a completely different level from Japanese people. I'm slim, so if I got pinned down, it'd be over in seconds. I never imagined that violence from a foreigner would climb the ranks in my predictions for my own cause of death. I couldn't have pictured that even a few years ago. Things change when you least expect them to, huh? What? So this Japanese guy saw a black person in their neighborhood for the first time in their lives and instantly thought, like, this person has an ungodly physique, like a godlike physique, and he is going to murder me. He is going to violently and physically pin me down. Yeah. Gay thoughts. Wrote that fully bricked? Oh, 100%. I mean, he's hard as fucking diamond, okay? Oh my God, we're literally exporting. Oh my God, this is the same fucking white supremacist cuck shit, dude. this is literally what white people are terrified of, and also like weirdly sexually invested in, like racists are, right? Like, it's a girl, not a guy, funny enough. Oh, it's a girl? What the fuck? I think they're a woman. They say they are in their bio. That's still very strange. I'm going to Japan later this year. We'll report if I'm we'll report back if I'm treated like Thanos. They'll most likely sit quietly and say nothing with insanely racist thoughts in their head. They think foreigners are Yujiro Hanma. They're like, what the fuck? That's crazy, man. What a time to be alive. Her clit was pulsing while writing that tweet. We don't agree on everything, but I support Hasan Piker's right to exist. He can exist out of Democrat space because he's not a Democrat and he calls us libtards. This is such a childish criticism to have. Why would you post that openly? He called us libtards. Oh my God, that's so funny. Oh. I was going back to my hotel in Tokyo at night, walking along an overpass bridge. A couple girls were coming in my direction and bolted as soon as they saw me. I'm Hispanic, not black at all. All right, buddy. What do you mean not black at all? That's crazy. Like, not black at all. Okay. Listen. Bro wanted to be included in the racism. Oh man. He doesn't even like hip hop when white people do it. That's crazy. Because if there's one thing I know about races, they love hip hop, white people style hip hop. That's funny though. The more someone likes hip hop when white people do it, the more racist they are, I think. She kept going. What the hell? For some reason, starting last night, I've suddenly been getting quoted posts from black people complaining about me. I want to ask them, do you know about immigration policy? If you don't, I'd appreciate it if you just stay quiet. The ones who end up as victims are Japanese people. Also, I'm wary of Muslims and other immigrants too. She said, black people, I hate all of the different races, okay? Not just you. Oh, don't get me started on the Chinese. Okay. Yeah, she said all lives don't matter. I don't think there's any grounds for you to complain about my self-defense awareness. Don't be thinking you're special. Yeah, Muslims suck too. Why did Muslims catch a stray? What the fuck? Oh, man. That Japanese person supports Sansaido, a far-right party. Yeah, Sansaido is really funny because one of their main advisors is a Trump guy. He's like a white, bald dude who was like a Trump consultant. Oh, man. We have fucked up this world. I swear to God. We really fucked this whole planet up, man. Just to be clear, Tucker would have preferred Kamala Harris be president. It's amazing that Trump can trash Meghan Cain's dad for years, but all it takes to win her over is a war on Iran. Truly her father's daughter. He'd genuinely be proud. Amazing. Amazing take from Ryan Grimm. Yeah. He's rolling over down there right now.
Hey there, I'm Harry.
Anyway. All right. I got no more energy in the tank today. I'm sorry. I know I didn't play Pragmata. I should have, but there's so much more news that I needed to cover today and I didn't even get to it. Okay, I apologize. Apologies for the Pragmata enjoyers that were waiting for it. I have a headache. I yelled too much. Plus, we had the 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Pacific time governor's debate. I think Tom Steyer is going to shock the world. That's my prediction. We'll see if it comes true. I think Tom Steyer is going to come out and shock the world. Okay. Anyway, love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow, and we'll cover the debate tomorrow. All right. Peace, everybody. Bye-bye.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter laws, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo, still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, I've helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll do chadvice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.